and section. So all his cutbacks or carves end with that little flare, which I really enjoy seeing. He took that one all the way down to the inside. He's still on it, so it's not done just yet. He finishes strong. That's going to be a great start for our surfer from Bali. I know he's out here with his mom, and they're walking around having a good time. I had a coffee with her yesterday. Rendra is such an amazing person. Not only such a good surfer, but he's very kind. I always has a smile on his face every time I see him around Bali. So I'm hoping for the best. Kishore Kumar is probably one of the best up-and-coming surfers in India right now, or if not the best surfer in India. So he represents India all the time in the ISAs, and as well as the ASFs last year and in Maldives the year before that. So it's a stacked heat. And of course, let's not keep out Percy, our co-commentator who made it into the round of 32. He knows this wave better than anyone, and I'm really excited to see him.
Yes, for sure. Morning, Jada. Also, what a good start there from Rendra. You know, the wave looks a bit sleepy before. You know, he have to do a couple weaving on it, and then it's just keep giving on him on the inside section. Here we go. This is a surfer from. Oh, that was just a free surfer way inside, actually. So here we go. This is a surfer in red, Shohei Kato, up and riding on his second wave here, actually. Yes, it looks like that wave too close to that elephant rocks right there, Giada. And yeah, he need to go back to the lineup again.
Yeah, Shohei Kato is definitely one of the top-seeded surfers in this contest. He has a lot of experience under his belt. He's done a lot of QSs around Asia and international as well. So he has a great style, really pleasing to the eye. I love to watch Shohei surf. And big shout out to Dai Wako. We do miss you here, Dai, and I hope you're watching. He usually has all the little extra bits of information of all the Japanese surfers. So hopefully we will see you in the next one. But back to this heat, we're still waiting for the first scores to come through. Having the first heat of the day is always so difficult because you tend to be the judge's standard point, you know, so you're going to be setting the standard for the rest of the day. Whatever you do on your waves as you surf, it's going to be setting up the standard for all the other surfers, and the judges are going to be showing exactly what they're looking for in these conditions. So this is Percy right now. Good looking wave. 2 turns, so it has a bit of morning sickness on it still. It's not super clean and tidy like we had yesterday, but I'm sure as we get deeper into the morning, it's going to start to clear up really nicely.
Yeah, still waiting for a couple scores to be locked in. We have 4 more scores here because Shohei's first wave is not even in yet. So I think the judges this is first heat of the morning, making sure they, check out all the the criteria and make sure that everybody get the correct numbers, and we can start from there. So Shohei Kato opening ride is a 4.5, and he still have 1 more scores to be locked in, and also Rendra Attard and Percy also. So looks like Kishore is outside on his own, still waiting for his opening ride. Maybe Kishore just being patient, being a local here. He knows which ones to go, which one not to go. So so far 19 minutes to go. This is a 25 minutes heat today. A lot of time to give to all these competitors, making sure everybody get the opportunity to to get some good wave and make sure that everybody can perform.
Yep, so Kishore has trained a lot with Ivan back in Bali. He's one of his, I would say, even star students. Ivan trains a lot with the whole Indian team. He recently came here and did a whole camp with them. So it was great to catch up with him before getting here. And I told him how much I love this place, and I'm pretty sure he does too. So it's great to see how much Kishore has improved throughout the years. I've met him actually a couple of years back. By this point, I would say like 4 years ago now, or even 3. And he has matured competitively so much that it's great. I think Maldives was a big turning point for Kishore, and it really showed how much change he had in his competitive surfing. And now he just looks comfortable in his skin, and he's looking like he he really knows what he's doing. He has his routines on lockdown, and it's just a matter of getting as many heats as possible under his belt. I'm pretty sure he's going to be aiming to go to the Asian Games later on this year. So best of luck to Kishore. This is a perfect practice. And where else than, in your own home break? Kishore must be stoked to be having this QS in India, and I'm sure a lot of the locals are as well. There's just a massive difference of being able to see some of the top surfers in Asia surfing your home break.
Yeah, for sure. India is like a up and coming region here in Asia. A lot of development here been happening. Like, I don't know, a lot of, with this. So hopefully there's more surf town popping up and more new talents around. Around this 1,000 miles of coastline here in India. And I don't know. Yesterday we walk around the temples. So coming to India is not only like surfing. There's a lot of on offers. The food is amazing. I don't know, like the culture is always surprising you. Like today you get a flower on your hair there, Gianna. What's happening this morning?
Yeah, so on the way down, I walk to the contest site every morning, and there's always a lot happening on the way down. There was a bunch of women all dressed in these gorgeous saris. They were all having a chat. It was probably like the morning gossip session, and I stopped by because I could smell the flowers from the other side of the road, and I bent down. I was like, wow, these smell amazing, and I noticed that they all have them in the hair. So I pointed out, and I was like, that looks beautiful, and in just 5 seconds afterwards, they were braiding my hair, sticking flowers in it, putting bobby pins, and now I have this gorgeous bouquet on my on my head, and it smells incredible. So it was such an incredible experience, and that's something I love about India. They are so happy to share their culture with everyone. It doesn't matter who you are, and it was probably little moments like that I will never forget.
Yes, for sure. Not every surf trips awarded with flowers in your hair. So India is pretty special. So talking about India, here we go. This is our first opening ride from Kishore Kumar, our local surfer here in India. And nice top turn there. Only two maneuvers right there. But I think today the judges is looking for quality. Quality maneuvers, quality of all those flow and power where the judging criteria is sitting. Because like Ranger Attard get a really good wave, but he only rewarded with a 3.5. So it's a bit more like things you need to put on your strategy, on your hits today. Look at Shohei Kato there. Nice top turns to finish that one. And I think Shohei Kato gonna extend a little bit of his lead here, because he is the only person that having two waves so far, Jedi.
Yeah, he's the only one who has 2 scores up on the board. Shohei, kind of showing that experience again. He probably saw that it's not as consistent as maybe he would like. So he wants to get 2 quick scores. This is going to be his 3rd. But you're right. So Kishore Kumar going for the quality over quantity, I would say. Because today, or this morning at least, the wave isn't stretching out like it was yesterday. We might see that as the tide gets lower and it cleans up a little bit. So there we might be able to see a lot more maneuvers and higher scores. But now it's going to be, 2 big turns or 1 big finishing turn that can get that big score. Kishore Kumar still waiting for his last one. It was a gorgeous ride. 2 turns. He waited for the section to come to him. He wasn't rushing it. I really like his approach.
Yeah, so Kishore, a couple numbers already locked in, so it's going to be around in the numbers of. So yeah, it's a 3.93 for Kishore Kumar's opening ride. So Kishore's currently sitting in 2nd position. Last of Shohei Kato is a 6.17. So yeah, even though it's only a 2 maneuvers from Shohei, but it's all about the quality of the power is there. The finishing was like really solid. So Shohei Kato sitting in the first with a 6.17 and a 4.5. Kishore is sitting in 2nd, only looking for 6.74. But yeah, I think he can get that numbers easily, because Kishore knows this place like back of his hand.
Absolutely. He's probably spent the most time out there than all the other surfers. So Kishore going to hopefully bring out that local knowledge. He's going to be waiting for the best ones. He knows which ones are the big scoring waves. So Ivan, hopefully watching this heat closely, and I'm sure it's so great that they get to watch these heats afterwards. I think back in the day when you were competing, there was no live. You couldn't see what you did. It was all off of a feeling. Whereas now you could replay your heat over and over and dissect to the last detail of what you did wrong.
Yeah, for sure. When I was young, like everything was counted manually, with a calculator back at the back of the tent of the judging area, and your result 15 minutes after you heat. So you just waiting around. You don't know what's going on. You might win or you might lose. You don't know. It's in the hand of somebody who's counting it. So it's funny. But now, everything is so instant. They call your numbers, and you even have a live, what do you call that, like a surf analysis after you heat. So, after couple events, you can really analyze, like, what's your mistake, this and that. But back in the days, it's all blurry, and you gotta win convincingly. If not, a lot of things can happen with that paperwork.
Absolutely, and it was all off by memory. There was no heat replays, so whatever happened, it was just through emotion. If they felt like, whoa, that was a sick wave, that's what it was. There was no other way to analyze heat, so it was actually really difficult back then.
Yep, for sure. Everything is so progressing. This in the modern world. Even parents and surfers and friends and family, they tune to their phone and they can see like probably like Rendra back home now. All his brothers and family and friends are watching back home on how Rendra's performance. So here we go. This is Kishore's wave number 2. A way better looking wave here, Giada. To completion and finishing on that one. If he can, a little bit out of balance on that one.
That was such a good wave from Kishore. He went vert on both, really tight in the pocket. He didn't waste time. I'm loving how confident he's looking in his heats. So unfortunate that he wasn't able to ride out of it, but he is off to a great start. That's going to be, in my opinion, better than the 393. 2 big blasts off the top. Really confident, really calm. He knew what he was doing, and that's that local knowledge that we've been talking about. So I'm really liking that score. Here's a replay. Let's put
how Rendra's former.
So it didn't look like much on the takeoff, but then this wave kind of grew as it went. Look at that bottom turn. He's looking really solid.
So yeah, this is live action from, I think that's Percy. Oh, unlucky there for Percy, because he's only looking for small numbers before Kishore's numbers punch in. But yeah, Percy was holding priority for a while, and so here we go. Numbers are locked in for Kishore. Is a 533. So yeah, Kishore even with a wipeout at the end, he's still a score of 533. So I think it's like the judges want to see like how committed you are on those waves. So even though you fall down, like yesterday, there's one surfer get a 9.03 with a fall on his last maneuver. He still rewarded a 9.03. So imagine if he complete all those maneuvers. The number is going to be like a bit more up, but it's all about not how many maneuvers you put in, but like how good is each maneuvers you put in. Yeah.
Exactly. It's what we were saying earlier. It's that quality over quantity. You want to have that critical section. It's all part of the judging criteria. The more intense your ride is, the more you put your board in those really dangerous areas where it's easier to fall, the higher the score is going to be. The bigger the commitment is. So this is going to be Rendra Attard now, our surfer from Bali, on a smaller inside wave. Interesting use of priority, I would say, instead of picking off a bigger one, and I think might be a bit of a priority mistake there as well. So a bit unfortunate, but he has plenty of time still to get back out there, get back into the priority system, and get a good score.
Yes, here we go. This is live action here from Percy. Currently sitting in 3rd position, looking for 7.9. So, sorry, 7.09. I think, like Rendra and Percy now need to find that better wave, because they're looking for kind of like a bigger score. And to get that numbers, you need to have a bit of a quality wave, the one that offering you some kind of a lip to to put some maneuvers on it. And here we go. This is Kishore Kumar's up and riding. This wave just grew from nowhere when he took off because looked like Shohei want to go. Oh, look at that one.
Yeah, Kishore.
Wow.
That was sick. We both kind of wrote him off. We're like, oh, no. And then he just popped out of the whitewash. That was so cool, Kishore.
Yeah, because the morning here, the sun right in front of your eyes. So here we go, Rendra Attard. Hope this wave can offer him a good. Nah, not on that one. So Rendra and Percy have a bit more works to do right now with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Right now, Shohei Kato holding first priority outside. So there's a couple lines here, Giada. Maybe we can see a couple actions coming soon here. This looks like a wide one for Shohei, but could be good for Rendra if he can get out there as soon as possible.
Yeah, so looking like Shohei Kato will be taking off on that one. This is a replay of the last of Kishore, live action. Shohei Kato, good opening first check turn, and a big second one. I love that tail drift. He gets around Elephant Rock, controls his board over that bump and lump, and manages to find his way onto the inside. This is one of those longer stretched out waves that we were talking about. He needs a strong finishing here. Big roundhouse cutback, and unfortunately the wave just crumbles out. So maybe not what he thought it was going to be, but that big tail drift in the beginning was very, very nice to look at.
Here we go, Rendra. As we said before, there might be some wide one, and he did. He took off almost in front of the Elephant Rocks, but he needed a 5.76. You need at least a good finishing on the inside because that's where the numbers coming from. And yeah, so 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We're waiting for Kishore's last wave. That one and only one big tail slide backside from Kishore is a 4.67 actually. This one, one maneuver, 4.67.
So this is what we were talking about. That's that 4.67. He really went upside down on it in a really critical section, and he picked that one up under priority. So picking up, chipping away at his score. He's kind of building his house. He's slowly catching up to Shohei, a 5.33 and a 4.67. So he's extending his second place. He really wants to put that 1 foot into that round of 16 later on today. So Kishore Kumar showing that local knowledge that he has been really picking those waves that don't look like much in the beginning. They look like maybe smaller insiders, and they just keep growing for him.
Yeah, I've been watching Kishore's surfing for a couple of years now, He's probably one of the guy that, is a workhorse, like any condition he have to face, he kind of have like those kind of like a hard-working surfers that just going to manufacture a lot of potential, not like waiting for, like a good wave to come to him, because that last wave just show, what kind of surfers he is, Give me one section and I make the score. So some surfers going to think about, I need a good wave to make a score, but Kishore is a guy that I can make a good score on any condition. So yeah, well done on getting that numbers for Kishore. This is Percy up and riding, Giada.
Yeah, Percy, there we go. That's that power from all the dishes that we had last night. Good one turn there for Percy, our co-commentator. Wants to get back into his heat. Let's see, he's going to go all the way around. But you're right, Kishore has been up surfing the waves he's picked. So shows the talent that he has. This is a bigger set. We were saying that it's quite a bit bigger today than it was yesterday. So hopefully, as the tide starts to go down, we're going to see it really clean up. It does have a little bit of morning sickness on it, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be gone pretty soon.
Yeah, this is the first sign of the sets of the morning. You can see like almost every what do you call it? The whole lineup of the beach break is covered by the white water. So yeah, that's a good sign. Bigger wave is better for surfers rather than almost flat. So good sign for day 2 actually here at the Shore Temple Classics in Mahabalipuram. Super happy to see a lot. I'm looking forward to see more action for sure. There's going to be more high seat surfers coming up. We have big numbers from Japan. Surfers came here, and yeah, we haven't seen like the the defending champion Tenchi Iwami haven't served his heat yet, so would love to see more high seed surfers do some action. As we see here, Percy trying to jumping around at rocks. You got to be careful there, Percy, because look at that barnacles. You got to make sure that all the steps are super safety there.
Yeah, that's the second time he's doing it this heat, and he has been just running around. It's going to be such a big cardio session for our man, Percy. He's going to be pretty tired when he comes back into the booth. But a bit of an update on the situation, as there's only 3 minutes left in this heat. Shohei Kato still remains in the lead, 6.17 and a 4.5. Kishore Kumar, 5.33 and a 4.67. It's Rendra Attard and Percy Fayon who have a bit of work to do, a 6.5 and a 7.40. That is some pretty big requirements to get back into this heat and kind of keep the dream alive to get into finals day. This is day 2 though, so early moments still. There has been such a great first day yesterday. We had some beautiful rides. We had 2 surfers get into the 9s already, so I'm really excited as we get deeper into the draw what these surfers are gonna be pulling out on this beautiful peeling long right-hander.
Yeah, so the situation right now, Rendra is looking for 6.5. He have second priority, and Kishore have first priority. You know, like if I was Kishore, it's either you find that 5.35 to become first, or you want to defend your position on that second position. So yeah, looks like Kishore is doing some defending mode right there. He's staying behind Rendra a little bit, making sure that any opportunity that come to both surfers, Kishore is there to kind of like making sure if that wave is giving the potential of the score, he will go. But if not, maybe he's gonna let Rendra go. But either way, you got to be super like smart on this 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Absolutely. He's definitely defending his spot and sticking really close to Rendra. He knows that Rendra has that smaller score to get his position, so he's just going to stick so close to him. Look how close they are. And Percy just doing doing Kishore a favor and paddling close to him as well. So that is some great competitive maturity, and that's what I was talking earlier on in the heat. Kishore has really worked on that part of his surfing. I remember a couple of years back, he was so sweet. He didn't want to, really fight for his spot against me. But now look at him compete this way is great. Just trying to sell that one off to Rendra.
Yeah, you got to be careful on that one because, even though Rendra didn't get it, like Kishore put, his eye on it, but looks like Rendra lost his priority there. So a bit of a smart tactic there from Kishore. Now he's just keep pushing Rendra. I don't know, is that like a mistake from Rendra for not committed to go on that one? But either way, Rendra lost his priority, and Kishore just doing some tactical strategy there. Wow, 16 seconds to go right now. Looks like some kind of a, like paddling around going on right there.
Yeah, so Kishore selling that one off to Rendra and Percy getting that second priority. So that was really smartly done from Kishore, protecting his second spot, getting himself into the round of 16. I don't think that last score is going to be factoring into the top 2. So with that, we're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 2. Straight back into it. This is Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu, the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. We are on to Heat 2 of the men's QS. Raimu Yamamoto, Raiha Onu, Hiroya Miwa, and Kahea Ishiki. So it is a full Japanese affair here. And we have so many scores already coming through. Nothing major just yet for Raimu Yamamoto, a .67, but he still has one more score to come through. It is currently 7:30 in the morning here in Mahabalipuram. It is already bigger than we expected. We're going to be seeing that high tide at 8:50, and it'll just start going down from there. So we have a 1.3 high tide. At 3:20, it's going to be a 0.2 low. So it's going to be a beautiful morning and midday of surfing as we see just the conditions going to be improving. Tipi Jabrik, what are your opinions? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think with 25 minutes heats, you still have to maximize that time. Even though it's 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or 25 minutes, you're always going to think, oh, yesterday we surfed 20 minutes and now we surfed 25 minutes. Oh, I can chill and just, pick and choose the best wave. But sometimes, if you put that strategy, waiting too long, 25 minutes can go by so fast because right now it's already almost 5 minutes passing by and a couple surfers getting, a couple numbers. But looks like Hiroya Miwa and Raiha Onu is the surfers who scored a better numbers. We have Kahea and also Raimu Yamamoto just scoring, probably a takeoff right there. Here we go. This is surfer in white, Giada.
Yeah, so this is Raimu Yamamoto. Good second turn there. Really got that control of the board. Finishes off really strongly. So he's looking like he's in a really great form. Unfortunately, a 0.67 to start things off for him. So wasn't a big score. Probably had a bit of a fumble there. But this is already so much better. Yeah, nice so this is Raimu Yamamoto. Good second turn there. Blast. Really got that control of the board.
Yeah, actually, Raimu yesterday got a big score. I think on his previous, I think he got a couple good score yesterday. And here we go. This is Raiha. Oh no, this is Raiha. Raiha yesterday, like a couple days ago on his practice session, he actually hit the elephant rock on his back. He went for a floater, and then something happened, and he just fell on it.
Yeah, I asked Percy yesterday if there had been a lot of people who hit it. And he was like, yep, we've definitely had quite a few people hit that rock. But this is Kahea Ishiki now. On a bit of a double up, he gets past it. Here he goes again. Nice slash. Let's see what he does on this inside. This wave had like 2 different waves on it, so it was difficult to handle, but he did really nice. Hiroyo Miwa, the current heat leader, goes down on that second turn, but looking really nice. He still has that 4.67, so probably started the strongest, but I'm pretty sure Raimu Yamamoto, his last wave is going to be pretty good score.
Yeah, looks like everybody gonna have a 2 score today already on this. Couple good score yesterday, and here we go. This is a live action actually from Raimu Yamamoto also.
So Raimu still waiting for scores for all 4 surfers on this heat. So already a much more active heat than than the last one. It's we've had much more rides already. The earlier one was quite bit slower, not as many as now. So these boys opting to keep active, opting to really build their house and get some scores and kind of build it up. Up next, we're going to be seeing Roy Kanazawa and Taki Kanazawa going up against each other, Keanu Kamiyama and Yuitu Nagai. So things are starting to get really interesting today. The heats are starting to get stacked, and it's going to be a great day of surfing.
Yes, for sure. So Raimu Yamamoto with that 2 big maneuver rewarded a 4.77. So he's currently sitting in the first place now with a 4.77 and a 0.67. So he's going to replace that 0.67 with that one for sure because that was a great completion right there. But he looks like he's just doing like a really, like a speed top turn maneuver that expecting that something giving him around that corner, but looks like that wave just slammed and just one maneuver, but that's gonna replace that 0.67 for sure and putting him in position, either could be first place or still waiting for a couple more scores from Hiroya Miwa and also Kahea Isiki and Raiha Onu also. So a couple more scores to be locked in, and here's a replay yesterday, and here we go. This is Raiha on his second wave. This is so Raiha. Nice yesterday there, second, just like a couple days ago on his practice session. We'll see he actually hit the elephant rock on his back. Yes, he did. So he went for a float. That's a good wave. I like it. So first score is a 4.00. And second score is actually 4.93. So Raiha moved into first position, and Hiroya get a 2.00 on his last wave. And here we go. This is Kahea.
There has been a lot of people who hit it. And he was like, "Yep, we've definitely had quite a few people hit that rock." But this is Kahea Ishiki now. On a bit of a double up, he gets past it. Here he goes again. Nice couple turns there from young Kahea, but just that wave a bit crumble and no opportunity to do big finishing there, where the potential is much bigger if you do like those big finishing on the inside. Absolutely. So that wave kind of just tapering off, like we said, it has that double bump to the face, so it wasn't easy to handle, but he did a great job. A couple replays, Hiroya Miwa, while we were watching the other waves. Really nice. Good looking bowling section there, straight to Raiha Onu. Love his style, really pushed it there. Does it again on that second one. Does he finish it? He sticks with it. So that's going to be a really good score for Raiha Onu. He is a current heat leader, 4.93 and a 4. So jump to the lead and probably going to be improving on that 4 with that last one. I was really loving how critical that last turn was. Hiroyo Miwa moved down to second. Is going to be desperately looking to get rid of that 2, especially because there's still while we were watching the other ways. Really nice. Good looking bowling section there. So straight to Raiha Onu. Love his style. Really pushed it there. Right there. Does it again on that second one.
Extended.
Does he finish it?
Extended like finishing there because his leg was kind of like, like pushing and pulling all those muscles that he have just to manage to, make that last maneuver right there. And this is Raimu Yamamoto looking to replace that 0.67. He only need 1.9. He will get that numbers, but like if you want to take the first position, he will need some bigger number. But the battle for second right now, it's on between Hiroya Miwa and also Raimu Yamamoto. We're still waiting for a couple more score from Kahea Iziki, but Kahea need to replace both of his numbers probably because right now he only have one score at 0.5 and still waiting for that inside double up of Kahea. But we'll see if the numbers are coming in, and we'll see update the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. So Raiha really keeping busy this heat. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot more waves ridden. The guys are really pushing it. 5.33 for the last of Raiha. So he must be feeling pretty confident. Perfect heat strategy. He's only gotten better and better throughout the heat. He started with a 4, 4.93, now that 5.33. So he is just building his house, that perfect heat strategy. Raimu Yamamoto, 4.77 and a 2.60. Hiroyo Miwa, with a bit of work to do. He needs a 2.71, to get into that second spot. So not a massive ask, but just because none of those two surfers have a backup score. Kahea's last one came in at 3.27. So he is the one who has the most to really look for in this heat. 13 and a half left, so plenty of time. We've already had so many rides ridden, and this is only going to get better.
Yes, I would love to see more opportunity like here, Kahea. He need a 4.11. He need to go big. That's a good start for Kahea. Would love to see him do a couple damage right there. One more if he can. That's for me. That's too big score right there. Too big maneuver right there. He really put his commitment there, and we'll see if Kahea can get that 4.11. Either way, that's gonna put a better number than 3.27, and he just need one more numbers to to get. With 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go, I think everybody still have enough time to get a couple more wave.
Absolutely. I actually really like that ride from Kahea. Those were some two big turns there from the young man. He wasn't afraid to hit that section. That thing was just coming towards him. Let's break
Opportunity
it
like
down. So he
here,
takes off way
Kahea,
farther
he need a
down.
4.11.
This wave just
He need to
really
go
sections
big.
up for
That's
him.
a good start for
Love how he
Kahea.
just follows
Would
that
love
lip
to see
line,
him do a
comes
couple
out with
damage
so
right there.
much
One
speed
more
and
if he
air
can.
drops that second one. So
That's
really
for
nicely
me.
done
That's
from
too.
Kahea. He is surfing really well, kind of fighting back. Doesn't want to be left out just yet. He is in fourth, needs a 5.67 currently because Raimu Yamamoto dropped a 4.17 backup.
Oh wow, yeah. Situation changes every minutes right now. Like one guy get a better score, the other guy need a bigger score to move into progression situation. So let's wait for Kahea's last wave. Now he need a 5.67, but it will replace that 3.27 for sure, and then we'll see if that's the requirement can go down. But Raiha Onu, it looks like sitting in the first place pretty comfortable. And here we go, 4.00 for last of Kahea. Now he's only looking for a 4.95, so the requirement is getting a little bit smaller, but still a big task for between Hiroya Miwa and also Kahea Ishiki to take out Raimu Yamamoto. Here we go. This is this is Hiroya Miwa up and riding, looking for a 4.29 right now.
All right, so he's picked out one of those longer stretched out waves. I really like that finishing. Super strong and solid. Raiha Onu, currently leader. Good first opening turn. Sets up the mood because now he really pushed it. Unfortunately went a little too hard. Wasn't able to really ride out of it. So you can tell he's really starting to push his performance here. He has his 2 scores. He's in first place. And now he just wants to solidify it. So we can kind of tell what his strategy is going to be. Really nicely done from our last surfer as well, Hiroya Miwa. Only looking for a 4.28 to get back into an
Ishiki
advancing
to take
position.
out
this is the
Raimu
wave we're talking
Yamamoto.
about.
Here we go.
So
This is
smaller one, but nice
sorry,
and
this is
bully.
Hiroya Miwa up and
First
riding,
turn
looking
to
for a
kind of set the mood.
4.29 right
And
now.
here, a bit of a stronger, more
All
in
right,
the
so
pocket,
he's
and
picked
that's
out one of
where
those
he gets
longer
where
stretched
things
out
really
waves.
start to ramp up. He slams that one down. So just 3 turns, but really nicely done nonetheless.
So yeah, 10 minutes to go. Situation still Raiha first, Raimu second,
Super
Kahea
strong
Ishiki
and
in the
solid.
third
Raiha
position.
Onu, currently
Waiting
leader.
for Hiroya Miwa
Good
last wave.
first
Here we go.
opening
This
turn.
is just a
Sets
replay
up the
of
mood because
last
now
of,
he really pushed it.
Raiha.
Unfortunately went
Unable to get around that one, but yeah, looks like he's pretty comfortable in the first place. He can pick and choose the wave that he wanted, and he's holding first priority before and sitting in the first position, able to get the biggest sets, the longest line that he can choose. So yeah, that's the advantage if you're sitting in the first position. With the good numbers for sure. Sitting in the pole position is always better than chasing numbers.
All right, so Raiha Onu first started competing on the WSL in 2019. And last year in 2025, he actually finished 22nd in the ranking. So a pretty good position for him. His best result was 5th at the QS 4000 in the one in Corona Sierra Pro in China. He also got a 9th in the QS 4000 in Baler in Philippines. And besides that, a 9th in the 2000 in the Hamamatsu Open. He was still a junior last year in the Krui Pro, got a 5th and as well a 9th in the NIAS Pro Junior. So a pretty good year for Raiha Onu. He got a couple results here and there, but I'm sure that this year he's going to be really wanting to ramp things up and get a solid score out here. We didn't see him at Korea, I'm pretty sure, but he will be hopefully joining all the rest of the QSs for the year. Sorry, my mistake. He was in Korea. He got a 49th in the 6,000. He did a 25th in the Hamamatsu Open 2000 this year, and even went to Phillip Island and Gold Coast Open.
So yeah, a little under 8 minutes to go. Raiha sitting in first. Hiroya looking for a 5.56. Raimu Yamamoto pushed back into third position now, looking for a 4.6, and Kahea Ishiki get pushed down to fourth position again. Kahea looking for 5.37. So if I were Kahea, I'm just gonna like getting the best wave that, giving all the potential. Look at Raiha, just pick and choose the one that is, I don't know, Raiha is pretty comfortable in the first place. That's why he's being a little bit exploring, any wave that come to him, he just go, because number one, he don't have priority, and number two, he's already leading. And here we go, Kahea. Hopefully this is an open face for him. Nice first maneuver there, Giada. Looks like he's going for the down the line here. This wave looks like a snapper rocks, keep on giving. Can he do a big maneuver right there? Ooh, I like it.
Wow, that was a really nice ride from Kahea. I love that finishing. Really, really strong. He is looking like he's on point right now. Such a young surfer, but really fighting back. He needs a 5.37. Pick that one off on the inside. That wave kind of doubling up for him, giving him that bully section to work with. So it's going to be a really interesting score, and maybe could shake up the situation a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit curious about, the judging going to give them the score, what he's looking for. One of the reason is it's a bit away from, and here we go. What do you call that? Like, hopefully this is an open face for him. Takeoff points where everybody's sitting, there, where priority is determined. So he's going for the line here. Taking this wave is really, really good wave, but keep on giving. If this is the number that he's looking for, right there. That finishing turn was strong. I like it. So a solid surfing there from Kahea.
That was a really nice ride.
He's actually get a 4.57, still not enough, but now he's looking for 4.8. He still need to go back and work. So Kahea is a guy, a surfer that keep building. His first score is a 0.5, 3.27, a 4, and now 4.57. So he's always putting up his number, but now he's only looking for 4.8. Still the highest number of him on this heat, but if he get the opportunity, I'm sure he can get it.
Absolutely. He is not backing down. He's not afraid to put up those big turns. He has not shied away from any of those sections that have come towards him. So Kahea, under priority, picking off those insiders, really wanting to get himself back into this heat. He's been building those scores, building his house, really wanting to be into that round of 16 later on today. Raiha Ono still in a pretty comfortable lead. Hiroyo Miwa and Raimu Yamamoto been a bit quiet throughout the last 10 minutes of the heat. Not too many rides ridden compared to the first 5 minutes. We were having back-to-back rides. It was pretty non-stop, but here we all are just reaching the 5-minute mark. This is the second heat of the day, day 2 of the Shore Temple Classic, QS 2000. We're gonna have another incredible day of competition here. It's such a lovely morning. We have the women's QS round of 16 coming up next, the men's QS round of 16, and then the women's Pro Junior are going to be hitting the water and finishing the day off. So another lovely, beautiful day of surfing. We are all for it. Mahabalipuram is just showing just how consistent this wave is. We've had non-stop action. We haven't had a restart heat throughout the whole event, so it's going to be a beautiful day. There we have on the screen Elephant Rock, the all-famous. The surfers either have to go behind it or around it, so it's a bit of a treachery or a dangerous spot, but everyone has been dealing with it really nicely. It's Mahabalipuram's famous Elephant Rock. All right, live action. Here we go. This is our man in white, Raimu Yamamoto, looking for a score. Good-looking wave. Nice fin bust there. I love how he came out with it with so much speed. Got it done. Claims it out. 3.5 left. 4.60 is his requirement. What are you thinking?
Wow, I'm thinking of what he's thinking, because with that claim, I think he's pretty confident that he got the score. He's looking for 4.6
live action.
there.
Here we go. This is our
really
man
strong,
in white,
right
Raimu
there,
Yamamoto, looking
this
for a
section
score.
right here is
Good-looking
the one that he's
wave.
pretty happy
Nice
with. Look at that one.
fin bust
and he's
there.
A bit racy
I
on
love
this one, trying to
how
finish
he
that
came
one.
out with
and
it with
look
so
at him.
much speed.
He was
Got
a bit
it
wobble
done,
and
claims it
like
out.
so lucky that he get around that one, and I think he's gonna get that score. So a 4.6. That's a 4.77 was his highest score, but this is a little bit just under that 4.77 requirement that he's looking for. So yeah, he's feeling it, and I'm pretty sure he's feel good also goes to the number that he's looking for.
I think he's got it. That was a really nice ride. 3 solid turns. He got a finishing that was really nice and strong as well. He had a lot of flow. He didn't fumble so much. Just maybe in that last part, he just almost didn't make it, but he did. So I have a pretty good feeling. But again, I'm no judge. I think it's gonna be all up to them now. 2 minutes on the clock. Next up is Roy Kanazawa going up against his brother Taki Kanazawa, Keanu Kamiyama, Yuto Nagai. All 4 Japanese surfers are going to be battling for their spot in the round of 16 later on today.
Yeah, still waiting for Last of White, Raimu Yamamoto. Let's see another replay here, maybe if we can, so we can a little bit see if all the dots are ticked there from Raimu Yamamoto. But yeah, that was a great surfing. Here we go, another replay from Raimu Yamamoto from different angle. Nice first maneuver right there, but this one is where the money shot is. Boom, and the last finishing is just like putting some exclamation for what he's looking for. So yes, a 5.77 from Raimu Yamamoto put him in the first place, Giada.
Yep, so jump straight to the lead. This is currently second position. Raiha Onu fighting to get back to first. Lovely float there, sets it up again. A single drawn out line, what we love to see. Raiha Onu needing a 5.22 to get back to first. 50 seconds left. Will Hiroya Miwa or Kaheya Ishiki fight for their spot back to that round of 16? They don't want their dream to end just yet. Let's break this one down. A beautiful looking wave here. Sets it up nicely, sets the tone for the rest of the wave. Bit of a sleepy section, but he weaves through it nicely. He keeps that board alive. He's keeping it moving. Here we go again, that one line surfing that we love. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a 5.22. There wasn't any critical surfing. It was all it was beautiful to watch, but nothing so rail to rail as we'd expect.
Yes, this is a surfer in blue, Hiroya, looking for a score, but that's not going to be the one with 5 seconds to go. Looks like Raimu Yamamoto is the one that claiming first spot with he's been in the 3rd position the whole heat, and they just get that 5.77 and move him to first place.
All right, and with that, we're going to jump out to a quick break before we start off the Heat 3.
So yeah, welcome back to Shore Temple Classics 2026. I'm here with my co-commentators from Surfing First Heat today. We have Percy. Welcome back to the booth. Tell us a bit about the condition today.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the conditions are having a bit of that morning sickness that they had yesterday as well, but there are definitely some solid sets coming through. It's a little bit slower, perhaps a tiny bit smaller than yesterday, so swell has dropped a bit, but still plenty of opportunities coming through. So yeah, we'll see some great surfing, and as soon as the offshore kicks in, it's just going to be super beautiful, super clean. Also, we're going into high tide, I believe, so we're going to see water fill up. Beautiful tail slide there, but just on top of that double up section, and it kicks them out of there. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to some good conditions later on in the day.
Yeah, on this round, actually, Percy, this is like the seeded surfers are surfing on this round. We have Roy Kanazawa, surfing against his brother Taki Kanazawa, who scored a 9.33 yesterday. So this is we have Keanu Kamiyama up and riding. Is that a surfer in white? It's a bit glary situation right now, but I hope the judges can Oh, that's actually Taki Kanazawa right there, surfer in blue. So Taki opening his first account right there. So Roy Kanazawa, and opening ride was only a modest 0.87. So still early days here, 21 minutes to go. A lot of things can happen. Taki Kanazawa actually opened with a 3.83, so the highest score so far for this heat.
Yeah, and it's really nice to have that extra 5 minutes in the heat. Just gives you much more time and reduces the pressure a little bit to be able to get those scores. But obviously, still really important to get a good start to the heat as it sets the ball rolling for the remainder of the heat. And Taki getting a 3.83, just getting the ball rolling. Priority sitting with our surfer in green. Yuito Nagai now having a look for some waves out the back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody here in India pretty happy to see, their local surfer Kishore Kumar made it into the next round. So, that's a big boost for, the local surf community here in, around here. Especially, he's only like couple minutes away down at Kovalong to surf here and to compete here. I'm pretty sure he spent a lot of time in practice here in Mahab, and the results showing off. He made it into the next round.
Yeah, super happy for Kishore there. Really smart surfing from him as well. Waited for a good wave to start on, and then just selecting the right waves and using priority correctly, and with intent, intent to get through those rounds. And we have our surfer in green now, using priority on this one. Big hack to start, getting around that section now. Onto the open face, little carve. Just to set things up a little bit, and that one is a little bit thick, so he's out of there.
Yeah, that was the opening ride for Yuito Nagai, and here we go. This is Taki Kanazawa, the surfers that make the 9.33 yesterday. That was the identical maneuver that he did yesterday, but this time maybe a little bit of a situation. He's not able to make through that last maneuver. Who's that? Percy?
Roy Kanazawa, his brother. I don't know if his big brother or small brother, but
yeah, Roy is the older brother.
Yeah, he looks like a bigger brother indeed with that surfing. Yeah, that was a big hit out the back on a critical section, and he'll definitely get rewarded for it. Probably just the one turn, but regardless, we'll get a score for it. And the requirements aren't that big at the start of this heat. The heats are a little bit slow. It's not like super pumping, so the scores aren't going up into the goods straight off the bat. Still, some of our athletes, of course, able to do that nonetheless. But yeah, that looked like a good hit. Just a little bit of background from Taki. I think I saw him. So yesterday in that heat where he got the 9.33, he did buckle his board and break the plug as well. So now he's on a bit of a shorter board, a 5.9 instead of 5.9.5. And I saw him get in the water just before my heat, and he went for one of those laybacks as well and fell on it. So I feel like he's not really feeling the rhythm this morning in the ocean. So I hope he gets rid of those, those waves, those tumbles, and calibrates nicely to the conditions in the water, to the waves, and to his new board, of course, as well. And this looks like Keanu. Big hit at the back. Yeah, a lot of big, like one maneuver waves because the waves are a little bit messy, but there are still opportunities. In my heat, I had like at least two clean opportunities for like multiple maneuvers with good walls and all. So yeah, I'm sure there's some good potential for good waves out there.
Yeah, talking about strategy out there today, Percy, would you recommend, the surfers to, to run around and walk through closer to the rocks? So let's see here. This is like last of Roy Kanazawa. Just one big hit there. So would you suggest them to just walk, just close around the rocks, or doing what you're doing, just climb that rocks and jumping on that rocks? So which one do you suggest?
I mean, it depends. Like, if you're not so familiar with the rocks, like you might not be able to run across them like fast because they're very irregular and different shapes and stuff. And there's actually like, because I've done it so many times, there's like specific rocks that I jump off of and stuff, and use to run on, so I can very confidently run really fast. If you're confident with your paddling and you know that you can get through the waves that are pushing through, then it's also great to go through just walking down next to the rocks. But on a high tide, I just found that it was a little bit too much water pushing through, and I didn't want to expend that energy over there. And also use the opportunity running on the rocks to like take a breather from the run around. And then obviously like you just jump and you're like straight out the back and you have some shots to get some waves. So yeah, I saw some of the Japanese as well, asking some of the locals to show them the way out on the rocks. And yeah, feel free to ask any of the locals out there. I'm sure they'll be happy to show you. And yeah, it is a pleasure. Like especially when the current gets really heavy, tide is really high. When tide is low, you can walk out really far next to the rocks, and it's quite easy to make it out. But when the tide is high, there's a lot of water pushing through over there.
Yeah, I was wondering, Percy, that rocks is actually, they're not natural there. I'm pretty sure there was they put it there to protect the temple. But do you think like that rock's been there and helps the shape of the wave, or is it like it was better before the rocks was there?
Oh man, for sure. I think this wave is there because of those rocks, and that is the case with a lot of surf spots actually. Along this coast, like back home where I surf, we used to just have beach break and there would be a lot of closeouts and whatever. But then in like 2007 or 8, they built like a long pier that goes out into the ocean. And that's when we got our first point break. So it's because of those rocks that we got point breaks. Not everywhere, like in Kovalong, it's not all natural, but they're like the main spot is natural because they have some natural rocks in place. But again, it's because of those rocks. So I actually have no idea how this place looked like before the rocks were there.
Oh, interesting, yeah, because, if you're talking about Snapper Rocks where, this place, a little bit remind us of Snapper Rocks. Snapper Rocks is also, kind of created by, by humans, modification. And here we go. This is Roy Kanazawa sitting in first place right now with a 4.83. Need to replace that 0.87. He will replace that one, but I don't know by how big. But Roy and Taki is sitting in first and second. So Keanu Kamiyama and Yuto Nagai still have some works to be done here, Percy. So what would you suggest on the situation today, on the condition? Being super busy or selective and get the better one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is quite a slow heat. Like the surfers are having a hard time to find a good opportunity. Trying to think about it. I mean, like obviously it is complicated, especially when conditions are shifting. I feel like it is shifting a little bit right now with the tide coming up. It's slowing down even a bit more. So it looks like I think I would have to speed things up a little bit and kind of like look for little nuggets here and there. Maybe stick a little bit more to the inside, especially between sets. And then when I see a set is coming, or usually I'll time the sets so I'll know like approximately when the set will be coming. Then I paddle a bit further out to the primary takeoff zone to have a shot over there. But there are some really nice nuggets. The first one I missed in my heat was really close to the rocks. So there's some really good nuggets, and then halfway down there's like a nice little double up section which can provide like a nice wall for 2-3 hits. And even after the rocks, I had an opportunity which had some good face on it.
Yeah, with that condition right now, every wave is different. You might have some long and giving that potential, but there's a lot of there's a lot of water moving, I have to say today. There's a lot of short period of wave that coming through also. And here we go. This is Keanu Kamiyama. He's looking for 2.77 to move into second position. So Keanu on a smaller wave, but giving a bit more potential to do a couple more hits here. You know, that you see there's always something in front of it or behind it. So
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a, you know, like a wind swell pushing also from the main swell. And this is usually what happened with a lot of kind of like water moving. There's a lot of things going on outside in the ocean. It's not one big clean line, so that would we expect it. But you know, the Indian Ocean is big. A lot of things going on. A lot of push. A lot of high pressure. A lot of low pressure. So either way, the wave is still there. You know.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on in the water. Like I was sitting next to the spot, next to the primary takeoff zone, and there was like the backwash from the rocks, and like with all these different swells, I was like, damn, I'm almost feeling seasick in here. You know?
Yeah, you can get a little wobbly there, especially closer to the rocks. But sometimes that can you know, benefit you also, because they the one who kind of like give you this runner, you know, that just keep pushing on the inside, you know, like
yeah, for sure.
I don't know, like you need to put time here to know which wave to go. You know, you cannot just rock up the day before and expect, you know, everything to be delivered. So it's all about experience. That's why Kishore is showing, you know, as a local here and moving into the next round. You know, you got to keep an eye how the local surf also. You know, there's a couple more guys coming soon on the main round. We have also who's coming up and riding, who's coming up from a local surfer here, actually, Percy, that you would like to mention.
I think we have a few local surfers. Well, let's just catch up with live action here as we have Roy up and riding. He put together a nice looking wave. That was a set wave as well. So he'll get probably the highest score of the heat so far. He's already in the lead, and I hope he ups his his highest score already. I think he probably will. Let's get a replay at this one and take me through this one, TP.
Yeah, nice, you know, first turn. Not as clean as he would hope, but I think the finishing maneuver right here, coming up soon, is the one that, you know, where everything is going to come from that last maneuver of his score, yeah.
Yeah, and Roy just putting that wave together and feeling that he didn't really do enough out the back, so really giving it his all on the finishing maneuver. Keanu also on the previous one got a 3.77 on that insider, and he kind of, you know, maybe he was listening to what we were saying, but he got that inside nugget and put a few turns in, got into second. That is the drop wallet from Roy, where he put all his money on, and you know, I'm thinking, and it definitely paid off. He got a 6.33 on that one, so really taking you know, 5 steps forward in the lead. Now Keanu up and riding again, driving down the line, getting past that section. Let's see if he finds the open face, deep bottom turn, and just carves that one as it softens out next to that elephant rock. Now it'll stand up a little, but still not quite as much as he'd like it. There's the section, but that one just munches him up.
I think he made that maneuver there. We kind of lost vision there a little bit, but looks like he able to get around that one. We'll see because
yeah, we'll see in the score.
yeah, he's looking for 2.47 to replace his second lowest score right there, and then yeah, Taki Kanazawa is also looking for score. So yeah, looks like everybody's doing the run around right now.
Yeah, he did go for the runaround pretty soon, so that probably means that he rode out on the foam. Quite an impressive finish on that one, because that looked really hard to finish on.
So here we go. This is Keanu Kamiyama, a surfer from Japan, but I'm pretty sure he lives in Encinitas in California. And nice, a bit of a setup maneuver right there, another setup maneuver, but this one is probably where he looks like he made around that one, but you know, we don't have any vision on that one. But if he get a better than 2.47, that might be a, you know, a completion on that one. So we will wait and see. So Keanu Kamiyama last race was 2.27, so he didn't make that one.
Yeah. But the requirement is quite steep. It's 7.39 to take back the lead. So it looks like Roy has effectively taken the lead here in the final 10 minutes of this heat. This is heat 3 of the round of 32s. And yeah, just Taki sitting with priority right now, looking for just a 2.41 to advance. So it is becoming a bit of a battle for second spot, as Roy really, you know, jumps in front of those ranks. Yeah, Yuito sitting on a 2.67, so he didn't get quite the score he wanted to on the first wave he got, which he waited for quite a while for. Now he's in second priority, so that means, you know, it's kind of like a difficult position because like you can't just go for any wave, because then you lose all that time you've put in to get into second priority. But you also can't, you know, you're under priority, so you don't have right away on all the waves, and you have to give way to Taki, for example. So only 7 minutes to go. Let's see if he finds some opportunities, and he is up and riding. Speaking of him right now, but yeah, this one does look a bit thick. Now looks like maybe a little double up for him to stand up the section. He's going a little bit more up into the wave. Let's see how much opportunity. Wow, this wave really not giving him much to work with. And that's going to be a frustrating one for our surfer in green. Yuito Nagai. 6 minutes and 35 to go. Yeah, situation is red, you know, in the lead with that 6.33. Managed to find a set wave. And he upped his highest ride. Like really smart competitive surfing there. You know, just building his scores. He started with that 4.83, backed it up with the 2.17, and then got the 6.38. You know, just waiting for that set wave out the back. Yeah, just smart surfing from our surfer in red. I also realized in that heat like how valuable it is to get the first wave of the heat, because you know, it just sets up that rhythm so that, you know, you're always kind of first whenever the sets come, and that's, yeah, just super valuable to be in rhythm with the ocean and priority at the same time, meaning you get right of way in all the best waves.
Yeah, I think the best strategy is always have a strategy. You know, without strategy, you're just expecting the ocean to provide, you know, like an 8-pointers is it's sometimes, you know, like it doesn't work like that with the you know, with the ocean. You know, you got to be like in sync with the ocean, and like you said, the first wave is always important. And here we go. This is Taki Kanazawa on a really important wave. He's looking for 2.41 and looks like 2.41 is way beyond already behind his requirements. So here we go. He looks like he's, you know, like holding back a little bit. You know, he just want to make sure that he finished this wave and get that number. You know, Taki is surfing smart here. You know, he doesn't need to go beyond to get the number. So he's just making sure all the line is providing the score that he's looking for. You know, a bit of a holding back, but still the number is still there. I think he only need 2.41. Yeah,
for sure. And most of the score is going to come from his wave selection. That was a beautifully selected wave from Taki. Let's have a look at it now. He just goes around this first section, sets up a nice long drawn out bottom turn, just a setup turn to get around the second one. So I kind of missed that first critical section there, but then got on to the rest of the wave with, you know, a lot of rail work, and finally getting past that elephant rock. As the wave stood up a little bit, going up into the lip, but not super critical, you know, just holding back, making sure he finishes it, and then putting a bit more money on that last turn. So definitely put together a score, and it's going to come in at a 5.4, so that'll be plenty for him. Now he can go and start taking a bit more risk. I think because he had those falls at the start and also in the free surf, he was like, okay, I just got to, you know, play it safe, make sure I'm into the next round, and then when I'm feeling more in rhythm with my board and the ocean, then I'll give it some more in the next heats, you know.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's nobody you don't need to impress anybody with, you know, doing super explosive this and that. You know, at the end of the day, the only thing you have to do is just progression. Progression is the you know, the main ideas of a competition. You know, you want to progress until the finals day, and then also into the finals. So I think Taki Kanazawa and Roy Kanazawa, they're brothers. They kind of help each other in the water. That's a guarantee. Because Roy is holding first priority. He's going to try to help his brother, because Keanu Kamiyama is looking for 5.46, and we can see Roy is next to him, waiting for Taki to come to the lineup again with 3 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure Roy is going to help his brother a little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Roy has priority, you know. He's already secured first position, and so definitely, you know, also his brother is in second. So, you know, they've kind of secured that first and second. So, you know, regardless of who's first or who's second, it doesn't really matter as long as they get through and get to the next round. I don't think they'll be placed again in the same heat, so it won't be like competition. Here's the replay from Taki. Yeah, just nice. Just nice wave put together, really. I mean, he was a little bit in between the critical sections, so not like super in rhythm with the wave, but it was just a really beautifully selected wave, and he was able to get onto the open face, get that rail wet, and yeah, into the lip a little bit on the last few sections. And yeah, the judges definitely also saw that he was holding back, and that's why they also put a lid on that score, 5.40, but plenty for him to get through, and now he has, you know, another couple of minutes to get another one under priority, though, to get rid of that 3.83, because now he is sitting in fourth priority. So surfers in white and green do have a shot, but looks like his bigger brother is holding priority and saving him a seat in the next round.
Yes, 2 minutes to go. We have a situation right now where we can see Keanu Kamiyama just paddling way deeper and expecting like there's one, you know, or actually he need 2 sets because he need to sell it to Roy first. If Roy didn't go, then, you know, that could be the Keanu's way. But if Roy goes, then Keanu need to go in the second sets because he's pretty deep right now. He's way outside. And then as we can see also Taki Kanazawa coming into the lineup with priority number 4. I don't know, he just want to join the party before the horn blows, and you know, he want to see if he's still in the second place or not.
Yeah, but he is keeping some distance from the surfers with priority, just making sure that if there's any opportunities that slip underneath of the primary takeoff zone, that he has a shot at that one. And that is smart competitive surfing, especially when you're under priority for a surfer in blue taki. Doing a great job at putting together a score that you know, puts him in second position. And with that 1 minute to go, there really isn't much of a chance, especially with his bigger brother having priority for Keanu. But let's see, putting the shoe on the other foot, let's see if Keanu is able to sell a wave that isn't really worth it to Roy. Like, this one is all right, but it doesn't have, you know, doesn't look that great. And so he definitely managed to, you know, sell that priority to Roy. And he does have a shot now. Yeah, he has a little opening, but only 30 seconds to go. He is firing on this one. Oh no, that is our surfer in green, Yuito. So let's see if, Keanu gets a little shot out the back. But yeah, Roy doing quite a good job of keeping that priority for like a good part of that closing section of the heat, and just with, you know, 10 seconds to go, it's going to be hard for Keanu to find anything. There is a wave though. Will he have enough time? He's paddling into it, putting as much as he can. He's going to have to pop up super fast, and it looks like he misses that one. That was it for Keanu, and Roy and Taki, the brothers, the Kanazawa brothers, making it through to the next round. We'll go on a short break with the highlights before I invite Jada back into the live commentary booth. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the Short Tempo Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. We are into Heat 4 for the round of 32. For the men's in the water right now are Masamune Uno, Shrikant Danasegaran, Iko Watanabe, and Takuto Ohta. Shrikant getting a nice set wave on that first opening exchange. Just the one turn, so a 3.33, and Masamune gets the edge on that opening exchange, but some solid surfing from Shrikant. I'm super excited. Like his good mate Kishore made it through this round, so I'm super excited to see what he has to offer in this heat, and hopefully he gets through. Masamune putting together a 5.0, really good way to start a heat, especially in the first 5 minutes. The 25 minutes, really nice. Extra 5 minutes, really nice to have because it just gives you that extra time. But still really positive to start the heat strong, and that's what our surfer in white has done.
Absolutely. Like, it doesn't sound like much at 5 minutes, but it actually helps so much. You can have a lot more time out there. You can actually make or break a heat with those extra 5 minutes. So really good call, especially today. It's a little bigger. There's quite a bit more water moving. You just had your heat, so you have that personal insight. Tell us what's happening out there. What's the vibes like? What are the waves like? Is it better than yesterday? A little bit more flat, shorter? Give us a lowdown.
Yeah, a little bit of morning sickness, and I feel like maybe a little bit less pulse in the ocean compared to yesterday. We are approaching that high tide, so that might also be part of it. I didn't go for a super early morning surf this morning, just like mid morning, like 6:30 or something like that. But yeah, there's still plenty of opportunities. There's, I would say, a few more, like a bit more range in where you can take off. You can take off on some nice insiders really close to the rocks. You can take off on like big set waves a little bit off the rocks. And then where white is sitting right now, you can take off on that second section over there where it kind of doubles up and gives you a face. So there are definitely plenty of opportunities. It is a little bit less connected than yesterday. Yesterday we were really seeing, especially in the morning surf, I remember we were taking off like super deep out the back and making waves through all the way down to the bottom. So yeah, maybe a little bit more mixed swells in there, but I hope it just cleans up towards the mid part of the morning with the offshore winds coming in and maybe a mid tide as well.
Absolutely. Maybe with that lower tide, it'll just start to clean up a little more and open up. We've seen some great rides this morning. You're right. They're slightly shorter. We haven't seen as many as those long ones that just get past Elephant Rock. So it's different, but that's what makes a great surfer, is someone who's able to adjust and adapt to situations really quickly. And you're going to have to be able to go out there or for your heat and pick the right equipment just straight off the bat, being able to know not only what the waves are doing, but also what your equipment does and in what conditions they're made for.
Yeah, for sure, and they still are able to find and put together those super long rides with, multiple major maneuvers combined up to give them some solid scores like Taki put together in the last heat. So yeah, looking forward to see what they what kind of opportunities they find in this one. But it looks a little bit flat. When I timed the sets this morning, it looked like a set every 6 minutes. So we had one in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Maybe another 2 or 3 minutes before the next set comes. It might have slowed down a little bit with the high tide. I'm actually not sure where the high tide mark will be at what time, but we'll have a look at that and bring that to you guys. Yeah, we are down to 17 minutes. So even with those 5 extra minutes, the time does take away so fast. Like, if you don't get busy within those first 5 minutes, it's just gone. Like you miss one set and then like you have another 6. Maybe that the next set is a little bit slower than usual. You miss 7, 8 minutes, and then it starts to get a little bit later into the heat. The others have already got a couple of scores. Your requirements are a little bit higher. You have to put 2 solid waves together. If you make a mistake, that even shortens up a little bit. So it's really important to get that heat started as early as possible, like our surfers in white and green. And Blue using priority on this one. Good job from Green also on selling him on this one, but let's see what he can do with it. Cutbacks to start, and now it stands up. Beautiful bottom turn, and he lays that one down. Super heavy-footed, confident surfer in Blue, Takuto Ohta, and that's a nice 2-turn combo.
Absolutely, that was really nice. He doesn't have a score just yet, so I think he was good to get his feet on the wax and kind of get things rolling for him on this heat. He surfed it nice. That wave didn't have a crazy amount on offer, but I think he definitely upsurfed it. It was one of those smaller insider. As you can see on your screen, that there's this side wave that kind of makes a bit of a lump on it, so it's definitely not easy out there, but the guys are managing pretty well. We haven't reached the dead high tide, or I think we're about to reach the peak of the high tide right now.
Yeah, 9:23 a.m. is high tide, so we're still approaching that high tide, and yeah, that does mean things are going to slow down a bit. So really good call from our event organizers to add those extra 5 minutes to the heat, because we might have some slow heats up until maybe 10, 11 in the morning, and then as we go down the tide back into the mids with those offshore winds, it might speed up a little bit again.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure as the tide goes down, we're going to see those beautiful stock standard right hand waves we're used to seeing out here. Here we go, live action. Break it down, Percy.
Shrikant Dhanasekaran going up into the lip, just almost, overcooking that one. And that's a little bit of a mistake. He's done it in the nationals here in Mahabs, and he is a power surfer. He has a hard time pulling back on waves because he really likes to, give it his all. But when the sections are, a little bit weaker, a little bit less powerful, you do have to hold it back a little bit, because otherwise you just pop out the back of it, and that's what happened for a surfer in green. But he'll go back out, and he has 15 minutes to, find another one. And I hopefully he learns from that wave over there, and is able to, hold back. Unless of course there is a really heavy section, and that's when he really wants to give it his all to get a higher score. And he is very reliable on those maneuvers, as long as it's a very heavy section. Like, he can give it his all on them and make them out with no problem.
Absolutely, that's something that makes a great surfer. Someone who's able to take their best part of their surfing and adjust it to all types of conditions. So, as you said, Shrikant is a power surfer, so when the conditions do get a little weaker, he has to maybe adjust it and kind of wait for that section to approach him instead of trying to make a section for that power surfing.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like the second set of the heat is coming through right about now. It looks like it's going to be a long set, because I can see some out the back as well. This one is standing up tall, and let's see who shoots on this one. Red up and riding. This is his first proper wave. He goes up into that first section, and you see how he was able to hold back on that section, really surfing it to what the wave was providing. Oh, just missing that last one.
Wow, that's super rare from Iko Watanabe. He tends to be one of those surfers that never makes a mistake. I mean, I think that's probably one of the first times I've ever seen him fall. He usually is so on point and always has everything unlocked, so especially so early into the rounds. But plenty of time still. That was a solid set from Iko Watanabe. Waited quite a while for it. Only needs a 161 actually to go into the second. So there hasn't been any major scores just yet besides Masamune's 5-point ride. So let's break this one down. This is Iko's wave, a really solid one. You can see him set it up here. A bit more of a check turn, I would say. Here's when he really starts to try ramp things up. You could see a bit of a wobble there when he was doing that bottom turn, maybe kind of lost his focus going back down, but that was a really nicely surfed wave nonetheless. 4.5 for Iko Watanabe, and incomplete, so it would have been definitely going into the 5 or 6s.
Yeah, still a score for Iko with those first two turns, and he does take the lead with that one, and you'll go back out the back, 12 minutes and 50 seconds to go, so those 5 extra minutes really, saving a lot of, saving a lot of pressure, saving a lot of these surfers in the heats, giving them a few more shots. And here we see our local Shrikant Dhanasekaran up and riding, sets up the first bottom turn, carve to start. Now it stands up, bang, again, overcooking that one, just a little bit off timing. Yeah, what I realized with, like forehand snaps is you really got to time it right. Like if it's a millisecond too late or a millisecond too early, it's just not right. And here's a surfer in white, going up into the lip on the first one. A bit of a check turn to maintain speed and go down the line. Now it stands up here. He'll carve this one. And let's see what he can do on the last section. He does get up there and land it with success. So solid one for Masamune Uno. That will be definitely a score. And he only needs a 2 to take back the lead. So looks like Masamune Mune Uno and Iko Watanabe will be, having a little bit of a boxing match in first and second, but Shrikant's still in the conversation, so let's see what he can do. He'll probably be paddling out back to get some priority.
All right, yeah, so again, nothing major just yet. It's been a bit of a slow heat. The highest one was at 5. That happened in the very first couple minutes of it, and then we haven't had anything major just yet. Iko Watanabe, that 4.5. So it's still anyone's heat. Look at the score lines. I mean, they're so close. Like, you don't need much at all. For now, before Masamune Uno's last score drops, there we have it, a 5.10 jump straight to first, but still Shrikant only needs a 3.68, and so does Takuto Ota. Live action now. This is Shrikant, really lays it back on that last one. This wave just kind of tapers off for him, gets a little fat. You can really see that high tide affecting wave. There's so much water moving on the inside. Live action again, Iko Watanabe on an insider, trying to back his score up quickly. He was liking that one. That was a solid finishing.
Yeah, some heavy sections on the inside over there from Iko, and Shrikant also on the one behind. Like, he saw that there was only that one section really on the wave, so he tried to give it his all. Just the one maneuver, though. It might replace his 2.03, and it did just by a little bit, but that's not what he's looking for. What he's looking for is to get up into second or first, which he doesn't need much for, just a 3.68, but definitely possible, and he's still waiting on last of Iko, that 2-turn maneuver. So the requirement is going to go up for green and blue, and just hope for them to get some opportunities. Blue, Takuto Ota is sitting out the back with priority. Right now just needs a 3.44. That requirement is going to go up, though, with Iko's last wave.
Yep, so it's gonna be a really interesting last part of the heat. Every time things get really slow, it tries to wrap up. I love that first turn from Iko. That was so sharp and tight in the pocket. This finishing, though, I personally think that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
That was a solid wave. I didn't see that first maneuver on that one. I think we caught up on it a little bit late. But yeah, that first one was absolutely radical, going, really straight vert, and keeping it a little bit under the lip just to make sure he keeps grip on the wave, but really sending a fan of spray straight up into the sky. And he linked it up with 3 turns on that foamy insider, so definitely difficult to do. Also quite sectiony and so on, but he negotiated that wave and read it really well. Here's the replay from Red as well.
Boom, look at that. That sharp eye is looking so good under Iko's feet. He is on fire right now. And like you said, he really surfed this wave up. I mean, look at it. It's a foamy inside section wave. And he got a 6.17 off of it.
Yeah, and what I want to note in terms of like coaching and in terms of like, how you want to surf waves is really read and identify the most critical sections of each wave. And those are the ones you want to hit. Like, I do see like a few people or some of the surfers out there, getting around those critical sections and then going for maneuvers right after them. But it's super important to, whenever that lip is standing up, whenever that section is coming, like go for a bottom turn and go and smack that thing. And that's what Iko did over there.
Absolutely.
And he gets rewarded for it with a 6.17, guys. So taking the lead, it's a bit of a boxing match between Iko and Masamune. Masamune starting with the 5, backing it up with the 5.10. Iko a 4.5, falling on that last maneuver, but then backing it up on the insider with the 6.17. So a little bit more work for our surfers in green and blue now. Shrikant needing a 6.77 and Takuto needing a 6.53. So they do have priority. But only 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. They're gonna have to fire on all guns to be able to, get that one.
Yeah, so strange from Takuto Ota. He tends to be quite a lot more active. He's been sitting down on that 357 for quite a bit. So I don't know. When I was competing, I hated to just sit there for a really long time because those nerves just start to really get to you, and it's so much harder to keep your emotions under control when you're just sitting there and hearing those big scores as well. So it's not an easy situation to be in, but those surfers who are able to just sit there and get themselves out of it and get the scores they're looking for, just show that resilience, they show that strength. So hopefully we get a bit of a battle from Takuto Ota in the last 7 minutes. I would love to see him try a little bit more, get a couple more waves in, and really get this battle going.
Yeah, for sure. Would be good. You know, I mean, that's kind of the main thing. Like in these heats, like I just want everyone to have a chance to you know, showcase their surfing, show what they're able to do on the conditions that are provided, and that's really what we're here to watch. So hopefully surfers in blue and green get a chance at you know, giving us a look at what kind of surfing they have on offer, and what they can do with these waves with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There's a bit of a steeper requirement for our surfers in third and fourth, and the ocean is going a little bit flat in between sets, but it looks like there's some lines out the back, so we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting, yeah, for those sets to roll in, and for those opportunities to come for our surfers in third and fourth. Waiting patiently, that's what I was trying to say.
All right, so there hasn't been too much happening in the last couple of minutes of this heat. But coming up next, round of 32, Heat 5, we have Tenchi Iwami, the winner of the last QS that you guys had over here. Sivaraj, Babu, Ren Okano, and Taro Takai. So we keep getting some really big names today, and it's the top-seeded surfers all kind of coming out. So it's going to be a great day of surfing.
Yeah, so this round of 32, is when those top-seeded surfers come in, and yeah, super psyched to you know, see these guys surfing, and you know, already Eco coming in and doing a great job on that little insider. And here we have a look at Sivraj, you know, local boy Sivraj. He is on the top of the rankings of the Indians right now, and he's been having quite a good season. Had 2 wins out of 4 events, and yeah, this is his home spot. You know, you can see him there on the top of the rocks, the king of the rocks, the king of Mahabs right now. And yeah, hopefully we get to, you know, see a bit of his surfing and see what he's able to do on these waves. See some of that local knowledge, you know, where he positions himself and stuff. And maybe we have a thing or two to learn from him. But yeah, not too much pressure, of course. You know, it is a tough event and some big names out there to defeat. So, and India is just an up-and-coming country in terms of professional surfing. But yeah, super excited to see the next heat. Tenchi Iwami, yeah, I've had a few sessions with him, and he looks super strong on his feet. Actually, I was thinking to invite him in here into the booth to have a little talk about, you know, how things are going in Japan, and what these guys put in terms of training and so on. Here's our surfer in green now, having a shot, Srikanth. Dhanasekaran, first turn to start, now goes up into the lip, holding back a little bit, so smart surfing there, drifting the fins on that one. That's a solid wave for a surfer in green. He does need a 6.77 though, so it is quite a steep requirement. We'll see where the judges go with that one, but he might reduce the requirement a little bit, and you know, maybe if he gets a second shot, he could get that second position. Take us through this one, Giada.
Yeah, so really nicely done. You're right. Holding back a little more. He's surfing at maybe, I would say, a 60 or 65% than what he was surfing before. He probably pushed the other waves a little too hard. He does need a pretty solid score, but I think he's going to be improving on his score line a little bit. So it was a smart move from Srikanth. He just needs enough time to get back out there and get one more chance to kind of really get a solid one in. He needs maybe one of those bigger sets to be able to handle his surfing and handle his big power gouges that we're used to seeing from Srikanth. So hopefully we get to see that one more time. Takuto still just hasn't really caught a wave just yet. He's been sitting out there for, I would say, well, almost like 20 minutes.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate for Srikanth there. He wasn't able to maintain speed through that last maneuver because it looked like there was a bit of a section remaining at the end of that wave, and that could have, you know, upped that wave to the 5 maybe, which would have, you know, only required him a 4 or 3 to progress. No, actually he would have needed 2 5s probably. So yeah, now the requirement is reduced to 5.57, but yeah, still achievement, still the highest wave of his own heat. So he would need a solid wave for that. As we see Eco out the back, laying that one down on the lip. I just love how in tune he is with the waves, you know, really surfing them to what the wave offers him. And here's that section. And you can be sure that he's going to hit every critical section on the wave that it offers. So yeah, take notes, guys. You know, a really experienced surfer here, Eco Watanabe. and doing a great job in the lead right now. Here's the replay. Take us through this one, Giada.
All right, so you're right. Iko never misses a beat. He is constantly on lock. Even when that wave goes a little fat, you know, he keeps that board alive. He keeps it moving. He doesn't lose that power or flow. They're super strong finishing for Iko. So he's one of those surfers that, like I said earlier, is really rare to see him fall. That's why it was a little out of pocket from Iko Watanabe earlier on in that 4-5 when he wasn't able to complete it, because he's just so precise. He was practically looks like he was born and bred to compete. He's one of those surfers that we were talking about yesterday. He's just made for it.
Yeah, for sure. Here's a slow-mo recap, really hitting that lip, driving down, maintaining speed. Just a carve to get through those weird flat sections, but straight into a hit on that one. Actually, there, a little bit of a mixed opportunity. I think he went for 2-for-1. He could have hit that section maybe a little bit more critical if you want to up the antique on his backup score. And then here, hitting that last section again, but not able to get like a super deep bottom turn on it, which would have made it a little bit more critical. So that, I mean, the waves are super sectiony. There's ribs in them. There's different sections, double ups, all sorts of stuff. So super technical and difficult to ride. As we, you know, we're going through this high tide section of the morning. But yeah, I am super excited for the remainder of the event window, because you know that rising tide is going to be moving into our morning, and hopefully we get rising tide plus offshore. That's going to be like the best conditions, and I think it might come around for our finals day. Here's our surfer in blue, up and riding. He waited a long time for this one. He looks like a solid surfer, but oh my God, that one just runs away from him, and we won't be able to see his surfing. That's what I find the most unfortunate is you know, when we're not able to really see and what the surfers are able to showcase, because Takuto there really looked like a solid surfer on his feet. Really, you know, really heavy-footed, really able to you know, put some really strong, powerful turns in. So it would have been cool to see those, but it looks like with 10 seconds to go, it's going to be a little bit tough. As we see our surfer in green now going under priority, but surfer in white uses priority to take this one off him and drifts the fin on that first turn. Comes out with so much ease. That is one of my favorite turns, Jada. I did my first fin drift this year, actually, in the Andamans,
sick.
And it felt so amazing.
That is so epic. All right, and with that, I don't think there's going to be a big change in the situation now. You want to throw it out to a quick break?
Yeah, let us throw it out to a quick break with the highlights and, you know, a view from the top and so on, before we catch up with the next heat 5 of the round of 32.
All right, welcome back to the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. It is round of 32, heat 5. Tenchi Iwami in the red, Sivaraj Babu in blue, Ren Okano in the white, and Taro Takai in the green. It is a gorgeous morning out here in Mahabalipuram. We are so excited to be out here, and it is going to be a really stacked heat as we wait for these 4 surfers to kind of get things rolling here. Don't miss out on today's action. We started off the day with this men's QS round of 32, all 8 heats. We're going straight into the women's QS round of 16, then back to the men's QS round of 16, and finishing off the day with the women's Pro Junior. So they will be doing their debut moment. I want to welcome back into the booth my good friend Tippy Jabrick. He has been walking around town, seeing what's happening. So tell us what's happening around the contest side, Tippy.
Yeah, I think everybody just having breakfast right now at the you know, at the restaurant here at the next to the judging area. So I have a little local pancake today with you know, a little butter and honey. So, and I have always the soup. The soup is pretty good.
The sambar?
Yeah, they call it sambal. I don't know. In Indo, sambal means like hot spicy sauce.
Yeah, I know. And they call it
Yeah.
the curry. Every morning they have sambar curry here. And we get so confused because in Indonesia, sambal means spicy sauce. All right, so things are rolling. This is the local Sivaraj Babu, current leader in the Indian rankings. So big first, I would say, opening turn, airdrops there, gets around this section. Unfortunately, goes around Elephant Rock, isn't able to really get much more out of that one. But it's good to get things rolling. We had a bit of a slow heat on that last one. Not too many waves ridden, unfortunately. One of the top ranked surfer, Takuto Ota, only caught one wave in 25 minutes. So it's not easy out there.
Yeah, and then also we have also a local surfer on the heat before. We have Srikan also didn't make on that one, but you know, so far we have Kishore, you know, leading the, you know, the local contingent here in the Mahabs at the Mahabs surf spot here on the Shore Temple Classic 2026. So we hope to see more of the Indian surfer progressing. So we have here Sivaraj Babu with the opening ride of a 3.5. So hopefully he can get, you know, a better score, and then probably in the advancing situation. Here we go, a replay from Sivaraj. Nice opening wave actually here for him. You know, just a little bit unlucky. There's nothing on offer. It looks like if he would have just done a turn there, that could be a, you know, a good score to have. But yeah, 3.5, his opening ride. He got to go back to the lineup and kind of joining Tenshi Iwami, Ren Okano, and Taro Takai. With 20 minutes to go, 5 minutes have passed by, and three surfers haven't have any score on their account. Still early, 25 minutes heat, so you know, everybody can still try to get the better wave. Still no priority right now because three surfers haven't catch any wave. It could be like a, you know, suspended priority for Sivaraj because he's not coming into the lineup yet. He will get fourth priority if he do back into the lineup. So here we go. Looks like a surfer in white. This is Ren Okano, young surfer from Japan. Nice roundhouse cutback into a big finishing right there. So Ren Okano could be taking the lead right here.
Yeah, so the waves are quite a lot shorter than what we were seeing yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing that gorgeous Mahabalipuram classic long right-handers that were just going past Elephant Rock. But you're right, I did like this ride from Ren Okano. Not super long, but two quality turns, a lot of variety. He's giving something fresh to look at. So I think he took advantage of that situation as best he could. But hopefully as the tide starts to go down, we're going to see the situation clean up a little bit, and we're going to see those waves just start to peel all the way through and give the surfers a better chance. So Tenshi Iwami, the winner of the last QS that they had here in Mahabalipuram, massive first gouge there, really tight in the pocket, gets around this sleepy section, weaves through it really nicely and finishes it off super strong, showing exactly why he won the title here last time.
Yeah, the defending champion right there. Really good opening right there. So Tenshi Iwami coming here for business. He's not come here to make friends. So he wanna make sure that he take down a lot of surfers here because as the defending champion, he wanna make sure that he's keep going. So here we go, talking about Tenshi Iwami. He's still waiting for a section opening for him right there. There was a big roundhouse right. A big gouge on his first maneuver there, and this finishing one, super fast, super critical, boom, right there. You know, I would say there's only two major maneuver on that wave, but those two major maneuver that he did could reward him with a good score. So Ren Okano with a 4.33 did take the lead, but we have to wait for Tenshi Iwami first opening right there, Jetta.
So Tenshi Iwami first started competing on the WSL in 2016. So he's been doing the rounds for quite a while. In 2005, he was on the Challenger Series and finished first in the men's qualifying series. His best result on the QS was a 17th in the QS 6000 in Korea. And in the Challenger Series, had a 49th finish in both the Lexus US Open of Surfing and in Newcastle. So he's had a pretty decent year. I'm sure he's fighting to get his spot back onto the Challenger Series next year. He is such an incredible surfer. As we said, he's won QSs before, and that is no easy task. He just sweeped it the last time from Kian Martin, I think in the very last dying minute in 2024. Oh, sorry, 2023. So it's been a while since we've been back here, and Tenshu Iwami has, been surfing out there. He's been doing the rounds throughout the years, and he's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, talking about solid there, so 533 is a solid number from Tenshu Iwami last wave. So, yeah, Tenshu Iwami been surfing in the Challenger, so that's the second highest, tier of, the WSL competition level here. So, with this event, this is the qualifying series 2000. This is where all the Asian region surfers need to compete, get their points into their ranking system, and also they want to finish top 4 on those rankings to represent Asia into the Challenger Series, where, in the Challenger Series, there's like multiple regional WSL region, like South America, North America, Australasia, Africa, Europe, that everybody will compete there to get a spot for best 10 into the CT level. So yeah, this is a platform. This is a way to get into like those world championship tour that everybody is dreaming about.
Yep, absolutely. Taro Takai getting a quick ride there, unfortunately not being able to kind of string that one together. He is currently sitting in 4th. He has a 2-1 and a 1-1-7. So while we stick to live action for quite a bit, because this is Reno Kano, really pushes the tail on that one, tries to weave through this dead section and finishes it off so strong. The judges are going to love that finishing turn, that exclamation mark showing that he has control and he wants to get back into first. So while we wait for those scores to come through and while there's a break in the action, we're going to throw it down to Percy and the winner of the last heat.
We're ready? Okay, count me in. I'm live? All right, I'm down here at the beach with Iko Watanabe, winner of the last heat. He did a great job with challenging conditions to take a win on the other surfers. Finding some set waves, also going to the inside and finding some little insiders and surfing them really well. Iko, what tips would you have to your fellow competitors, to manage in these challenging conditions?
どうだろう。波は結構見てる感じ良かったんですけど、入ったらその小さい波も良くなってくるようなコンディションだったので、すごい波選びが難しかったです。
Super cool, thank you. And anything you would like to share, about your experience surfing here, your last heat, or what you're taking to the next heat with your friends and family back home?
そうですね。次のヒートはもっと楽しませるようなヒートするんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you, Iko, and good luck in the next round. Back to you guys in the live booth.
Thank you so much, Percy and Iko Watanabe. So last year, while we were here for the ASF, Iko had an incredible run of competition. He looked so in tune with this wave, and he's one of those surfers that never really makes a lot of mistakes out there. So live action again, Reno Kano does go to the lead with a 6-1-7 on that last one, just a one-turner there. Pick that one off on the inside. What do you think of that score, Tibi? 6-1-7.
Yeah, I think 6.17 is a keeper for sure in this condition. There's a lot of wave, but surfers being really picky because you need to be really super picky on the condition today because not every wave offering the same line as Reno Kano. Here we go. This is Sivaraj, local surfer here. This is way better wave from his first one. Nice wave, nice couple of maneuver already so far. So this could be a good number for Sivaraj if he can make that one. Yes, he did. And I think the whole beach are pretty happy to see their local surfer here, Sivaraj Babu, getting a score, and hopefully he can move into the first or second spot, because he only looking for 1.84. So here's another replay of Sivaraj wave. This is a really great looking wave. A nice first top turn. This one is just a nice roundy right there, and strong top turn maneuver there, and putting the last maneuver into a really strong exclamation there. Yeah, so yeah, we're looking for a big number right there.
Absolutely. That was a gorgeous wave from Sivaraj. He really didn't miss any beats. He was on a really nice flow. He did a lot of different maneuvers, giving the variety, giving something fresh to look at, which the judges will eat that up. So I think that's going to be really nice. 5.67 for our local surfer. So Sivaraj is currently the #1 in the Indian national rankings, showing that this is exactly why, this is exactly the type of surfing that gets you to that type of level, and being able to showcase that on an international WSL QS event is a massive thing, and I think it'll give so much confidence to him going into the Asian Games. Hopefully, he will be representing India. There we have the local crowd going out for their morning commute. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more Sivaraj. I would love to see him catch a couple more waves. Unfortunately, Taro Takai isn't really able to string this one together just yet.
Yeah, I think this heat is wide open between Ren Okano, Sivaraj, and also Tenshi Iwami, because Tenshi got a 5.33 on his opening, looking for his second score, and still waiting out there with a priority in his hand. And Taro Takai probably looking for a bigger number of 2.10 and a 1.17. So I'm pretty sure Taro Takai is looking to exchange both of that number into a better number. With second priority, he have all the chances that he can take right now. If Tenshi didn't want to take on any of them, I think Taro Takai can take advantage of them. Rano Kano and Sivaraj Babu is also not far behind with a priority #3 and #4. 10 minutes to go, so still a lot of things can happen here, as we saw in the last heat. There's a couple exchanges on the last second and the last minute, so it will be interesting to see the outcome of this heat.
Absolutely. Ren Okano is not going to be easy to take out of that first position. He has a lot of heats under his belt. First started competing on the WSL in 2022. Last year he finished 50th in the men's QS, I would say in the Asian series. His best results were a 9th in the QS 2000, both in Omazaki and Tokonoshima. He did go to Sean, got a 49th and a 25th in the Hamamatsu Open QS 2000. His best results was a 3rd in the Omazaki Pro Junior and a 9th in the Hyuga Pro Junior. So he knows what he's doing. And this on your screen, though, is our local surfer, unfortunately, pushing it a little too hard. I think he just needs to go back to basics, get a backup score, because Tenshi Iwami is sitting out there patiently with priority, that 5.33 next to his name, only looking for a 3.85. So this is the man we're talking about. Tenshi Iwami fumbles a little there, is able to recover nicely, good solid first turn, does it again, gets past Elephant Rock, beautiful sweeping cutback. Unfortunately, that wave isn't really cooperating with him. Let's see how he finishes this one off. Solid finish for Tenshi Iwami. Definitely that 3.85 in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's gonna, push his situation and position for sure right there, because he only looking for small numbers. He could go first or second right now, and yeah, the battle for first and second is going to be so tight between these three surfers. And here we go. This is Tenshi's replay right here. A little bit of a whitewater stumble there on his knee there, and then continue with a bit way better at the end of the the wave, and just a setup cut back there, and then getting ready for the last finishing right here. And yeah, the judge is gonna love to see any ride that have a strong finishing, and then I think Tenshi's gonna have a good numbers there. Even though the shape of the wave is really good, but he did like couple mistake on the beginning. But yeah, he only looking for small numbers, a 3 point something, and I'm sure he's gonna get it.
Yeah, there wasn't too much happening on that wave. I would say that it was mostly the wave choice. It wasn't really cooperating with him. All the points are going to come from that last turn, I would say. Comes in at 4.57, so it's a pretty good score. It pushes him straight into second. Now Sivaraj looking for a 4.23, so we know he can do it at 5.67. He has that local knowledge to his advantage, and it's going to be really interesting as we start to get to really wind this heat down and start to get to those important moments. Coming up next, though, Rinta Otu, Kanoa Hije, Taro Matsuno, and Sanjay Silvamani. So things are starting to get really interesting as all the top-seeded surfers start to really show up.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. This is critical times for all the competitors for sure. And yeah, I think the one that need to work more, he's actually a surfer right now, up and running, Taro Takai. He was really impressive during the free surfing the other day. And yeah, I think he just need to link up this wave, and he doesn't look like he's happy with that wave. So yeah, he need to go back into to the takeoff spot there, and then getting a better score, a better wave. But yeah, he's looking for a bigger number right now, a 7.47. Of course, you know, he will get a little bit rattled with that number announced by the beach commentary saying you need a 7.47. That's a big number, but if you think about it, you know, you just need to get two wave that, you know, can help your situation, because if you think you need a single score of 7.47, that's going to be a big task.
Absolutely. It's just being able to go back to basics and reminding yourself that surfing is quite simple. It's just two waves. You just need to do a couple turns, and it's easy to get in your own head and start to overthink these situations when you feel so much pressure. You know, 25 minutes sounds like a long time, but once you're out there, it flies by so quickly. So being able to control the situation quickly and manage to restart and keep your emotions under check is a huge task.
Yeah, for everybody that viewing this live event at the Shore Temple Classic 2026, we are at a surf point break called Mahabalipuram. Behind that rocks, there's a really nice temple that goes back to 1,000 years before. You know, so this town is a really big sacred pilgrimage town. And then here we go, talking about local. Here we go, Sivaraj Babu looking for a 4.20, a 4.23 to move into the next round, but he didn't make it. Yeah, so 5 minutes to go. Still chances for everybody.
Absolutely. And I know we're still into the men's round, but I'm just taking a quick look. We will be going straight into the women's QS round of 16, and there are some massive names that are going to be coming up. Mirai Akeda going up against the local Sugar Banarase. That is going to be such a great heat. Suri Jabrik is going to be in that first heat as well. Shiro Matsuda, the Olympian, is out here as well at this QS 2000. Anri Matsuno. Honorin is going to be coming up against the girls, and Lydia Kato. In Heat 3, Rita Suzuki going up against Hinano Shimizu, Arisa Ishii, and Renon Matsuyama. And then finally in Heat 4, Sara Wakita, Kamali Jirapat, and Isabella Higgs. So it is starting to get super stacked here. It is a full day of competition. So do not tune out, because it is going to be great. Right after women's, we're going back into the men's QS round of 16 and finishing the day off with the Women's Pro Juniors. So they will be surfing their first heats. This is only day 2 of the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. As we see a couple sets rolling through, it is Ren Okano with priority. He will be pulling the trigger on this one. He is currently in first, wants to back up that 617. Beautiful sweeping carve, gets back to the power section, weaves through this dead section, gets a little too far out. So he's going to have to do something pretty impressive to back up that first turn here on the inside. Really pushes it. I am loving what he did. Ren Okano.
Yeah, that was a really good wave there. You know, his first opening ride was amazing, but just lack of that finishing, because you know, the rocks creating some kind of a condition there where, you know, the wave kind of dies off. But two two kind of like a good maneuver there, one check-up turns, but yeah, this is a live action from Sivaraj Babu. I'm not sure what did he do in the beginning of that wave, but the rocks a little bit creating of a a situation where you can get around it, or you need to do something big before the rocks. So here's a replay of Sivaraj. Just a setup turn right there. This is a better maneuver. Can he get one more there? Looks like just a cutback there. So he's looking for a number of a 4.23. It's up to the judge to see if that's the number that he's looking for. Here we go. Tenshi Iwami, second position. Nice big turn right there. Can he do another turn and get around this one? There's a rocks in front of him, but it looks like he managed to do one big maneuver before the rocks there. Giada, yeah, what an amazing serve there, actually.
Yeah, so Tenshi Iwami, and right behind him, Taro Takai, back in it, wants to get rid of that 2-1-0. Hasn't really been able to string it together. We're going to be reaching the 2-minute mark of this heat. So unfortunately there for Taro, he needs a 7-4-7. That's a pretty solid score. I feel like Sivaraj, his last one comes in at a 3.33. So wave selection letting him down a little bit. I think he has a surfing, and he's shown that he does, but the waves he's been picking haven't been giving him the opportunity to create that score that he wants, to be able to go up against names like Tenshi Iwami and Ren Okano, two surfers that have been competing on the QS for a really long time. This is the man we're talking about. Massive first turn there. Sets it up for that second one to get around the section, and a solid finishing there. This wave not offering much more, but I feel like Tenshi Iwami got the best of it all.
Yeah, that's guaranteed going to be a good score there. So waiting for last of wave of Tenshi Iwami. And yeah, we'll see if he's going to move into first position. He need a 5.18, and Sivaraj also having a wave there. So here we go. This is just a replay of a last wave of Sivaraj. Nice maneuver right there. He get around that rocks, but that rocks is always the one that on this high tide condition right now, it become a little bit of a challenging situation, Giada.
Yeah, that wave that Sivaraj had was going to be such a great score. If he could have backed up that first carve, I think he would have definitely gotten the score that he was looking for. We're still waiting for the last of Tenshi Iwami as well. We had Taro Takai taking to the air, massive finish there. So this is going to be a really exciting last 20 seconds of this heat. A couple more sets rolling through. Ren Okano out the back with priority again. He's been in a great rhythm with the ocean, always been at the right place and at the right time. We catch up with the current heat leader. So two solid finishing there, but we are still waiting for scores for all four surfers. I think we're going to stick with it and see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of exchange going on there. So this is Taro Takai's inside rotation here. So he need a 7 point, but those maneuver is amazing, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough with a single big 360 aerial 360 there. But yeah, what a great surfing there from Taro Takai, but still waiting for score from these three surfers. Looks like Tenshi Iwami get a first place there with a 6.20 on his last wave there.
So Tenshi Iwami jumps straight to the lead, 6.20. Best wave of the heat, backs it up with a 5.33. We're still waiting for scores of white, blue, and green. Taro Takai, a massive finishing there for him. He now needs an 8.07, so that's a big requirement. I don't know if it will be it, but it was a solid effort to kind of get himself back into this heat and kind of battle it out until the very last dying seconds.
So yeah, great surfing from the defending champion there, Tenshi Iwami, Giada. Solid first place there for now, waiting for Ren Okano's wave. He's looking for 5.37 if he can change situation and then move him into first place. But yeah, Sivaraj Babu didn't get the score that he's looking for. It's only a 2.77. So unfortunately for our local surfers. And wow, what a big number from Taro Takai. Last second, a 7.1, a 7.33, but still not enough.
Yep, that is a massive score for Tartakai. Unfortunately, it was not enough. He jumps to third, but will not be continuing on to the round of 16 later on today. With that, it is Tenchiwami and Reno Kano who will be seeing a surf later on. We're going to throw out to a quick break before I go have a chat with our winner, Tenchiwami, and we'll see you guys very soon.
So yeah, welcome back to the Shore Temple Classic 2026. I'm here with Percy Fayon. Welcome back to the booth, Percy.
Yeah, and we have some big names on the board here. Rinta Uto. And, starts right off the bat with some big hacks on that wave. Yeah, just beautiful surfing from, this guy's quite high in the rankings, I believe. I've seen him up in the rankings over there, so looking for some big surfing from him. And here also Surfer in White starting right off the bat. Beautiful swoop to start, straight up into the lip, and he makes it out of the white water, disappearing for a second, but coming out of that one. That was our Surfer in White. Taro Matsuno, we saw him surfing yesterday, got some really good waves. Kanoa Haiji now also out the back, and just a setup turn now up into the lip, solid backhand. He has a really strong backhand, also up in the rankings on the QS, so we're really seeing the top dogs now as we enter round of 32. Take me through this one, Tipi.
Yeah, this is a replay of Taro Matsuno, really strong surfing here. At the end of the day, if you can lining up a couple good maneuver and finish it up really strong, that's the numbers that you're looking for, that's for sure. And yeah, so little bit situation with Rinta Uto. He made into the final of the QS 6000 in Korea. That's the reason why he's up there, because the QS 6000 is a double sanction. Here we go. This is Sanjay, the local surfer here from the area of Kowloon. Oh, just unable to get around that section right there.
Yeah, putting everything into that drop wallet on the last section, but unfortunately not making the finish. He'll just be looking to put some good surfing on show there, and get some experience in the QS. Here is the replay from Kanoa. Big hack to start, and yeah, that was the start of the wave that we didn't really see. So he got a big hit on the first one, 2 setup turns, and then a big hit to finish. So that's going to be quite a score as well. All of our surfers firing on all guns here in the first 5 minutes of Heat 6 for the round of 32.
So yeah, while we're waiting for more scores to be locked in, we're going to go into the glass with Giada Lajati with the winner of last heat.
And Rinta, a 517
Here with Tenchi
on
Wami,
his
winner
heat
of the
opener.
last heat. Congratulations. You didn't even know you won. So what was your heat strategy paddling out?
My strategy, like, I gotta, I think I need just 2 waves, just to set good one. But that was so short heat. It was, I think, full high tide. I was like thinking,
20 minutes to go.
no wave, oh, where's the wave in the outside? So that was hard hit, but I got a 633. Last one, I was lucky. I'm so stoked.
So you've won this event before. Do you feel any pressure, or do you think, actually, I've done this before, I'm all good?
Actually, I'm a little bit nervous that heat, but I love this wave, kind of this wave, and then I love India and I love Indian people. Like this is like my home. Like I love here.
That's beautiful. What would you say is your favorite part about India? Is it the food? Do you like curry? What do you love about the people?
I love Indian curry with naan. I eat every day like butter chicken curry and naan. That is my favorite. People is very kind, like nice to me. Someone give to me who works in the free. Those surprise, like, yeah, I love.
Wow, that is beautiful. I'm sure you have a lot of people watching, especially here in India as well. What would you like to say to everyone back at home?
さっきのヒートかなり危なかったんですけど、なんとか最後稲見乗れて勝つことができました。このあともう1回ヒートがあるので、少し休んで準備して次に挑みます。また応援よろしくお願いします。頑張ります。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, that was a good insider there from Tenchi Iwami, our defending champion for the event here in Mahabalipuram. So 2023, he got it as the first place here in the Mahab. So yeah, what a great insight there. The curry, the people, everything, the food is amazing. And looking at the replay here from Taro Matsuno, what a great tail slide air there. So still able to control it really well. A lot of downtime here, but he managed to put one more right there. So it'll be interesting if the judges like it, because at the back, here we go. So, Kanoa Hije just stumbled on that one. Looks like something happened on that wave. So Kanoa Hije is sitting in second position right now with Rinta Uto still with only one wave on his account right there.
And that was a massive two-turn combo from our surfer in white, Taro Matsuno. Here's the replay from Kanoa Haiji. Just having a stumble on this one, overcooking it a little bit. I mean, what I'm really impressed by is Taro Matsuno on the last one. He also kind of overcooked that one, like projecting that maneuver above the lip and still engaging the rails, really knifing them into the lip, and like I don't know, like most of his board came out of that one. Let's have a replay on this one. Massive turn here. The board fully disengages, re-engages into that lip. He knifes it back in, and then another, just a little setup turn here to get into the double up, and just shuts it down with another massive turn here. So for me, that was the biggest turn of the event so far. He treated it like a snap, but his board got some air under it, and yeah, just super impressed. This is the kind of surfing I surf in my dreams. Like surfing like you're doing a snap, but like above the lip kind of stuff. So yeah. Taro Matsuno not being phased out by the big names in this heat with Rinta Uto and Kanoa Haiji, and just giving it his all here, and he's in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.83. Let's see what Kanoa and Rinta have to say for that one, and Sanjay also giving it his all on some of these waves. So yeah, great surfing out there with 16 minutes to go, and it looks like the conditions are cleaning up. Here's our surfer in white firing again, just not quite getting around that section.
Yeah, Taro Matsuno with 15 minutes to go already have a 12.33 total score. So great surfing there from Taro, getting two waves straight away into his account. He have a 5.83 and also a 6.5. So yeah, it's all about commitment that he did on that last wave. Full commitment, still with kind of control, and making sure that he, like put all the lines together to have that finishing maneuver. So 6.5 there from Taro Matsuno. Kanoa Hije not far behind, and also Rinta Uto currently sitting in the third place, and Sanjay Selvani need to get two new score if he want to into in the advanced situation, because Sanjay two score is just a modest 1.9 and also 0.7. So he's holding priority right now. He need to choose the right one that offering him with his surf style. He like to do a big strong top turn. The Sanjay style. So let's see if he can get that wave priority on Sanjay.
Yeah, I really just hope that he gets an opportunity to put some surfing on show here and represent India in the water here at the spot. The conditions are really starting to pump, and Taro up and riding again. This is our heat leader. Yesterday we saw some great rides from him, and what really impresses me is the quality of his bottom turns. Just so low. Close to the face of the water on those bottom turns, and that's what allows them to project so vertical, so critical up into those sections. So yeah, for everyone out there, especially in India, take notes. These guys are super experienced QS, competitive surfers, and yeah, the reason we invite them over here onto our shores is for this reason to to be able to learn from them and really watch and see their surfing with our own eyes. So. And also showcase, what we've been learning in the past years. I mean, surfing super young in India. Our first contest ever was in 2011 on this beach. So it's been just over, just around 15 years of competitive surfing here in India. And Sanjay with a massive turn out the back, he makes it out of that one, and he'll just be happy to be able to get up into the lip and put a critical turn on that wave. And yeah, super super good surfing there from Sanjay Savamani. What do you think about that turn?
Yeah, it was strong, but the problem is when he went down, there's a lot of white water, kind of bounce his nose up, and that's drag the speed that he need to get around that section. So. Just unfortunate that there for Sanjay. Maybe one turns is will help a little bit on his wave scoring. But yeah, he's only scored a 3.17, so a little bit better his situation, and now he's looking for 2.40. It's not impossible, but still early days here because Kanoa Hije and also Rinta Uto. Still early days, 12 minutes to go. Rinta Uto, with his style of surfing, he's looking for a good wave to make a big score. I know him, a really patient guy. He like to choose the wave that can offer a good number. He will not take off on a wave that only giving him a half chance.
Yeah, and he's already sitting on that 5.17, so only needs a 0.39 to progress. Yes, super happy for Sanjay, that 3.17 on just a single turn, really probably will up his confidence in terms of, whether he's able to find a wave that really connects, and if he's able to, link a few of those big turns on a single wave with a big face and critical sections, he could get a solid score that, could keep him into that conversation. Yeah, so in this heat, really Taro Matsuno taking the lead with the 6.5 and the 5.83. Both waves the highest scores for the heat so far, and Rinta just following behind in terms of height, like size of score, with a 5.17 behind, waiting with second priority actually for a quality ride. Kanoa Haiji in second position with a 4.83, also now waiting with priority, so he has a chance. 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go, so plenty of time on the clock for all of our surfers to find some more nuggets. Yeah, it's been so exciting. I mean, I really feel like the surfing in this event is totally off the hook. Yesterday we saw some 9s. Today the scale is really like pushed down quite a bit because we have some big names in the water, and right now the conditions are cleaning up a whole bunch. We are, what is it? Now it's 10. It's 9:25, so it's the peak high tide right about now. And right after this, we'll be going into, a bit more of a lower tide, so it's going to keep cleaning up, and looks like we have a situation update request from Sanjay Savamani. here's a surfer in the lead. He's been really milking the second peak here. Take me through this one, TP.
Yeah, condition is really unpredictable. Even though you think there's a section will be open up, but it's straight away shutting down. I think because of the tide is super full. Here we go. This is a surfer from India. This is Sanjay. He just need to get he just need to have a section for him to surf on it. And I know Sanjay can surf really well. So let's see if he can get more. No, that wave just kind of dies off and have a second section on it.
Yeah, just a little bit questionable on the wave selection on that one. It was quite a bit smaller, and especially against big names like this, you also need big faces and big critical lips to hit. He did get a 3 on a single maneuver on one of those bigger waves, so if he would have a chance on a big wave and link a few of those turns, he could get a kind of score that could keep him in that conversation. Right now, he did jump up into second position, so it's still quite a boxing match. All for second position between green, blue, and red. The requirements are quite low, but Rinta now climbing up that priority ladder and looking for a backup. Kanoa also just looking for a backup. So both of them are sitting on just one wave, really. Just some throwaway scores: a 0.73 for Kanoa and a 0.17 for Rinto. So yeah, we're definitely going to see some bigger opportunities from our surfers in blue and red. And yeah, Sanjay, just a little bit of a mistake there, catching that little insider. I mean, sure, it's a backup and all of that, but when you're surfing against such good competitors, you really need to give it your all and also catch the waves that will allow you to get those scores.
Yeah, in my personal opinion right now, it's really a battle between Kanoa holding first priority and also Rinta Uto, who's going to take the first wave on and also on the better waves. Looks like Kanoa is taking advantage on this one. Nice opening lines here. Really strong top turns there. Another second one. Yeah, this wave is going into a good number for Kanoa.
And I just love how low his center of gravity is and how loose he is on his board in terms of his legs, able to push through any bump and lump. And that was a really nice wave put together by Kanoa. He's been waiting for that one for a while. And here's the replay.
Yeah, looks like the wave key from Brad Gerlach is working strong here. So yeah, here we go. Kanoa Hije, he's surfing like a really flawless, no mistake. Just doing the job to maximize that wave. So yeah, we'll see if that Kanoa Hije is going to be, I would say it could goes into his top first score right there. But not far from behind is Rinta Uto. Is also sneaking behind, looking for opportunity to, looking for the numbers, because Rinta also have a good number of 517. There we go, a 7.00 from Kanoa Hije. Just smart surfing, no mistake, finishing it strong. So yeah, Kanoa Hije is second position right now.
Yeah, and Kanoa also a super patient surfer. We saw it in I think the last round. He waited till like the last 5 minutes to get the score that he needed, and yeah, just super patient, picking off those good quality waves, and he knows that his surfing is on point, that he won't really make any mistakes, and that he'll put some critical turns down so that he can get the score that he needs. And, really showcasing that on the last one, getting a 7.00. That is the highest scoring ride of this heat so far. His backup is a 4.83, and yeah, he just needs a 5.33 if he wants to take the lead. So he's even in conversation for that lead right now. Rinta playing that patient game, 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. He is sitting out there with priority right now. He will have a shot on the next set. We just saw the previous set come through. So when I timed it this morning, there were around like 5 to 6 minutes between sets. So let's see if Rinta gets a shot. Looks like something's rolling through right now. And Rinta, is that Rinta? No, that's Sanjay, our local surfer. Looks like a nice open face. Big hit to start. Let's see if he gets enough space to get onto the open face once again. Yeah, just not able to connect with the open face once again and put another one of those hits. So it looks like a pretty similar score than his 317. I'm not sure if it'll come under or above. perhaps just a little under, and yeah, it's definitely not enough to advance, needing that 8.66. So big requirements being put down by our surfers in first and second, Taro and Kanoa. Rinta now sitting out back with priority, 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Let's see what he can do with that 5.17 he already has.
Yeah, this is a bit of a surprise here for me to see Rinta Uto in this situation right now, Percy, because Rinta is most of the time he always put a strong performance from the first minute, and to be in the fourth position and looking for score, Rinta is super patient. He only get 2 wave, a throwaway of a 1.17 and also a 5.17. So he's looking for a 6.67. So it's not impossible, but looking back here, we have Sanjay just a little bit too close to that rocks there and deciding to kick out. So yeah, for Sanjay, he's looking for an 8.66. So one of the biggest number of the event if he can get it. So yeah, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, everything looks pretty hard to get that number. That's not an easy task.
Yeah, for sure. And Rinta here really running into his last opportunity, I feel, because as soon as he fires on one of the waves here, he is going to lose priority. And Kanoa and Taro are definitely gonna go onto that defense mode and sit on him to make sure he doesn't have a chance. So Rinta with one opportunity left to really get that 6.67. Of course, like, he is a very seasoned surfer. He's second ranked in the QS rankings for Asia. So we know he has the surfing. Let's see if the ocean provides something for him to work with.
Yeah, sometimes you never want to have that strategy and always thinking like putting it into the last minute. If you put everything on the last minute, pressures also start to begin to creep on your mind. So even though like you have all the knowledge and also the experience you have, but pressure is something that sometimes you getting stronger with pressure, but a lot of people like crumble with pressure. So we'll see if Rinta Uto can get a 6.67, then we can see what kind of surfers he is, like either pressure make him get out from the situation, or he just keep thinking too much and keeps super picky and selective, and the time is not enough, because 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. It's really critical situation right now.
Yeah, and Kanoa is taking note of the time left on the clock, and the requirement for Rinta, he is sitting on him right now and adding that pressure we were just talking about. So let's see whether Rinta is able to withstand that and put some surfing on display. Sanjay here taking off on the inside. Let's see what kind of surfing he can put on display on this wave. Beautiful face, hits that one super vertical. Now gets onto the open face. He got a 2.93 on his previous one, so that was just for one turn. Now he's able to link a few more maneuvers. Obviously, the requirement, an 8.66, pretty high to get, especially on a little insider like this. But nonetheless, putting some surfing on display here for the surfers of India, and we'll be glad to be having a chance in this round of 32 with these big names. Rinta Uto having one last chance to make it into the next round. He is our top-seeded surfer of this event, actually. He is ranked number 2 in the QS rankings, and because he got like a finals finish, a second place finish, I guess, or no, I'm not sure about the finish, but he got a really good finish in that QS 6000. So let's see, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna pull out some magic in this last minute and a half to get that score? 6.67. I'm sure he can get it, but he's gonna need a wave. And sometimes even if you can bear the pressure, even if you can be calm under pressure, if the ocean doesn't provide you that opportunity, there's nothing you can do. So it's a little bit up to Mother Ocean right now as to whether she wants to see Rinta go through and let us see what he has to offer on this wave in the next rounds, or and it looks like there's a little bit of an opportunity out here. 1 minute left. Not much opportunities left to fire. So let's see if he goes on this one. Someone's paddling in, but I don't think it's Rinta. This is Kanoa. He probably tried to sell Rinta on this one, but Rinta withstanding the pressure, but now Kanoa is going to have a chance to up his ante on his back up a 4-8-3, 2 solid turns out the back. Now just some downtime as he waits for this one to stand up on the inside, getting around that elephant rock, and just a foam climb to finish. So he might even up the ante on that 4.83. Let's see what happens with Rinta in the last 30 seconds. The ocean looks pretty flat, TP.
Yeah, just getting under that priority of Rinta. I think Kanoa just surfing super smart there, you know. Like, I know Kanoa have a 7.0, but he also have that 4.83. You know, with this kind of a wave, he's thinking like, I want to put more pressure on Rinta, you know, because 6 point something for Rinta is super achievable. But, you know, putting a bit more pressure on him, you know, it's a really smart surfing from Kanoa Hije here, because I'm pretty sure he's going to replace that 4.83 with a bigger number with such a strong backside surfing there from Kanoa. Kanoa is not a big guy, but, you know, putting all those tail on the critical section of the wave, that's why he's providing that 7.5 and also a 5.30. So, yeah, congratulations to those both surfers.
Yeah, very smart surfing there from our surfer in blue, and that's Rinta, I think, just riding one out. You know, that's a big upset there for our surfer. You know, ranked second in the QS event, in the QS rankings, Rinta Uto. And yeah, he's definitely gonna, you know, take some notes after this one and see what he can do better in the next event. You know, obviously just QS 2000, so it's not that many points on the line for him. But nonetheless, you know, you want to do your best at every opportunity to really be building that momentum throughout the year, especially if you're going for you know, Challenger Series qualifications and so on, which these guys definitely have a shot at, you know, in the top rankings. I think the way it works is that, we'll talk about this in the next heat as we go on a short break. See you guys in a bit. All right, back with live action here in the Short Temple Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. We are into the men's QS right now. Round of 32, we saw some big names out on the line and a big upset in the previous heat with Rinta Uto, second ranked in the QS rankings. You know, going down to some of our other surfers, Taro and I'm just trying to get a visual on our screen here. Right now in the water. We have Heat 7 for the round of 32. And yeah, super excited. The conditions are building up, cleaning out. We've passed that high tide mark. And And we saw some crazy good surfing from the previous one, Taro in the previous one, putting down, I think, for me, the biggest turn of the event so far. He went super low on the bottom turn, then went super... He went super critical on the bottom turn, then went...
So I am really excited for this heat. There is some great moments ahead. We have incredible surfers, really high-ranked Japanese surfers for this QS. It's going to be such an interesting matchup, especially out here. It's a pretty level ground.
It's dead.
We're going to be hopefully seeing some great action. There has been a bit of a raise in the wind, a bit of texture, but it's going to be a beautiful morning nonetheless. Percy, so tell me a little bit about what happened on that last heat. What did I miss out on?
Yeah, so we had our surfer in white, taking control of that first exchange, getting a 5.0, and he pretty much stayed in the lead the whole time, and then he backed it up with a 2-turn combo, one massive turn where he projected above the lip, got some air under the board, re-engaged, knifing that rail down, yeah, backed it up with a massive turn on the closing section, and then Sanjay Selvamani was just well, he got some pretty solid turns on like a big section, but wasn't able to connect it up with second maneuvers and so on. And Rinta was just waiting. He had a good score of 5.17, but was just waiting for that perfect wave all heat long, and not able to find it until the last minutes. Here we have our surfer in white up and riding. That's Tomoshige. And he did get a bit of a longer ride, but not sure if he was able to get hit all those sections super critical. And but we'll see what the score comes out at. Yeah, it's been a super exciting morning here at the QS 2000 Short Tempo Classic because we've seen some of the higher seeds come in to play. The highest seed that we saw surf was in the last heat. He was ranked second, getting a finals finish in the QS 6000 that happened recently. So yeah, it's just super cool to see these big names, using this QS 2000 as a way to really practice and build some confidence towards some of the bigger events coming up. And here's our surfer in blue, smashing that first section, now getting past the next one. The waves are pretty fast, speeding up. And that's Yomu, I believe, with some Yuma with some backhand attack. He's been here since like a week or so, putting a lot of time in this spot, practicing. And I saw him put some really strong combos in, so really excited to see how he's going to do in this heat.
Actually, Yuma is not only a great surfer, but he can bust out some rhymes too. He's an incredible rapper as well, so I know you and him might get along pretty well. You should probably ask him about that. He's definitely done a couple raps for some post-heat interviews, so it's really, really fun to have him. Hopefully he wins this one and he says, something new. But yeah, Riki Tomoshige, 383. He is currently in first. We're still waiting for the last of blue to come in. Kiyoshiro Suda in the red. Ajish Ali in the green. So tell us a little bit about Ajish. Where is he from? What's his background?
Yeah, Ajish is one of the boys from Kovelong, and he's been part of the scene here since quite a while. I remember him as long as I've been competing, pretty much. Maybe he came on a little bit later than I. But yeah, really strong surfer, super nice style. He does prefer those bigger, nice, well-paced waves, and he can get quite critical. We were working on it actually 1 or 2 weeks ago, just getting his surfing a little bit more tight in the pocket. And he can put down some pretty nice snap to carve combos. His carves are really heavy-footed and drawn out. And yeah, if you can put a good snap to carve finish that up with a good strong finish, I think you'll get a solid score and have a chance in the conversation here. This is our surfer in white, looking for that backup, smashing that end section. So smart surfing from our surfer in white. Even though with 25 seconds to go, there is the time does click quite fast, and so it's smart just to get some waves under the board. And here is Ajish just taking off and getting a little bit caught behind this section. Solid looking wave. He does get onto the open face, and now big bar. just not quite connecting with that section. Let's see if he has an opportunity here to close it out, and that was a massive turn. So just forecasting a little bit what he is able to do on these waves. The waves looked, in the first view I saw in the morning, looked a little bit smaller than yesterday, but now we're getting some really big faces. So I hope he gets another shot to back that one up, actually up the ante on it. As we go for the
I'm here with
post-heat
Taro
interview with
Matsuno,
TP.
winner of the last heat. Amazing surfing from Taro Matsuno, taking out big names like Rinta Uto. So tell me, Taro, a little bit about your heats today.
Today's heat, I'm so very nervous heat, but very good wave. I'm relaxed surfing.
Yeah, talking about relax, the wave is really good. Tell me a little bit about the wave. Do you like the wave here?
Yeah, I'm like wave.
Is the wave similar like back home? Where are you from in Japan?
Japan.
Yeah, is it the same wave like in Japan at home?
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Okay, Taro, tell me a little bit in Japanese. You want to say something in Japanese about the wave condition, what you do in your heats? Just tell me a little bit in Japanese, yeah?
応援していただきありがとうございます。このヒートも勝てたので次もいいサーフィンできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
You want to say thank you to anybody, your friend, Kahea Ishiki there?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for watching, and then we're going to go back to the booth and enjoy the action.
Thank you so much, Tippy. That was a great interview. We are back in this heat though, so it is Riki Tomoshige still in the lead with a 383 and at 360. Yuma Nagasawa a 433 and Ajish Ali a 3. So early days, we just passed that 15-minute mark. It is pretty well done, but a bit of a background from Riki Tomoshige, the current heat leader. He first started competing in 2022. That was his first WSL event. Last year, finished 72nd on the men's qualifying series. Had a couple good results. He went to Krui, he went to Nias, he went to Sheong Korea Open QS 6000. His best result was 25th at the one in Corona Zero Pro QS 4000. Pretty good run on the junior tour as well. Got a 4th at the Nias Pro Junior, but live action, this is Kiyoshiro Suda on his backhand, just flying past Elephant Rock, massive upside down turn, manages to stick with it. This wave offering a little more on the inside, and he does it again. A beautiful ride from our man in red. This will be his first ride, only looking for a 4.34 to go into an advancing position.
Yeah, and our surfer in red there, Kiyoshiro, really looking super strong. That was some really strong surfing from our surfer in red, and he was able, to get put a lot of money down onto that wave right after the Elephant Rock, and that one massive turn. That's where most of the money is going to come from for his score. Really able to project high up into the lip and just smack with a high radius turn on the finish, and then getting up into that last section, also quite a critical closeout section that he was able to go vert on. So looking forward to that score from our surfer in red. Currently right now, Ricky starting out the heat with two mid-high threes, 383 and a 360, and Yuma Nagasawa 4.33 on his EAT opener. Ajish Ali just the one turn, a 3.0. Hope he sits out for priority and gets a chance on some bigger faces to connect some maneuvers through. Put a 3-turn combo in, and just really curious to see what all these surfers have to offer. As we have our surfer in blue up and riding right now. Big first hack to start, and just cuts that one back. As he waits for that one to stand up. Now a bit of a wobbly section, but still doing a good job of putting a turn into that. Driving down the line as that one stands up. He sees a section ahead, just carves that one.
Beautiful way to finish off. Yuma is loving it. He had a really good claim as well. This is your man though. Ajish Ali, our local surfer, unfortunately goes down, but that wave from Yuma is definitely going to be going into the top waves of this heat with just passing the 12-minute mark. He took that one way past Elephant Rock. This is that low tide that we were talking about. The wave is going to start really bowling up. Nice first turn there from the current heat leader, Timmy. Ricky, sorry, beautiful 2 backhand blasts. This is a great heat we've got in our hands.
And those faces are looking absolutely massive. We're getting a bit more I feel a bit more set waves in each set. So giving all of our surfers more of an opportunity to score that last one. Really nice big set wave, and our surfer in white, Riki Tomoshige, looking to back up his 3.83. Looks super comfortable, super patient, super in pace and relaxed with that wave. Here's the replay for Ajish. We didn't catch up with the first part of that one. This one's a little bit smaller, and yeah, it's a little bit fatter. Not really providing that face that these other surfers have got, and that Ajish also got in the first wave. So it won't really be a keeper that he's looking to keep throughout the whole heat. But he'll be paddling right out back to get back priority and find some better ones.
So like we were saying, we are past that high tide. We had a really, really good moment this morning. High tide of 1.3 at 9 a.m. and we are reaching that mid tide. Yesterday we really saw this wave bowl up and extend all the way out to the inside. So a couple replays. This is that wave of Riki Tomoshige. Drop down to second now. Love that second turn. Really upside down, under the lip. So that's some beautiful textbook competitive surfing there from Riki. Yuma Nagasawa, a 6.33 for his last ride. So he jumps to the lead. Ajish Ali, we're still waiting for his last score to come through as well. But Ricky, a couple scores trickling through on our board, and it's going to be pretty massive.
That comes in at a 6.50, and it is the biggest score of the heat so far. Riki Tomoshige with that big, massive two-turn combo. 6.50, and he's only sitting on a 3.83, so his requirement is a 4.16 if he wants to take the lead. Very achievable. Curious to see a bit of a boxing match between Ricky and Yuma, as Ajish and Kyoshiro, just being a bit more patient and not finding as much of a rhythm as our surfers in blue and white. But Kyoshiro sitting on that 5.33, so he doesn't need too much to advance, just a 5.01, and still 9 minutes to go, but we are approaching, that back end of the heat, the last 10 minutes. This is really when in the next 5 minutes, Kyoshiro is really going to want to back up that 5.33 if he's going to have a shot to have a conversation here. And here he is again. We saw some massive turns previously, and here he goes again, firing up into the pocket, into the lip. 2 massive turns, just going down on that last one, and that is going to be painful there for our surfer in red, Kyoshiro, who was looking to back up his 5.33, only getting... gonna get the score for one of his waves, but it looks like he's gonna be paddling out back now and look for some under priority. His last coming out of the 3.30, so if he put that second turn in, would have definitely been something to keep in the conversation, but now with 8 minutes and 10 seconds, he's gonna need just a little bit of magic to pull this one off, because our surfers in blue and white have really been going hard in this heat, a 6.50 and a 6.33. What do you think about the situation, and what would you do in Kyoshiro's position right now?
I mean, he doesn't need a massive score to get back into that advancing position. He needs that 5. So clearly, we know he can do it. He has that 5.33. He's done it before. He's had an incredible year in 2025. He actually finished 13th in the QS ranking. In the QS rankings. So he's had some great moments. But I think at this point, it's like I've said quite a few times before, it's just going back to basics, and a 5 is not a massive ask, so he just has to kind of reset a little bit, catch a good wave, and do 2 big turns. But yeah, so Kyoshiro can clearly do that. He's had a 5th in the NIAS Pro 6000 last year and a 25th in the Krui Pro 6000, a 5th in the 2000 in Tokonoshima, and a 2nd in the QS 2000 at the Miyazaki Open, and a 13th at Baller QS 4000. So he's had a great year, and he's got a lot of experience. He started competing on the QS or on the WSL in 2017. So that's a lot of time out there and a lot of heats. He just has to remind himself that he has the ability to do so. Just has to go back to basics.
Yeah, and putting the shoe on the other foot, Riki Tomoshige right there, sitting in quite a strong position with the highest score of the heat so far, a 6.50, only 3.83 on the backup, needing just a 4.16 to take the lead. I quite like that position over there, especially because in priority, you can really kill two birds with one stone with that priority. You can, hold an opportunity back from one of your competitors. And at the same time, you can up the ante on your backups and increase the requirements. So, especially with 6 minutes to go, as we enter the last minutes of this heat, I would start thinking about using that priority in a both defensive and attacking purpose at the same time. Priority and using priority and knowing how to use it is such a massive thing in competitive surfing. Strong position for Riki. He has a shot both at, he already has a foot into the next round, but he also has a shot at taking out the win on this one, just needing a 4.16. Kiyoshiro does have a chance, 5.01, also not very high. He is the top seeded rank surfer in this heat, so we know his surfing is there, but it's down to the waves and the time on the clock. Sometimes I wonder with this whole seeding and getting into the event a little bit later, some of these higher seeds get actually a bit less time in the water at the spot, and I wonder if that factors in.
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely, I've had quite a few friends or competitors that prefer to actually start in the earlier rounds and get a lot more heats in and being able to really put yourself in the jersey again. This on your screen though, Yuma Nagasawa, current heat leader, wanting to back up that 6.33 and looking like he's well on the way. Massive turn there, unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that one. So that's definitely gonna be factoring onto his score. Might have a bit of it chopped down, though right behind him is Kiyoshiro Suda. Huge blast there, massive fan of spray, gets past Elephant Rock. A lot of foam on his face. It's not easy to control. Unfortunately goes down there as well. Was looking for at 5. I don't think he's got it just yet. We've passed the 5-minute mark of this heat, so it's starting to get really intense out there.
Yeah, and Kiyoshiro, really trying to sell some waves to Riki Tomoshige in these closing minutes. On that previous set wave, the one that Yuma took, he really pushed hard to try and kind of catch that wave, and Riki was right there looking at it as well. But Riki didn't take the pressure, and he was like, "Nah, that's not a good scoring opportunity. Go for it if you want." But and I think Kiyoshiro probably also tried to sell the next wave to Riki as well, and Riki just not seeing that he would get the requirement on that, and just staying confident with his own strategy and being like, no, I'm holding priority, and I'm gonna take this one through. So Yuma also, looking to shut down this heat by putting a bigger requirement on Riki, and with those last 3 turns, if he made the last one, he would have definitely put it down. But missing that last turn, so let's see what it comes out at. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
I mean, I'm no judge, but I think he's definitely going to be getting rid of that 4.33. Those first 2 turns were incredible and so well timed. That board was placed perfectly in the lip line. So I think he's definitely going to be making the requirement for Riki a little harder, making life a little harder for Riki to go back into first. Kiyoshiro Suda, though, and Ajishali a little quiet. Kiyoshiro's last one also wasn't able to really stick the landing on that last turn, which would have been a crucial moment for his scoreline. I think that if he made it out of that, he would have definitely gotten to 5. I mean, it was such a slabby section. It was really thick and big, and he just went for it. Unfortunately, just not really able to stick through it.
I mean, he was really close. Like, he was on his feet, just dug a little bit of a rail on the end over there. 2 minutes, down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Yuma doing a great job at keeping a hold of that lead. The last one coming in at a 5.7. So even just with those first 2 turns, 5.70, and you gotta just imagine what he would have got if he got the finish on that one. And here is our surfer in third now, firing big hack out the back, drifting the fins a bunch. Let's see if he can get ahead of this one to get a last section. That one runs away. Just drifting the fins maybe a little bit too much and losing some speed. Aji's now on a little insider. Yeah, again, not really quite selecting. We know he needs those bigger waves and just not really selecting the right waves to showcase his surfing.
That was so unfortunate from Kiyoshi Yasuda. That was well on the way to be the score that he was looking for. And I love that he's not giving up. He's really giving himself a fighting chance. He hasn't stopped looking for it. And yeah, unfortunately, maybe pushing a little too hard on that turn. He should have done a little less and gotten that second turn in to really finish it off. Behind him, though.
Yeah, that's Ricky using priority on this one. Finally, interesting use of priority. Because that was a little bit of an insider. It had some foam on it. He did get 2 good turns on it, but didn't finish the last maneuver. So Yuma, yeah, I don't quite know why he used that one. Maybe just trying to up the ante on his backup, the 383. I guess he could have easily upped his backup, which is a 3.83, and increased the requirement for Kuda. So for Kyoshiro. So that even if he found a wave down on the inside, that the requirement would have been bumped up a little bit. But our surfer in red, Kyoshiro, did still make that maneuver, the one that he drifted the fins on, and he might get quite a big score on that one, as we see our heat leader now up and riding, setting up this deep bottom turnaround, our surfer in white. And he does have a face here after Elephant Rock, really surfing tight in the pocket. Now this one kind of dies out a bit. Let's see if it doubles up and gives him some more opportunities here. Smacking that section, and this wave just keeps providing. So he might even increase his lead with a 5.70.
All right, Ajish Ali, unfortunately, wave selection letting him down a little bit. I would say he's picked most of the smaller foamy ones, which I believe has let him down a little bit because it's not his surfing. We've seen last year he had an incredible bronze here at the ASF, but we will be calling this one out, and it is Yuma Nagasawa and Riki Tomoshige taking first and second. I don't think Ajish Ali's last one's going to factor in. There we have it, comes in, won't factor into his top 2.63. So we're going to throw out to a quick break before we catch up on Heat 8. And action continues here in the round of 32, Heat 8. We are going to be wrapping up the men's QS 2000 and going straight into the women's right after this. But in the water right now is Ryuichi Inoue, Sentaro Sakai, Rafael Castro, and Tain Arun. Already a 617 for Ryuichi, so that is an incredible way to get things rolling for him. We've had a bit of a pickup in the wind, but it is not affecting us too much. The waves are still cooking, and as that tide starts to drop and we're going to reach that mid-tide, it's going to really start bowling up and giving us a great performance for these athletes. We're getting deeper into the draw. Right after the women's round of 16, we're going back into the men's QS and finishing the day off with the women's Pro Junior. So their first appearance at the Shore Temple Classic. Percy, welcome back. Well, we're in the booth together. Welcome back, I guess, on live.
Yeah, super exciting to see the juniors for the women. Gonna be coming up soon, these heats have been super exciting already. Really good conditions. Everything is cleaning up right now. We are going down into the onto lower tide, so reaching towards that mid tide. The offshores have kicked in. We saw some beautiful faces, some beautiful maneuvers in the last heat. Now a surfer from India, Tyne Arun, up and riding. Drawn out carve to start. Now it stands up a little bit, sets up that bottom turn, overcooks that first wave though. That second maneuver. Yeah, some strong surfing already in this heat. Ryuichi Inoue, 6.17 on his heat opener. That looked like such a fun wave, just perfectly paced, lip to hit. He drifted the fins on pretty much every maneuver and looked so comfortable and in his skin on that one. So 6.17, he'll be feeling quite confident, also sitting already with priority. So if you've got a big score already to start with, and then at the 20-minute mark, you're again sitting with priority. That's why it's also good to start the heats early. That's a very confident position for our surfer in white. Sentaro Sakai, just a 3.67 to start, but he is in second priority. He'll be waiting to climb up that ladder. And here's the replay for Ryuichi. Sets up that first turn, so critical section, but not going full ham on that turn, but now really releasing the tails on that second maneuver. Big carve to on the third, and huge smack with the fin drift again on the finish. That's the 6.17. That's the kind of surfing that gets you a 6. 20 minutes to go into heat 8 of the round of 32, and we do have an Indian surfer in the water right now. Tyne Arun is in the national team in terms of juniors, and he spends a lot of time with the boys up in Kovalong, puts a lot of practice in on those waves over there as well as these waves over here. And he's been growing throughout the years, and he has very strong surfing. It is hard for him to really find those waves where he can connect with. But we saw some good two-turn combos from him yesterday, so let's see what he can put on the board right now. Currently sitting in third priority. We have Rafael Castro in blue as well out in the heat. I'm not sure if he made it into the heat. I think it's just a 3-man heat for this one. So Ryuichi Inoue, Sentaro Sakai, and Tyne Arun out in the water. Ryuichi Inoue sitting with priority and the 6.17. Really strong position. Sentaro Sakai 3.67 only, but plenty of time on the clock, and he'll be climbing that priority ladder and finding some good opportunities out the back to score. The waves have started to absolutely be pumping, and we can see that on that 6.17 that Ryuichi got. I mean, such a beautiful wave, just perfectly paced, beautiful lip to hit, great sections, and he did quite a good job on it, getting a 6.17. So that's a great start to the heat. Jana, what do you think about the conditions? Do you feel like getting out there for a surf?
Absolutely. It looks so fun out there. And for the people watching at home or not even knowing that there's waves in India, this is like stock standard day out here. Every time I've been here, it has been absolutely cooking. Like this can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, this is quite a good wave. It's one of our best waves here in India. And here's our local boy, Tyne Arun, setting up his bottom turn, pushing a little bit harder on that first carve. Nice bottom turn. Sets out the fins on that one. Now it softens out a little bit. So good 3-turn combo, and he'll be happy with that one. Finishing it up as well. Good ride from green. A little bit of a smaller wave though, so we'll see where the score comes in. And Ryuichi now on a bigger one out the back. Looking for that second section after the rock to stand up, and it does for a big laid out carve. as that wave just keeps providing. So really great selection. Just a bit of wobbles on that one with some backwash and stuff. So losing the drop wallet on the finish, but nonetheless backing up the 6.17 with probably a pretty solid score.
All right, so if I'm not wrong, Ryuichi Inoue has spent quite a bit of time on the Gold Coast. It's pretty standard for many of the Japanese surfers to, spend a couple months or even a couple years living in Australia to train, to surf, to learn how to speak English. It's kind of like a rite of passage. I know a lot of us, and our co-commentator Dai Wako has even done the same. He went to high school in, I think, PBC on the Gold Coast. So it's pretty common to hear this, though, Sentaro Sakai. People call him the Japanese Ethan Ewing. Beautiful surfing there. Lovely style from our man in red. He is going to try to back up his 367. Ryuichi Inoue, still waiting for his scores to come through. Early days, but already a 617, so that's exactly how you want to be starting off this heat.
Yeah, beautiful wave put together by Sentaro Sakai. I mean, I can't wait to get a replay of that one and analyze the style on that one because it was absolutely beautiful, and the score already comes in. The judges like it. It's 5.0, and he jumps up into the lead with that one, so a good score. Ryuichi, though, is still waiting for his backup score. So it looks like a boxing match between red and white, and it's so nice to have that, lots of different exchanges in terms of the situation between these surfers, all of them so strong. And yeah, it's not all about, like when you have such good surfers out in the water, it comes down not really to the quality of their surfing, to their technique and things like that, but also down to other factors such as, the wave selection, the waves that are on offer, being in rhythm with the priority, and those kind of things. And that's what's so exciting about competitive surfing is that, regardless of someone, whether they're super good, strong surfers, there can still be some major upsets, as we've seen actually in one of the previous heats. But right now, Sentaro Sakai 5.0 on the last one and a 3.67. As a backup, Ryuichi Inoue, we're still waiting on his second wave.
Yeah, so the judges taking a really strong look at it. Thankfully, now we have replays, and they're able to kind of compare it to the other rides. They might be even comparing it to his other 6. And there we go, Ryuichi Inoue, a 7-point ride, backs up that 6 really nicely, extends his lead, making life just a little more difficult now for all 3 surfers in this heat. He has his 1 foot into that next round. He does not want to be left behind so early on. This is a round of 32, heat 8. Sentaro Sakai now looking for an 8.17 to get back into the lead. Taiyan Arun, and I think Rafa Castro is a no-show. I haven't seen him around. I'm pretty sure he's still back at home. So it is all eyes on Taiyan Arun now. All right, and with that, we're going to throw it down to Tippy Jabrick with Yuma Nagasawa.
Okay, I'm here with the last heat winner with Yuma Nagasawa. What a great surfing, Yuma-san. And tell me a little bit about that heat. You get a really long right-hander on your backside. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I'm so tired, but wave is so good. Like snapper rocks, my favorite backside wave in the world. So good.
So yeah, Yuma, your backside has been so strong here. How long have you been practicing here? How many days have you been in Mahabalipuram?
Like 10, 違うわ. 5 days ago, I come here. Yeah, so many time practice backside. And I practice backside in Japan too. Yeah, I'm focused at this event.
Yeah, so great focus here from Yuma Nagasawa. So tell me a little bit in Japanese if you want to explain to your, friends and family at home.
どうも長澤です。今回も見ていただいた方ありがとうございます。結構波良くて俺のバックサイドパワーハック見れたかなと思うんで、このまま引き続きやっていくんでお願いします。ちょっと次はワックス滑ってこけないように1回乗ったらワックス塗って乗ります。ありがとうございます。お気に。
Yeah, Yuma Nagasawa, one to watch on the men's QS for sure. So back to you guys on the booth. Thank you.
All right, thank you, TP. Great interview there with Yuma Nagasawa taking out the previous heat and right now in the water. So big scores coming through. Ryuichi Inoue, starting with that 6.17 and just backing it up with a 7. And now he is up and riding again. Looks like a little insider, more of an air wave, but he goes for a drop wallet and just losing the board on that one.
All right, yeah, so he's really starting to push it. I mean, he has that 7 and a 617. He doesn't have too much to worry about. So he's going to start really ramping things up, I guess, and kind of seeing how far he can push his surfing under the jersey and without that pressure of needing the scores. Very different story for Sentaro and Tayin. They're both kind of still scratching to get that back up. Sentaro has the upper hand. He has that 5 next to his name and a 367. So Tayin Arun, door's still open. He's not in this combo situation of 468 is his requirement. So it's early days, plenty of wave. So it's going to be really exciting to see how Tayin and Sentaro kind of work under pressure.
Yeah, super interesting to see. I mean, it is a battle for second right now. Ryuichi really, almost closing the doors on that first position. Obviously, an 8.17 is definitely achievable from our surfer in red, Sentaro Sakai. Probably quite a good surfer, but yeah, with 11 minutes to go, those kind of opportunities don't always, come through that easy. But he does have priority out back, and Tayin on that last one, a bit of a smaller insider, still able to put down some good turns and getting a bit of a score of 4.0. Which puts the requirement only at a 4.68, so he just has to up the ante a little bit from his previous wave. If he does pretty much the same surfing on a bigger wave, a bigger face, a bit more critical sections, he could get that 4.68 and take the second position. But Sentaro Sakai does have priority right now, and his backup is a 3.67. So he's probably gonna up the ante on that 3.67 and therefore, increase that requirement for Tayin. But 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The pressure still isn't super cooking yet. But as we enter this last 10 minutes, it's gonna start to go higher and higher. Yeah, Ryuichi, in a comfortable spot right now. Even though he's under priority, he has 2 big scores on the line. And even if Sentaro gets a solid score, Ryuichi is probably still going to be in that second position, and especially since this is only a 3-man heat, it's not that high of pressure. So Ryuichi and Sentaro having a foot in that next round, and a couple of lines coming through here. Let's see if anyone fires. Luckily, Tayin doesn't go on this one because he does know that he needs a bigger wave if he's gonna get anything close to that 4.68. So smart decisions there for him, and yeah, excited to see what these surfers can do in the back end. We've had a set come through a few minutes ago, and there's around 6 minutes between sets, and we have some lines coming through right now. So Sentaro Sakai with priority. Let's see what he can do with this couple of opportunities.
Yep, so Sentaro Sakai, yesterday Tippy was telling me he's also known or called the Ethan Ewing of Japan. I mean, not only with the same sponsors, but because of his style and how, he has that nonchalant type of surfing. This, though, is Tayin Arun. His requirement, 468, big blast off the top, wraps it around, stays close to the pocket. This wave is going to bowl up for him. He needs to ride out of this one, and he does. So that was really nicely done. Tayin Arun fighting back. 467. What do you think? First thought.
All right. 468. I think he got it. I think he has it. I mean, this was really good surfing from our surfer in green. Tayin Arun up into the lip for the first one. A little bit overextended on the finish, definitely, but 3 solid turns nonetheless. And he might get a shot at having a conversation here with Sentaro Sakai. So really exciting opportunity here for our Indian surfers for sure. I'm sure they'll all be sitting out of their chairs and cheering him on.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Tayin dropping out pretty early at the men's pro junior, so he's probably has taken everything he learned from yesterday and applying it today. QS is a much bigger stage, so he's going to be wanting to really push it. Tie in a 4.63, so not enough, but he does chip away at his score. He just needs a 4.05 now. Plenty of time, still 7.5 left on the clock, but unfortunately it is Sentaro Sakai with priority out the back, patiently waiting for the opportunity to come to him.
Yeah, so 4.63, really close to the requirement he needed. And I mean, two of the judges gave him the nod, you know, two of them gave a 4.7. But one of them going 4.5, and the average came down at a 4.63, so it's just under the requirement. But nonetheless, he'll be happy for his surfing, you know, just being able to get 2 good waves in a competition that's already massive accomplishment, especially in a QS against such big names. So great, it's a great first opportunity for these surfers from India, you know, to build experience and so on. Surfing in India is such a young sport. You know, we've been competing since just about 15 years, and only seriously since since COVID, I think. You know, actually the first QS we ever sent any athletes to was in 2019, and yeah, that was super fun. That was in Sri Lanka. A couple of us managed to get through like a round or so, but I think it was Mitch Parkinson who took the win on that one. And yeah, so it was really cool. That was like the first time we saw some like really crazy surfers coming down to the East Coast here in Southern Asia. And here we have it again with all these QS opportunities, you know, 2023 and now again 2026, and lots more promising lots more promise coming through for the next years, as we're going to be looking to organize more QS events here in India. And I'm quite excited because, you know, we have some nice spots to show you guys. Off over on the west coast, we have this place called Edava, which is a really nice left-hander, you know, really racy and super barrely. So that would be a really fun one to have a contest on, and yeah, a few other spots as well. So let's see what the next years bring.
And that's what I tell everyone every time they ask me, like, what India or what surfing in India is all about. And I think the first thing I always like to say is the community. I mean, the community here is so welcoming, and they are more than happy to show you all the waves around town. I mean, there is an excess of it. And this on your screen, Tain Arun, unfortunately, just that one turn, I don't think it'll be that 4.5, but 5 minutes left, plenty of time to pick one off on the inside and still fight his way through this one.
Yeah, we know he can get the score. It's just a 4.05. He already has a 4.63, so but priority not quite playing to his advantage. I wonder if Sentaro Sakai is now going to come in, you know, for the kill, play on that defense on Tain and make sure he has, make sure he secures that second position and that foot in the next round. But for now, kind of leaving him alone, and Tain does have a bit of an opening here. On that second peak, you know, it'll be important for him to keep a bit of distance from him and surfer in second position with first priority to make sure, you know, the whole priority situation the whole priority game doesn't come into play with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Let's see what happens here. A little opening for a surfer from India.
Yeah, all right, back to what we were saying before. But yeah, it's the community here that I think that makes it so special, and that it's not like in Indo where everyone's like, oh, hush, hush, like let's keep secret spots secrets because of the crowds that we have here. I remember last year, me and Lele got invited, and you came with us too, to all these like crazy secret spots, and we were surfing by ourselves. Everyone was more than happy to share, and it's just a whole different type of surfing. All right, though, back to live action. Sentaro Sakai wants to keep his position, needs to get rid of that 367. Good first and second turn. Loving that. That was some really beautiful surfing from Sentaro Sakai, really smooth. Had that one line surfing. Break this one down for us.
Yeah,
Mason.
here's the takeoff. Beautiful style from our surfer, you know, going for an average carve, but then pushing out the tail and then straight up into that vertical snap, you know, tail out, like just super clean. And yeah, he definitely surfed that wave up, you know. There was just opportunities for 2 maneuvers. The first section was a bit flat, and he could have gone for like a drawn-out carve, but instead he decided to really push hard on that back, on that tail. And here we see another replay. Goes for that bottom turn, pushing that tail out, maintains lots of speed straight into the next bottom turn, vert on the next one, and comes out with control. So that'll definitely up the ante on the 3 that he was sitting on, and now the requirement for our surfer in green in the last 2 minutes and 45 seconds is a 5.80, so that is the highest score for a surfer in green, and it is a bit more of a requirement, but I'm sure he'd be able to do it if he finds a good wave. Ryuichi Inoue, however, sitting in that first position, so we'll see if some teamwork comes into play here. Ryuichi maybe having an opportunity to take the opportunity of the wave from anything that comes through for our surfer in green. And it looks like Ryuichi's firing off on this one. A little bit wobbly on the start, gets past that first section, really slashes that first section, and then hits the second one, fin drifts. He just looks so calm, collected, and confident with his surfing. 2 hits again, two and a half hits. But yeah, a 617. I'm not sure he'll really increase the lead on that one. So could have left a little bit of an opening for a surfer in green, who must be sitting in priority right now with 1 minute and 46 seconds, needing that 5.80. Let's see what he can do with the seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, that was some beautiful surfing going down. Ryuichi Une, he's looking really comfortable, really calm, really collected. So it's going to be exciting to see him kind of finish off this heat with the last minute and a half remaining. We will be going straight into the women's after this. Women's round of 16, heat 1, Mirai Akeda, one of my favorite surfers on the Asian QS Tour, going up against Sugar Banarsi, Hinata Shimizu, and Suri Jabrik. So it's going to be a great matchup there for the ladies. We're going into the top-seeded ranking of the women's QS. So now, after today, everyone will have officially surfed in the Short Tempo Classic QS 2000. So it's an exciting day. It's going to be another long day. We're going back into the men's round of 16 after the women's and finishing it off with the women's Pro Junior.
And this is the Short Tempo Classic, and we have one of the local Indian surfers up and riding on this one. Last opportunity here for a surfer in green, but this one looks a little bit foamy. Let's see what he can do with it. 2 turns to start. Now the face cleans up a little bit. It is a bit of a smaller wave though, and he loses that finish, so it won't be the 5.8 he needs to advance. Just 20 seconds to go. I think that was the last opportunity for our surfer in green. But great job nonetheless, putting a 4.63 and a 4.0 on the board, and showcasing his surfing. That is already a great achievement, building some confidence. Surfing is so young in India, and all of these experiences are what are going to build us towards the goals we have, and taking notes, of course, of how the Japanese have been doing it. Spending time in other countries and learning the game from those that have the most experience. We'll go into a short heat before going straight into the women's Pro Junior. Just the women's? All right, see you guys in a bit.
And we're on to the women's side of the QS 2000 here in Mahabalipuram. Things are ramping up. Hinata Shimizu starts off with a 317. Mirai Akira still waiting for her score to come in. Sugar Banarsi a 0.5 and Suri Jabrik out with priority, yet to catch a wave. This is the top seeded surfers now hitting the water. So it's going to be a huge day of competition for us here in Mahabalipuram. We are just an hour south of Chennai. Beautiful little corner of the earth here. Incredible food. We had some beautiful curry last night on Ellie's Kitchen. Her rooftop is probably one of my favorite places in the world. So definitely worth a look.
Yeah, Jada, you've been here before for the Asian Championships, and what are some of your favorite things to do here on some of the off days or whenever you have free time?
All right, so clearly eating curry is on the top of my list. I mean, that's top tier food tour we're on when we're not commentating. I would say the shopping in Chennai was incredible last year. I have some beautiful pieces still with me. This is Suri Jabrik now on a good looking wave. Big blast to start things off. Gets around the section. One more, unfortunately, goes down. Isn't able to ride out of it. But that is her campaign in this round of 16, Heat 1.
Yeah, I just really like how critical she gets on her maneuvers. Not holding anything back and going up into the lip properly and pushing that tail out. So, and that really makes the difference. It's those small details of putting in that extra second and a half, on the bottom turn and making it out up just a couple more degrees into that vertical angle on the approach, on the angle of approach for the top turn. Just a one turn on that one, but it was a beautiful turn, so it'll definitely be a heat opener. Mirei Ikeda, however, a 6.33 on her heat opener, so that was a strong start. Now we have Hinata Shimizu.
Oh, unfortunately, just going down on that one, but that was a huge section just coming at her. Mirai Akira, 6.33 to start things on. This is Sugar Banarsi. Unfortunately, also gets a little stuck behind on that last one. Mirai Akira asking for the situation update. She is an incredibly talented surfer. Okay, a couple replays. Break this wave down for us.
Yeah, just getting past. Oh, and the replay's out. Looks like surfer in red is shaking her hand there, and she might be having a bit of a jellyfish situation. I hope that's not the case. Yeah, we've been having a bit jelly stings in the past couple of days. The best thing to do if you're listening to this is, really get out of the water, put your boiler on, put some hot water, and you can really get rid of all the pain. Like as soon as you put that hot water onto those jelly stings, like the pain just vanishes straight out. And also if you keep going and put like 2-3 boilers, obviously mix it with, a bit of cold water so it doesn't burn your hand. But you won't even get marks the next day. Whereas if you don't do that, you might have scars for like a year or so. So yeah, do make sure to use that hot water. And also the people down at the beach marshals, they have some foam, shaving foam, which is also another solution. Vinegar also another solution. So. But yeah, I don't know, somehow I have really good luck with jellies. I'm going to touch some wood with that because, I haven't got really properly stung in the last few years even, and I keep going out like without jerseys and everything. And here's our surfer in red, Mirei, for that backup upvert on that second turn. Just surfing the wave 2 pace, carve to start and then straight vert for the second one.
All right, beautiful surfing there from Mirai Akira. Thanks for all the tips on the jellyfish because they are pretty gnarly out there. I mean, that's probably my biggest fear. I didn't bring a board just because of that. I was like, I'm not getting stung. But yeah, for now, I've been pretty lucky as well. I haven't had the experience, the full Mahabalipuram experience of the jellyfish. There we have a couple of the girls asking for a situation. Mirai Akira backing up that 6.33 really nicely. Hinata Shimizu in second. Suri's last wave came in at a 3.33, so she's going to be hoping to back it up pretty nicely. Still early days, though.
Yeah, 3.33 for one wave. That shows a lot of promise if she's able to link a few together. And Suri, Suri means like in French, sourire means smile. So that's quite a nice nickname for our surfer in green there from Indonesia. Spends a lot of time on a right-hander that has pretty similar sections to this. It has offerings for barrels, offerings for tight in the pocket, lip kind of surfing, and also aerial maneuvers too.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think Perenan is anywhere near as long as this wave, but you're right. Suri Jabrik spends a lot of time out at the river mouth. That's her home break, I would say. Or no, I wouldn't say. It is her home break. She surfs there almost every day, loves it, lives and breathes it, and she is always a beautiful person to have around in the surf. Is always happy, like you say. She is very smiley, so I am hoping for the best. Suri is one of my surf sisters back at home. We've had a couple of great trips together, seen her grow up into the gorgeous woman she is today. She has been kind of traveling on the QS tour for quite a bit, especially the Korean Nias one. She's been going to them since she was, I would say, around like 14 or 15 years old. All right, live action. Hinata Shimizu picks one off on the inside. Beautiful opening carve to set things up. Does it again, a little more critical this time. Third bash, and she is gonna be completing this wave really nicely. So extending her second position. That 1.5 is not gonna be up next to her name anymore. That was a gorgeous wave from Hinata Shimizu.
Yeah, beautiful wave from our surfer there, and she was just keeping that one a little bit on the safe side, making sure to get a score down. With Mireille already going into the lead with a strong couple of waves, she's probably gonna look to really build that house slowly and make sure she at least has a foot in the next round with second position. And once she has, a couple of good scores in her score line, she'll be looking to take the lead off of Mireille. But yeah, Hinata Shimizu already sitting on a 3.17, so that is a good backup. And Sugar Shanti Banarse up and riding on this one. Trying to make it out onto the open face. Let's see if she does. And she does, now setting up the bottom turn. A bit of a check turn to start, and let's see what she gets here on the back end of this maneuver. Just kicking out of that one as it closes out. Big face there for our surfer in in blue, Sugar Santi Banarse. That was quite a good opportunity, but not quite able to convert it into a score with 15 minutes to go. She'll be paddling back out to get some more priority, and Mireille, sitting in a strong position right now with that 6.33 and a backup of a 4.5 and priority going into these last 15 minutes. Suri sitting there in second priority. Both of these surfers, waiting for some opportunities. With the set having rolled through, there probably will be a few minutes, 5-6 minutes maybe before the next strong opportunities. But we do have something rolling in through right now. You never know. Sometimes you get these little random waves that come through in between sets, and that one was looking quite clean actually, like a bit of a smaller one, but quite a nice little runner. Here's the replay from blue. Take me through this one, Giada.
All right, I love this wave from Sugar. It's really nice. She wasn't rushing it. She did a couple really good turns, so like more elegant, flowing. She was flowing with it, which was really nice to watch. Sugar Banarsi. Hinata Shimizu though, 6.5 for that last one. She picked that one off on the inside, I'm pretty sure under priority. So that is some incredible competitive surfing from Hinata. She wanted to back up her score and she got it. She will now probably be waiting out the back. She wants to get rid of that 3.17 and make life a little harder for Suri and Sugar. So that was some really smart surfing.
Yeah, very smart surfing from Hinata Shimizu, getting the biggest score of the heat, just with wave selection, because she didn't over surf that wave or anything, but just selecting the perfect wave to be able to link together some nice major maneuvers, and it paid off, 6.50, that does put her in a very strong position. Only a 3.17 on her backup, so as soon as she backs that one up, she could even have a go for the first for first. Just needing a 4.33 to jump up the ranks and get an edge on Mireille, who started this heat very strong with the 6.33 and backed it up with a 4.5. Suri Jabrek here, however, 3.33 to start, just the one maneuver. She has strong surfing. She's just waiting for some good waves. Mirai, however, sitting with priority. So, and the ocean is a little bit silent right now. So I hope with these 12 minutes to go, but with these 12 minutes to go, we will have plenty of opportunities. Here is the replay for our surfer in white. Yeah, beautiful gouge to start, and then up into the lip twice. Keeping that nose down the line just to maintain speed and make sure she has more opportunities on the next sections of the wave. But putting down a good number of maneuvers and getting into that critical section, so that rewarded her with the 6.50.
Absolutely, that was some great surfing from Hinata Shimizu, and just watching the replay of it, you can really see that she has that one line surfing that the judges really love to see. There wasn't so many of those double bottom turns, you know, it's just that one fluid line, and it just shows how much speed each turn she came out of. There wasn't any need to kind of create any more speed, so it was really great surfing from Hinata Shimizu, well deserved as well, that 6.5. This though, Mirai Akita cashing in her priority, takes off on that good looking wave. The ladies are staying out the back close to each other. We'll see what happened there soon. 4.5 is what she's trying to get rid of to make life a little harder for the other girls in the heat. So here's the replay.
Yeah, that looked like the first wave of the set. And take me through this one, Jetta.
All right. Beautiful, massive turn for Mirai Akira. Just those two turns, but that was huge. She must be feeling so good. She did have a bit of like a stand-up claim. It was the no-claim claim. Behind her, Sugar Banarsi on a smaller looking wave, but she looked pretty stoked on that one too. Mirai Akira is going to be dropping a pretty solid score.
Yeah, and Sugar Shanti Banarse also adding a bit of sugar to her score line as well. You know, getting a maneuver in. She'll definitely be happy and gain some confidence out of that, being able to have put a maneuver in. Now she'll be looking to go out back and get a bit of a more critical wave to be able to perform some more of those. Just a 183 on the previous one for Sugar. And yeah, waiting for that last score from Mirai. I mean, that one kind of came out of nowhere, and she really saw the opportunity on it, even though it was kind of shutting down. You know, just a setup turn to start, and then went straight up into the lip, super critical, and shut that wave down. So we're looking for her to back up her 4.50, as now priority does sit with our surfer in green from Indonesia.
It's going to be a big score. There's going to be a really big score.
Scores are coming through from the judges, and it is a
6.90 for Mirai Akira. Extends her lead. Hinata Shimizu now looking for 6.74. Mirai making life just that little bit more difficult. Suri Jabrek now 6.35 to keep her dream alive here in this QS 2000. Sugar Banarsi 7.84. Those are some pretty decent requirements. All they need is the right wave. 9 minutes left, so plenty of time for the girls to get their scores up on the board. Suri has an incredible technique and surfing. She's one of those feminine surfers that can just uplift a score and uplift a wave. So she just needs to find it and be in her rhythm.
In rhythm indeed. And I'm actually going to be bringing out a couple of shirts and shorts under the name of In Rhythm soon. Hopefully get some pieces of those to show you guys.
I'm hoping I'm going to get one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you going to send one over to Indo or what?
No, they're going to be ready in a couple of days, so
Oh, no
you'll
way.
be able to. Yeah.
Amazing. I'll take one back with me. That's so exciting.
8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Yeah, India is a beautiful place when it comes to fabrics and arts and artisans and all sorts of things. Yeah, this shirt is also from actually the mother of one of our competitors in the Groms, like Prahlad Shriram's mother. She gifted it to a bunch of us, like different shirts to a bunch of us in the last couple of days. And yeah, really nice to see how creative you can get. Also cool to see some inspiration, because we have a lot of traditional clothing, but also cool to see some inspiration from different sports, such as hip hop, breakdancing, and also now surfing. And see what that does to how that mixes up the fashion. Here's our heat leader, Mirai.
Beautiful surfing from Mirai Akira. Slams that one shut. Unfortunately, Suri isn't able to scratch into that one. She gets a little left behind there. A set coming through, though. It is Hinata Shimizu who will be cashing her priority in on this one. Looking like it's going to be a pretty good wave.
These sets really working like clockwork, coming in pretty much every 6 minutes, and Hinata using priority on this one. Beautiful looking wave, but does have some sections on it. She got 2 maneuvers in already and shuts that one down on the double up. Looking to improve on that 317 and increase the requirement for green. Green not quite able to enter that last set wave, and that was a good chance for her, you know, to get to reduce the requirement at least. And there's Sugar just jamming one under the lip. I'm not sure what she got out the back. Would have been cool to see if she had another maneuver on it. 6 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Looking for some bigger scores coming through. I mean, yeah, this is our surfer in white. Take me through this one, Giada.
All right, couple replays now. This is Hinata Shimizu, currently in second. Beautiful high line there. This is when things start really ramping up. I like that first turn. She really followed the lip line down, wraps it around this wave, and not offering so much more here. She does finish it off nicely, but I feel like maybe that first section could have had a little bit more oomph to it. Whereas her last 6.5 was like go, go, go as soon as she put her feet on the wax. So it was a beautiful wave, and she surfed it really nicely. But definitely going to be getting rid of that 317. We're still waiting for that score to come through. Unfortunate there for Suri. Wasn't able to get into that one. I think also a bit of a priority mistake. She should have waited for that second set.
Not to worry, she is out back with priority once again.
Absolutely. So it is not over just yet. We still have 5 minutes left. These extra 5 minutes saving Suri today, because otherwise, if it was yesterday, she would have already been saying goodbye, but she has a surfing to do, so she now needs a 7.54 to get back into second.
And the conditions are looking absolutely beautiful here as the onshore kicks in and we move into the lower tide. You know, the sets are coming in like clockwork every 6 minutes, maybe even some opportunities coming through in the middle as we see a few bumps out the back. Suri here sitting with priority. Sugar sees something she likes on the inside, and we'll see what she can go for on this one. Looks like a nice looking face, a good pace to this wave. It is racing quite a bit. She's getting around that first section and now starting to put the board on rail. Has an oncoming section to hit. Will she ride out of this one? Just going down on the finish as Suri takes off. Out the back, take me through this one, Giada.
All right, this is Suri Jawbreak. Really pushes the tail on that one. Fins out. Unfortunately, it will be just that one turn. A 7.54 is her requirement. I don't know if that wave is going to be enough, but she definitely gave it her all. And out the back, it is Mirai Akira sitting alone, and it's looking like there are a couple lines coming through. That is looking like a gorgeous wave, just gifting itself to Mirai Akira. She is currently leader 6'9", 6'3". Big blast off the top to start things off. Unfortunately, gets stuck behind, isn't able to ride out of it. Suri Jawbreak has just under 4 minutes to get back out there and give herself a chance to get that 6.84.
Yeah, 4.0 on last of green, so she did improve her score a little bit, you know, pushing hard on the tail on that one. But just the one maneuver, it would have been great to see her link a few of those on one of the nicer waves, and yeah, but with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, you know, not that much opportunities left. We'll see what happens with priority. Looks like everyone's paddling back, and Suri does look like she might be able to grab priority. I'm not sure what the color of the jersey is of that person there paddling up, but it might also be our surfer in white. We'll have a look as everyone goes back to the point, looking for priority. Priority is key when it comes to competitive surfing, you know, because that is not only competitive surfing, also, you know, free surfing. You know, if you're able to use priority really well, you get more waves and you get more practice, more time on your feet. More time on your feet means more improvement. And however, here, priority going to our surfer in white. Hinata Shimizu sitting in second position with a 6.5 and a 4.37, now having priority and having a chance to defend her second spot and her spot in the next round. So it's gonna be kind of tough for Suri, but maybe smarter here for her to keep some distance between her and surfer in white, and find some opportunities under priority rather than make it back to the peak.
Absolutely, and it's such an important factor. That priority system is put there in place for these exact moments. But Suri, a 4.03 for that one turn. So if she was able to link up a couple of those together, it would have been a really big score. Unfortunately, that wave just running away from her, so she wasn't able to really link it up. There we see her paddling by, looking like...
And it looks like Hinata is coming in for the kill. She is looking to sit on Suri and play that defense game.
Absolutely, Hinata is not letting Suri out of her sight. We see something coming through. Will Hinata cash in her priority or not? There we go. Hinata Shimizu cashes in her priority. Good looking insider. Just that one turn leaves the field open now. Suri with second priority needs a 6.84. Does the ocean give her one last chance to get the score she's looking for?
Yeah, and great job there by Suri Jabrik, being able to sell that wave to Hinata. That is really what you search to do, and there is an opportunity coming through. Let's see if Suri can take it. It looks a little bit wobbly, but she might be able to link a couple of turns through on this one. It's a bit flat. She does carve the first section. Now it stands up a little bit more. That wave doesn't look like it has so much opportunity. It does stand up on this inside section. She has already put 3 turns on it and does finish it up. However, the requirement is a 6.84, so that is pretty big. As we see Mireille, just, the ocean really liking her and giving her lots of really good waves. This actually, that could have been the wave for Suri, but Hinata Mireille already did actually have priority on that one, so would have probably fired off on it with 35 seconds to go. That looks like it was the last couple of opportunities for our surfers in Heat 1 for the round of 16.
All right, so 20 seconds left. We are waiting for the last score of Suri Jabrik. 6.84 is her requirement. Does she get what she needs, or will it be Mirai Akira and Hinata Shimizu going into the next round? Up next is Shino Matsuda, Anri Matsuno. We have Anorin and Lydia Kato going up in the Heat 2 of this round of 16 Women's QS 2000. So it is not enough. Suri doesn't get to score. We're going to throw out to a quick break before I welcome in the gorgeous True Starling to commentate the next heat with me. Mahabalipuram is definitely providing today. It is slightly bigger than yesterday. We've had some great rides. We are into the women's QS. Round of 16, Heat 2 in the water is Anri Matsuno, Lydia Kato, Shino Matsuda, and Anorin Engrisawang, our surfer from Thailand. So exciting. I'm really, really happy to welcome back True Starling into the booth.
Thanks, Giada. It's nice to be in here and to be chatting about some surfing with you. It's been a while.
It's been a minute, so I'm so happy to have you back. We used to do it back in the day,
way back when,
like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm so excited. The waves are absolutely cooking. We already have a couple scores dropped, nothing too major. A 0.5 for Anri and a 0.3 for Lydia. While there's a bit of a break in the action and there's not too much being thrown down out there, we're going to throw it to Percy with the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with Mirai Ikeda from the last heat, taking the win. Really good job on that one. It looked like the ocean was giving you wave after wave after wave. What do you do anything special to get in rhythm with the waves in the ocean? And does that happen often to you? You can answer in Japanese if you like.
I was like 5 days ago in here, and I practiced at the beach. So my arm is
Yeah. So Mirai got quite a few jellies. Did you get some jellies also in the last few days, or is this your first one?
this is my first one. So hard, but last heat was I got 6.3, and I felt really comfortable. So I got the score better than better. Yeah.
The ocean kept providing for our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, and she got some really good scores. I hope you're going to feel better with the jelly bite. Just make sure to put some hot water on it. That's really what's going to make the pain go away and all of that. Great job. Do you want to give some words to your family and friends back home?
親ありがとうございます。クラゲにも負けず、今日もう一回プロジュニアがあるので、クラゲに負けないように次のラウンドも頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck with all of that, and in the next round as well. Back to you guys in the booth.
Epic. Thank you so much, Percy. He gave us a bit of a lowdown earlier on about what you got to do if you get stung by the jelly out there. So it was a lot. It was something about boiling water, but then also have some cold water because you're going to burn yourself. So it was a lot of tips and tricks. This is what went down while we were on that break. So Shino getting that one big blast off the top, 383 for her. Lydia Kato hasn't really strung it together just yet. So it's going to be one of those slower heats. We've had a couple of those where there are some really active ones and others that are, a little struggling to find their feet.
Yeah, it feels like this morning when we first came to the site and kind of had a look at the waves, it looked like it was a little bit wobbly and there was a little bit of ridge and bump and lump in the waves. But as the day's gone on and the morning's kind of progressed, you can see that it's really starting to line up. There is maybe some fast moments, but when you find those gems out there, they really hold up and offer some beautiful sections. I mean, we saw some really great surfing from some of the men, some sevens being locked in, and the women just getting started strong with Mirai. She's such a powerhouse in the water and in the rashi, and I think she's definitely one to compete against here for this event. And into the quarters, which is crazy for the women.
Absolutely. Mirai Ikeda is so young yet so powerful. Her competitive maturity is insane. I mean, she already has a QS 6000 under her belt. And in that same year, she won the Pro Junior Women. So it was a big moment in her career. This on your screen, though, is Anomarin, our surfer from Thailand. She spends a lot of time in Canggu. She trains with Chilpuk out there, and she is so excited to be there. This is her first WSL event, so it's her first time going really big. And what a place to do so in Mahabalipuram. I know that Chilpuk is probably watching her heat right now, so big shout out to all the Chesche boys out there listening in. And yeah, like I was saying, what a place to do so. Mahabalipuram is just so welcoming. Everyone is so happy to have us around. This morning, walking down, I had all the ladies, my new aunties, putting gorgeous flowers, jasmines in my hair because they sell them there, and it's like a thing to do here. So I went, stopped by to smell the flowers, and they all started braiding my hair, putting the jasmines, and it's just an incredible place. And
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I think I was actually saying to a few people yesterday, this is the second time I've been here, and it really feels like one of those places where you're so welcomed so quickly, and yeah, you know, you're part of the family, and I'm sure Anri is feeling that as well.
Absolutely. This is Anri Matsuno's second ride. She will be improving on that 0.5, but knows she needs more. This is Shino Matsuda, the Olympian, has represented Japan on the biggest stage that sports can provide. So she was in Tahiti, an incredible moment in her career as well. Shino Matsuda is probably one of the best surfers in the world, in my opinion, and she has such a feminine style. I love watching her, especially when she's on her forehand. She's had some great results throughout Asia. She's a Challenger Series surfer, and I am hoping to see her on the CT soon as well. So it would be great.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like it's about time for Shino to put down a good result, you know, on the QS. I feel like she's had some nice moments, but the consistency is maybe what's lacking a little bit, and Shino is one of those competitors that she just doesn't give up. She's so tenacious, and she's, really good at coming back stronger, and I think for Shino that's where she needs to be. And she got second here in 2023, I think. Sarah Wakita won, or Sarah Wakita, and Shino got second from memory. I could be wrong, but Shino, she's a great surfer, and she's got so much potential, and it's like, okay, qualifying series, get through that, go to the Challenger Series, there's steps and there's the pathway, and she's got the opportunity to really strive for success.
Absolutely. I think you got it really well. It's consistency what she's probably missing, because when she's on fire, she's unstoppable. She has this crazy style. She is a really, really great competitor as well. She has these crazy heat strategies, and she doesn't miss a beat. So that is us on your screen. This is True Starling welcoming her back into the booth. We are in Mahabalipuram. It's going to be a huge day of competition, so do not tune out. We're going to go straight into the men's QS round of 16 after this, and finishing the day off with the women's Pro Juniors. So after today, everyone will have hit the water, and it'll be a full day of contest.
Yeah, it feels like after today we're just going to have quarterfinals and semis left, pretty much, which is huge. So we're getting through, you know, the bulk of the event, and we're maximizing the best waves, the best conditions, which was yesterday and today. And Shino, she's looking really strong.
All right, that was Shino. Just that one turn again. Hasn't really found that wave to link it together. It's going to be one of those heats where the girls just maybe struggle a little more. If you look at the scoreline, there hasn't been anything major just yet. Just that 417 from Anri Matsuno. On your screen, Lydia Kato slamming that one down. So it's going to be a really interesting exchange now. Like I said, nothing major happening just yet. We're just past that 14-minute mark. 3-4-7 for the last of Shino. So she goes back into the lead, but look at that. The requirements are so low. This is a bit of an unusual one.
Yeah, there's not much going on. It feels like the best waves, or, you know, those sets that we were seeing in the last few heats are maybe slowing up a little bit, but it seems like we're having heats like that, moments like that, and the ocean's just taking a little minute, but there's 13 and a half minutes to go, which is great. Like, there's so much time left, and Shino, she's one of those surfers where she does really surf into momentum and into rhythm, and it feels like she's just going to keep striving for that too. And Lydia got a really nice one on that last wave. That two-turn combination was smooth, and it looked really good, so I'm interested to see where that lands as well.
So it is 11 in the morning here in Mahabalipuram. We had the high tide at 9, so we're just about to reach that mid-tide. This wave loves that. We're going to be seeing that funky backwash start to disappear, and those gorgeous peeling right-handers that we were seeing yesterday start to kind of show up a little more. It's going to get a little more consistent. It's going to clean up. So it's going to be a beautiful midday and afternoon as we see things really ramp up. And it's going to be great to have the men's QS finishing things off and then straight to the women's again. So it's going to be a great day. I'm excited to see the up-and-coming heat. Rita Suzuki goes up against Hinano Shimizu, Arisa Ishii, and Renon Matsuyama. So stacked heats on your screen though. Lydia Kato, beautiful style there, really wraps it around. She's just trying to find her feet. She got pushed into second after dropping a 4.23. She's going to be getting rid of that 0.93 after that ride.
Yeah, definitely. She's just slowly building. She's got the best wave of the heat so far in that 4.23, but 12 minutes to go, and the likes of Anri and Shino and Anorin as well. You know, there's plenty of opportunity for these women to even push for that excellent range, which is really cool. Anri, she's looking smooth and strong, but that wave, some of them do have those little weird double ridges in them. It feels like, you know, I know any event that you go to, it's always about wave selection, but here it really feels like you need to hone in on it and make sure that you've got those nice lines ahead. I mean, that was a beautiful takeoff, but you could see as she kind of gets down that weird little ridge and it kind of gets a split in the wave, and she chose to go the high road, and even that lower road, you could see it was running fast and maybe offered for one turn, but yeah, she's battling against it all out there.
All right, so this is our young surfer, Anorin, on her backhand. A smaller insider one, but still really well done nonetheless. She is collecting so much experiences from this event. This is her first WSL, as I said earlier, so she must be overwhelmed right now. I remember the first time I joined or when I went to Australia for the first time to compete, and you were there, true. At the Grom, what was it called? The Aki Grom Comp was a huge moment for me. I was freaking out. I was like, this is massive. Like, what is this?
The $1 Macca's cheeseburgers.
Yeah, oh my God. I was all over that thing.
Yeah.
It was the best thing ever. I was at McDonald's every single day. I was like, we have rice McDonald's at home. This is like chips and burgers. Like, this is the real deal.
This is legit.
It was a huge moment, and I just remember the nerves paddling out to the heat and remembering I had more than 12 minutes in a heat. That was huge as well. I was like 20 minutes in a Grom contest. That's massive. So.
How crazy is it when you know, like, I've got extra time in this heat?
Yeah.
You know, the 8 minutes or an extra 5 minutes just makes so much difference, and it changes everything. Like, it changes your tactics, it changes your heat mentality, it changes, you know, maybe where you're going to sit or how you're going to start the heat. It's really interesting how people attack that, and if at all, unless they just go, oh, we're just going to treat it as normal.
Absolutely. Lydia Kato, currently in second, wanting to improve on her 2.23. Beautiful turn there from our surfer from Indonesia. If I'm not wrong, Lydia is part of the halfway Kuda board riders. Spends most of her time surfing around Legian, but I see her always moving around the island. I've seen her in Kramas, I've seen her in Ulus, I've seen her in Bingen. So she's one of those girls that loves to move around and surf a lot. We had a Channel Islands trip together, I think 2 or 3 years ago at HT's, and it was like 8-foot HT's, and the girls were charging. I was so proud. I mean, it was really scary out there, and everyone was fearless. So it was such a fun trip. Lydia was a shining star on that one. We got to get the boat over to Macaroni's, a lovely left where she was ripping as well. So a well-rounded surfer, Lydia.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's nice to hear or like to know that these women are also exploring and like choosing to push themselves and push their limits and being like, okay, you know, I can do this at halfway Kuda, but I need to be able to do this at 8 to 10 foot HTs as well. Shino definitely does that too. She's a charger and she's strong on her backhand. She's strong on her forehand too. But yeah, it's awesome to hear like the women are going hard and they're like, yeah, cool. You know, if we want to qualify, we have to surf Chopu. We have to be in Tahiti and surfing those big waves. I mean, you've got to be prepared for that no matter what. So it's like, you got to start young.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what makes an incredible surfer is someone who's able to adapt and change to the conditions really quickly. So, for example, you have a halfway kura board rider, and then the next day you could be surfing the Parang Cup, you know. So
Yeah.
you're gonna have to be someone who adjusts quickly, knows your equipment, because you can't be using the same types of boards in those conditions. And if you can't do that, then I'm sorry, it's gonna be really difficult to be getting onto those top league surfers, because Challenger Series surfers do that. You have to be able to surf a 1 foot beach break and then a 6 foot monster the next day sometimes. And it's all about adapting and being able to you know, step it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw a post of Yolanda, and it was just like, I'm just going to go hard. I don't care if it's a 10 or if it's a 1. I'm going to go hard. I'm going to push the limits. I'm just going to charge out there. And I was like, wow, like I love that no fear approach. And you don't see or hear that very often. You're just like, and she was just so raw and vulnerable about that, to be like, yeah, whatever, let's just do it. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's see it. Yeah,
Goosebumps. That's sick. I love seeing that. I love seeing athletes not afraid to show their passion sometimes. I feel like a lot of people tend to like censor it a little bit,
Yeah.
or like, oh, like be a little more nonchalant, and sometimes it's cool to like not care. But I love when you see an athlete, especially women now, like being like, I'm out there. I don't
Yeah.
care what people think. I don't care if I look stupid, but like if you charge, you charge. And I have so much respect for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so fun to watch too. Like you're in a moment, you're like, oh, I mean, my heart drops. My heart drops watching like big wave surfing and watching people that I know being out there. I'm like, oh my god,
It's so scary.
It's cool. Like it's amazing to see the limits and to see the bar being raised for all of female surfing as well, and to see it being pushed every year, whether it's on the QS or on the Challenger Series or on the Championship Tour, and it's like continuously changing and evolving. And it's because of these grassroots moments, these pathways that help you reach that.
Absolutely, and I think watching that type of surfing on a screen takes away a lot of what's actually happening. Once you see that in real life, it's so scary. I mean, the sound of the waves, the energy being there, it's a whole different ball game. I've had so many, just like out of personal experience, people coming up in the Mentors being like, I want to surf Kandui. I've seen videos. And I'm like, wait till you actually see the wave. And then once they see it, they're like, hell nah, I'm not surfing that. All right, here we go. That was Anri Matsuno fighting to get herself back into second. It is Lydia Kato, though, who got that 4.20 pushed straight to first. Anri Matsuno, 3.13 to her requirement. Anorin now of 5.13. Shino Matsudo, though, also in second, of 4.60 to get into the lead. So we've reached that 5-minute mark. This has been a bit of a painful heat to watch, actually. The conditions just, I don't know, not really helping the girls out. But live now, Shino Matsuda on her backhand. Good first turn. Does it again here. Needs the completion, and she gets it. That is definitely going to be going into her top 2.
Yeah, that was really nice. Smooth surfing from Shino, and you could see that she's heard, okay, Anri only needs a 3.13. She's probably got that. I need to lift. And living in that mid to high 3 range is, you know, important to get out of. This is a smaller wave here for Anarin, unfortunately, just behind that one. But it's these moments, especially when you're so young, and it's obviously, as you mentioned, she had her first WSL event, and you can look back and it's all about the learnings and the lessons for her in these, and to really know what she can do to come back bigger and better for the next event. Because I think, you know, with these next 2 scores locking in, I feel like the situation's going to get a little bit difficult for Anarin right now.
Absolutely, and not only the experience in the competitive side, but even the friendships that you take away. I mean, like me and you know, we can still look back on all the little Grom contests and talk about everything that went down back in the day and all the little dramas. But now it's just like, oh my goodness, those are gorgeous memories that we take with, you know, with each other forever. So I think it's so beautiful to be able to watch someone kind of step into that world and experience it all for the first time. So I'm excited for her.
It's awesome to see it.
All right. This, though, Lydia Kato dropped to third. Beautiful swooping cutback to start things off. Sets up the tone. unfortunately fumbles a little bit on that second turn, but this wave not so much on offer. It's a bit of a sleepier one. She's gonna have to do something pretty solid here on the finishing, and she does. I really like that wave. She kind of surfed it the best to her potential. Shino Matsuda, 6-1-7, jumps again to the lead. Anri, a 5. So she goes back into second, makes life a little harder now for Lydia and Aonurin. Shino Matsuda wanting to back up that 6, and it's looking like she's well on the way. Lovely backhand surfing here from the Olympian. Gets that last bash in, just about to reach that 2-minute mark. So things are starting to ramp up here in this heat 2 of the round of 16 of the women's QS.
Wow, things are, getting exciting right now. Lydia just opens up the shoulders for that first carve, and you can see once again just laying into the rail. This wave does start to flatten out a little bit for Lydia. She needs that 4.95, so that last turn and that last moment was super important. She made it count, but we'll see if it goes into her top 2, because, well, it's actually going to have to be her best wave of the heat. And I just want to say a huge shout out as well, and a massive thank you to the Surfing Federation of India for, helping and pretty much getting this event up and running and allowing us to welcome back some of Asia's best surfers to one of my favorite places in the world, Mahabalipuram in India.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't love it here? I've never met anyone who's been here and been like, nah, I won't go back.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Such a gorgeous spot and so special as well. Like we've said a few times, that was pretty painful, but she went for it. I'm liking Anri's scene. She just really went for it. So
that was great.
Unfortunate there for Anri, wasn't able to ride out of it, but I'm sure she's all good. Gonna get back out there. We have 1 minute left of this heat. Round of 16, heat 2. Shino Matsuda still in the lead. She's probably going to be improving on her scoreline, making life a little more difficult for Anri Matsuno, Lydia Kato, and Aonurin Engri-Siawang. So it is Anri with that 5.01 to get back into first. Lydia Kato, 4.95 to keep her dream alive in this QS 2000. And Aonurin, a 7 as well. 35 seconds left. Will the ladies get one more chance to battle it out there? If not, we will be seeing Shino Matsuda and Anri Matsuno into the next round. Round of 16, heat 3, we'll be seeing Rita Suzuki go up against Hinano Shimizu, Arisa Ishii, and Renon Matsuyama. So don't go anywhere. There are so many stacked heats coming up next. It's going to be a beautiful day of surfing here in Mahabalipuram. We'll have the men's QS up next again and the women's pro juniors. So we'll be counting that one out and going on to a quick break before we go into the heat 4.
Children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right, we are back on with action here at the Shore Temple Classic. QS 2000 and Pro Junior into Heat 3 for the round of 16 for the women. Super exciting heats going down here. Conditions are absolutely pumping. Percy here in the live commentary booth together with TP Jabrik from Indonesia, and Mitali will also be joining us. She's the editor for Tracks India, the first ever surfing magazine of India. Mitali, tell us a little bit about how Tracks came to India.
So it was kind of a very mutual effort between Arun, of course, and so it was actually Peter from Tracks Australia who was very keen on exploring India as a market, and Arun, of course, was also keen on presenting what has been happening in India since a decade almost now. And yeah, they got me on board 2 years back to see if we can figure it out, and it's been an amazing experience to really put all the stories out there. It's crazy how many stories were actually quite unheard, and yeah, it's been really great experience. It's been nice to have so many photographers on board and so much of talent that actually exists over here that never had that kind of exposure because, of course, we never had a print magazine. It's been fun.
And you guys have put two edits out already.
Yeah.
We are into this heat 3 of the round of 16, and the surfers are already firing up in the first 5 minutes of this heat. Rita already putting a 2.83. Hinano putting a 2.5 on the scoreboard. Renon just a couple of throwaways, and Arisa as well. So that's the heat openers for this heat, as we'll be waiting for a couple more opportunities from our surfers to up the antiques on their scoreboards. And yeah, tell us a little bit more, Mitali, about the stories that you've been covering. What have you been... Okay, we'll just go for some of these replays. Here's the one from Red. Powerful carve back into the pocket on the first one. Hit the lip again, TP, but wasn't able to make the finish on that one. Yeah, but nonetheless, it is a heat opener, and Rita did take the lead with that one. So yeah, tell us, Mitali, a little bit about those stories, and we'll just have a look at this one because there might be a solid set wave out the back. And I think one of the surfers, this is Arisa, firing up on this one, and that one just runs away from her. So yeah, what are some of the stories that have been coming out, and how have you been seeing the journey of Indian surfing grow in the last few years since Tracks came out?
So it's been a couple of years that we've been, featuring, and is it okay? It's been a couple of years that we've been working on Tracks, and yeah, we want to really focus on featuring more athletes and more surfers and their personal journey. That I feel a lot of people don't even know that surfing exists in India. So it's nice to see how every individual kind of explore that sport, and that's been our main effort. Of course, the competitive side has been growing and improving at a massive scale, like having WSL come down here. A lot of people don't even know how the competitive surfing, functions. So it is an active effort to try to communicate that through stories, through surfers. It's kind of in the movement. It's not established yet, but yeah, I'm sure like now there will be more competitions. We'll have more exposure and more athletes coming up. I have seen so many more athletes in like last 1 year, especially through Grom events, thanks to Tippy for Grom Patrol. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to see so many new athletes come on board, appreciate surfing, explore surfing, so yeah.
Yeah, super cool. Definitely surfing is on the grow here in India as we see some big sets out the back. Our surfer in red firing on this one, Rita Suzuki. But that one runs away again. So a couple of those just came through. The tide is drawing out, and that's perhaps a little bit why we're seeing a shift in the conditions, TP. Yeah, thanks, Mitali, for that background. And so have you guys been also, like, obviously there's competitive side of surfing in India, but have you also been looking at Okay, we'll just go for a quick break. We're gonna throw to the post-heat interview with Giada and the heat winner of the previous heat.
Okay, I'm here with Shino. Congratulations. That was a really hard heat. It looked like there wasn't a lot of opportunity out there. In those situations, how do you keep calm and how do you get the scores?
Yeah, it was pretty hard heat. I knew there's many waves, but it was actually so slow. But I'm happy I managed heat well at the end of the heat.
So you're one of the best surfers in the world, in my opinion. How do you get ready for a heat? Tell us a little bit about your warm-up or what you do.
I warm up before my heat and watch some heat, and yeah, I've been comfortable on my boat, so I was ready.
Tell us a little bit about your surfboard. What are you riding and what are you riding?
I'm riding epoxy, same board as last time I rode in Korea's QS, and waves were really fun out there, but it was a little bit fat, so I like my board.
All right, and I know you have a lot of fans back at home. What would you like to say to everyone?
日本から応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。今のヒートは見た目より波も速くてすごい難しかったんですけど、うまく最後に2本揃えることができてよかったです。次のラウンドも明日あるので頑張ります。
Arigato, and back to you guys in the booth.
Happy birthday to Shino. What a good way to spend your birthday. Thanks, Giada, for that interview. Yes, happy birthday to Shino Matsuda, and also getting rewarded with a heat win over Anri Matsuno. Anri Matsuno, I think, did take out the Asian Championships at this spot last year. So quite an achievement there for Shino on her birthday. And Mitali, tell me a little bit about the non-competitive side of surfing here in India. What kind of things have you been seeing on the grow?
So, like I said, I mean, our aim has been focusing more on the surfer's journey rather, everything around. Of course, in the second issue, we tried covering a lot of spots that people are just, I mean, even if people know that.
And we have live action here with our surfer in blue, Hinano. Big turn to start, putting the board on rail on the second one. Open face again, just losing the finish on that one. That will be a solid score. Just mid-threes for now on the board. This will become an exchange as our surfer in red also takes off. Deep bottom turn up into the lip. Let's see if there's more opportunity on this one. A bit of foam on the face. She goes up into the lip, but that front foot just slips off a little. So waiting on two scores for red and blue. Take it away, Mitali. Give us some stories, some insights.
Yeah, like I said, we tried to cover a lot of spots in our second issue because we want to also try to cover what the Indian coast has. It's such a vast coastline.
And this is the replay from blue. Big vertical snap, two carve combo, just losing the finish. In terms of what you're looking to do in competition, like the ideal wave is kind of like this big snap to carve combo at the start and then do something in the middle and then finish it strong. So she got the first half of that. Now surfer in red up and going, just getting perhaps a little bit distracted by that elephant rock TP. I think it's one of the things that's really in the head of some of these surfers. And how did it feel for you when you were out there, surfing with that elephant rock? Did you feel really confident? And take me through this replay as well.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where all the girls are looking for scores here. And then, we have a situation right now, blue first, second red, third is green. And everybody is actually still in a contention here. But yeah, I'm interested on asking Mitali more because, India is such a young surfing, culture here. You having a surf magazine in such a young surfing generation is actually a great way to to develop surfing and then maybe one day it also helps to have a surf industry more here. So I think Mitali, we would like to know what is your what is the like for me when I was young, magazine is a big part. You want to be on the cover, you will get incentive from your sponsor. So maybe like we would like to ask you like as a magazine, as a media, we would like to have you explaining a little bit like you need the photographer to work with the athlete. The athlete need to work with the photographer, and they the one who supply you with a lot of editorial photos, for example, or even cover shot or whatever. So I think we would like to know like how is the magazine can help the growth and the development of surfing in India. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Mitalia?
Yeah. So of course, like athletes being in the magazine, it's been like a blueprint of how athletes have been getting their sponsorships, cover profile. It's kind of like the most textbook way of getting there. With India, because we literally have a non-existing surf industry, so it's been a little bit of challenging, but that's our attempt to just put our stories out there, show that there are surfers who are able to go on international level and compete, and hopefully that's how like the industry can come in. There could be more photographers who can come on board, work with the surfers. Right now we do have every like coast has like few photographers. We have Vaibhav and Ankit doing absolutely amazing job helping me with Tracks India photos. So yeah, I have like a small pool of photographers right now. I hope it gets better. I hope they have more inspirations, more training, more mentorship that can come down and actually, show them how all these world best photographers have been doing their thing. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mitali. And I think definitely, having a magazine and getting those images, those stories out there is definitely going to bring a little bit more attention to the surfing scene, cover the stories of the growth of surfing in India as we build the culture, as we build the industry. So really exciting for the next years coming down. Also, lots of opportunities in terms of competitions. We're opening up new venues. We're getting new competitions, more WSL events. So a lot of promising coming through here. We're going to see if we can get some replays from those last exchanges because there was some pretty exciting surfing coming through. Waves going up into the mid-average range as well as up into the goods from our two heat leaders, Hinano Shimizu and Arisa Ishii. So good, strong surfing from them. I mean, this heat started a little bit slow with some lower scores, TP, but as we get into the second half of the heat, we've gotten some pretty good rides, and these surfers have found some pretty good waves. So excited to see what they can do more. Our surfer in red, Rita Suzuki, in third with a 3.67 and a 2.87, needing 3.11 to progress. So the heat is still open in terms of taking that second position. Priority also sits with our surfer in fourth, sitting on a 3.33. That's Renon Matsuyama. And she only needs a 3.45 to progress. But yeah, those bigger scores for our two heat leaders, just kind of foretelling that the requirements might increase. So this is the moment, this is the opportunity for our surfers in third and fourth to get some rides in. Let's see if we can get some replays from the last couple of waves, the 5 and the 6.17. And here it is. TP, let's look at this one. Nice deep bottom turn, big drawn out carve. It was a little bit soft, but wow, doing such a great job at pushing and maximizing the score on that one. Just missing the finish on that. So that was, I believe, the 3.67. So a little bit of a smaller score, and that's what smaller wave, and that's what keeps the lid on the score for our surfer in red. But Hinana and Arisa getting some bigger scores. And the ocean going a little bit flat, but now look, some good ones coming through. This is our surfer in blue, our heat leader, looking for a backup. Nice hack in the pocket as this one stands up into the lip for the second one. Let's see if she can get back onto the open face. There is a little double up, which might provide some opportunity. Just getting on the rail, getting around that elephant rock. And now onto the oncoming section for the finish as she slams that one down. Do you think that was a completion on the finish, TP?
No, it's not, because you need to ride off that white water a little bit more convincingly for the judges. Yeah. So yeah, I think Mitali, you're a big part of the history of surfing in India. We especially like neighboring country also like Indonesia. We would love to see more Indonesian come here, and then also more Indian come to Indonesia and surf. We have a lot of photographers there. Maybe, you can tell them and work with us and get some photos for your, for your traveling Indian surfers. I think that's would be amazing because, like in the magazine world, pilgrimage of going to Hawaii is a big part of every magazine in the world. So maybe, some of the Indian surfers can come to wherever countries they're going, but they need to have to make sure that they are working with a local photographer if they don't have a photographer on the road. So, I think documenting whatever the Indian are doing, locally, international, is a big part of pushing the development. And I think Tracks Magazine is on tracks, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Indonesia has been such a great support. I feel like our athletes have been going there, training there. I spent spent a month there this year, and it's such a great community. Even as photographers and writers, they're just out there to help, and it's been fun for sure. And I hope they come down here and they capture India through their own lens. I'm really hoping that Tracks can create such opportunities for, create such events that they can come down and
for
feature
sure.
something, yeah.
And we saw a little replay from that 617 of Arisa Ishii. Beautiful turn there put together, beautiful wave there put together by her. A big drawn out down carve right into the next bottom turn where she went up into that oncoming section. Big lip to hit, and that's what rewarded the 617. Judges are really looking for that degree of difficulty and commitment to those sections, and that's what rewards her with the 617. Yeah, it would be lovely to see some of those stories, not only in India. Okay, we're just having a replay on that again. Big drop to start, a drawn out carve, and then going up into that lip, really following the lip line on that one, and that's what really helped her, made that one out with success. Looks like our heat leader, Hinano, backed up her 5.0 with a 4.6 and is keeping a hold on that first position, but... And now also our surfer in red coming into conversation, Rita Suzuki, getting a 317 on her previous wave. She's now sitting in second, but Arisa is not out of the conversation. She's sitting on the biggest score of the heat so far, and it looks like she's gonna fire on this one. Smooth takeoff to start, and she goes for a tumble at the bottom of that one. Those are super unpredictable and really unfortunate there, because she would have got that back up. Only needs a 0.67 to progress. And there's our surfer in red, taking advantage of that situation to try and get an edge on Arisa Ishii for that second position. So some exciting situations out in the water with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The heat is still pretty open. The highest requirement is a 5.93, so all of these surfers are definitely able to get that score. And there are some good opportunities out the back. Here's our surfer in blue, heat leader, driving down the line, getting out onto the open face, setting up that bottom turn, big drawn out carve to start. Just cutting back to the pocket as this one stands up once again. A lot of rail work on this one, and putting in a little jam to finish that one up. Let's see if she can get an edge on her 4.60. That's her backup score. Arisa not needing a very big score to progress, so our surfer Hinano, making sure that she increases the requirements for the other surfers.
So yeah, Mitali, tell us a little bit about the challenging of as a media, focus on the media side. Do you have any challenges of getting more women into surfing in India, or is it something that's pretty easy? Tell us about it a little bit.
I mean, there's definitely more women in the water now, and it's quite funny that last issue we had so many stories from the women's surfer, and it's nice that I get to write about them because I feel like we have such similar experiences in the water. I think our lineup is pretty friendly, especially where I surf. It's Serenity, it's supportive, it's nice, boys are helpful, but definitely in comparison to men, there's still less women in the water. I think there are still quite stereotypes still exist, oh, you'll like get more tan, you'll get darker, and those are just cultural problems that still exist in India, and I hope it changes.
Yeah, it's a funny thing about, in Asia, especially in Indonesia, a lot of women, they still don't want to have that, like a stereotype of, going outdoors is going to make you darker. But, the funny thing is all the Europeans come to the tropics to get tan. So actually it's getting exotic when you're under the sun,
Yeah. I hope that girls start appreciating that side of the sport and see it as start embracing it more, rather falling back in that same trap that has been existing. But yeah, I definitely like through competitive surfing you can see there are more women in the water. Lineups, of course, still dominate like a lot of men, but it's going to change. It's going to it's up and coming. I'm hopeful. I don't want to be pessimistic about it.
It's way better to have more women in the water.
Oh my God,
they have a better energy, because too much male in the water, they just fight for a wave. We don't need more men in the water. I'm over it. I've been surfing for 40 years. Too many men in the water.
Yeah, and too much of mansplaining, which I think needs to reduce. But again, I think it's part and parcel of the sport.
Yeah.
But I definitely I feel a few years back I would see a couple of girls in the water, and now it's definitely more. So it's been fun, and yeah.
And what are one of your favorite stories from one of the past issues?
Oh, okay. That's. I feel like every story that I wrote was so personal to that person that I really got involved in it. Every story has something special about it. In the first issue, of course, was super special for me because it was my first experience with tracks, and the cover story, the cover photo that we clicked was so much fun. Having all these groms in the water doing their own thing. We also had Albi's story, Albi Falzon, who is the founder of Tracks. In the first issue, he shared his experience of founding Tracks, how he made Morning of the Earth, which is still considered as one of the most iconic surf film ever made. So yeah, he's such a good friend right now, and just listening about his, all surf exploration has been such a great experience, yeah.
And with that, it looks like Arisa Ishii with the last couple of seconds on the heat, pulling out some magic out of her pockets. This one didn't look like it had much opportunity, but she surfed it up as it stood up, went straight up into the lip 2 times again and got a 5.03, stealing the lead from Hinana and pushing Rita Suzuki down into 3rd position. So great job from our surfer in white, and really playing the patient game, and it did pay off in those last couple of seconds. We will take it off with a break before catching up with the next heat. Heat 4 of the round of 16. Thank you so much, Mitali, for joining us in the booth here and giving us some background behind Tracks India. If you haven't seen it already, get yourself one of the issues. Issue number 2 just came out and has been given to all the athletes. So yeah, beautiful images. And I already see some of the groms, cutting out pieces, putting them on the walls. So it's really exciting to have that.
Children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
back to live action here at the Short Temple Classic QS 2000. We are into the women. Sarah Wakita from Japan in red, Kamali Prakash in blue, Jirapat Sukonta from Thailand in white, and Isabel Higgs also from Thailand in green. So 2 Thailand, 1 India, 1 Japan. Nice to see this diversity of surfers in the water right now. Isabel starting it off as she likes to, right off the bat with within the first 3 minutes of the heat. 2 beautiful turns to start. I love how she puts that board on rail. Just missing the finish on that one, but it will still be a heat opener. It looks like Sarah Wakita did put quite a nice score on the opening with a 6.17. Let's see if we can get a replay for that ride, the ride from red Sarah Wakita, as we have 22 minutes on the clock. This is round 4 of the round of 16 for the women. I'm here, Percy, in the live commentary booth with TP Jabrek. How's this day been going for you, TP? There's been some really cool waves. Yeah, tell me a bit about how you're feeling it out here in Mahabalipuram.
Yeah, for sure, it's been great, to see, characters and what do you call it, like people that really putting a lot of efforts, to bringing India into the next level. Here we go. This is our surfer from India, really strong surfing there. Actually, from is that a Kamalia?
Yeah,
so,
that's Kamali Bonda's older sister.
Wow, she's surfing really good. So yeah, talking about all the people that are pushing India into the next level, we always have to appreciate everybody that putting a lot of effort. Especially for Mitali, putting 2 issues of a surf magazine is not easy. I've been experienced working with some media back in the days, and bringing a print surf magazine in anywhere in the world is not easy. So here. A replay of Kamli first wave and second wave actually. So no, sorry, first wave, and she rewarded with 2.67. So just imagine if you can put another strong, solid turns there and finishing it up. Like I think Kamli can get a good score there.
Yeah, that looked like a strong start from Kamali, especially if she would have made the finish on that wave. Still plenty of time on the clock with 20 minutes. And 25 seconds from the first exchange. Sarah Wakita taking the lead with a 6.17. Isabel Higgs on the in second with the 3.67, and Kamali Prakash with the single maneuver, a 2.67. So that is the start of the heat, and priority now sitting with our surfer in white, Jirapat, and the waves have been pretty consistent now in this back end of the morning as we approach the low tide mark. And the offshores kicked in. This morning it was a little bit more sectiony, a little bit tougher to surf. The heats were a little bit slower, but now the heats are starting off already with big scores. A 6.17 is a great way to start your heat. So really cool to see, the girls on such good conditions out here in Mahabs, and especially a big inspiration for all the women surfers here in India. Seeing these women from all over Asia, and probably getting to meet them and hear their stories as well. And we will also have a bit of a socialization event this evening with a bit of a dinner party. So all the athletes are going to get to know each other a little bit more and hear about how, how they've been coming up in the surfing world. Yeah, it's been so exciting just to, over the past few years, have more international events and get more international surfers in these waters. And each time, the ocean providing, given really good conditions for our surfers from all over the world to come and enjoy the Indian breaks. This swell coming in all the way from down in Indonesia. I think we have the Padang Cup running as well. Around these times, do you know if any of the heats have run for that one, or
no? There's no Padang Cup yet, so still waiting for a bigger swell to come. It is a big swell, but that's why we have some wave here. It's this swell came from way down from south, south side of the region of Western Australia, and then they come up into Bali, and then straight into Sumatra and heading up to India. So here we go, Kamli Prakash, solid surfer, I have to say. She's is she surf here a lot, or she come from Koblong?
She is a local girl from Mahabalipuram, spends almost all her time here on the surf spot, so she knows it quite well. And yeah, she started out really young on the skateboard actually, and did quite well in the Indian scene over there, and then brought it to the ocean with the surfboard. And so a lot of experience with a board under her feet, and you can definitely see that in the quality of her maneuvers. Just hope that she can pick off a nice one and get a bigger score as well.
So yeah, you mentioned about the national ranking in India. Do the women have also their own ranking on the division?
They definitely do, and Kamali here has been dominating. She got a straight 3 wins. 3,000 points for all 3 events. Yeah, that's even 4 events actually. Yeah, we've had 4 events. So 4 straight wins, and yeah, that's very that really shows also in her surfing. She's also traveled a little bit in terms of surfing with the national team, going to Peru and a few other places. I think Taiwan as well for an event over there. So definitely all that experience coming in, and also starting really young, that really helps a lot. The surfing patterns, the mechanical patterns really come in to the neuromuscular system, and that really helps for our surfers to really get the technique down and so on. And that's what we're looking at as we want to build the sport in India, is since it's so young, is really get youngsters starting early. And thanks so much TP actually for that, for organizing the Grom patrols, which have really been motivating and pushing our Groms here to do as much as they can, and also motivating our state associations to do more Grom searches and find a bit more talent in the youngsters. A lot of coaching starting to happen also here in India. We're getting a bit more better equipment as well. Equipment has been a big thing. If you talk to some of the legends from back in the day, I mean, they would all be sharing, 3 people on one board and fixing it up and going back in the water, and watching other surfers as they surf the only board available and so on. And now we're getting more equipment, we're getting more opportunities to travel, more coaches. So it's slowly on the rise, and having all these great surfers here definitely a big help when it comes to that. Here is our local surfer again, going up into the lip and just going down on that one. She is sitting in 2nd position with a 2.67 and a 2.23, just looking to increase the requirements for Isabel Higgs on that. Priority does sit with Isabel Higgs though, however. And tell us a little bit maybe about how the women's surfing scene in Indonesia grew, like from back in the days when you were surfing. Like what was the kind of journey that happened over there? Now you guys have some pretty strong surfers, like Kailani and a few of the others that came down here for the Asian Championships representing your country. So yeah, give me a bit of background on the women's surfing journey for Indonesia.
So yeah, I think the journey takes quite a while, because surfing, like Mitali told us before, women's it seems like it's they feel like they have a bit more challenge to be to catch more wave in the water, for example. So, but these days, girls are dominating. If you go to places like Uluwatu and Padang, for example, or Karamas, there's a local girls are charging there. So we would love to see more of the the regional women's movement. A bit more, getting more and more women's. Because there's no way, in one region they're gonna develop, the women division on their own. So we need the Indian women division to grow, have more surfers, more Indian women are in the water, because they're gonna travel. We need to have more Thai girls, for example, more Filipinos. So they're all pushing each other, because at the end of the day, we are not competing against each other. There is women from Australia, from America, from Brazil. They're like so much more advanced. So I think the women's division that we want to grow and make it strong is have to be collectively like around Asia. Look at Japan. How strong they are. We are catching up with them, but if Japan is getting stronger and stronger, that's just going to help, like Indian women's also to push, because we can compete against the Japanese, but we cannot compete against Brazilian or Australian. It's too expensive, too far. So we always have to learn from the closest neighboring, like a region or countries, and we learn from them, and then we push each other. That's how we get to where we want to get. Yeah, because that's impossible to say like if the Japanese can get strong by themselves, they need us to also push them. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And, these up and coming countries, also pushing up and making sure that the dominating countries don't get complacent and keep pushing their level, keep pushing up to the next level. And but yeah, WSL doing quite a good job at, splitting up the QS into different regions to make it a bit more accessible for our surfers to grow, and to go surf in different countries. And as we were speaking before, how a lot of Japanese surfers, as a rite of passage, kind of like spend a lot of time in a country that inspires them with regards to surfing. I feel like Bali's played quite a role with regards to that in Asia. A lot of surfers going over there and learning from the surf culture since it's such a surfing hub. And so, yeah, maybe taking some notes, in terms of the progression for Indian surfing is like we should definitely, encourage some of our surfers to go and spend some time, actual time in some of these countries like Japan, like Indonesia. And it would be ideal if we could also follow them with media, with images, with some quality coaching and so forth, to really help them grow the sport. Because all these countries have had so many years, decades of surfing experience, and it kind of gets passed down into the DNA generation by generation. As we're seeing it happen slowly over here, like Kamali and her brother Bonda, two up-and-coming kids, and their uncle, was one of the competitors in the first few events, and because of that, they got a head start when it comes to surfing technique and so forth, and so if we can do that, but also between countries. Really learning from what the Japanese have passed down the different generations. Isabel Higgs up and riding, our Thai surfer here. Ripping a big swoop on the outside, a second one to back that one up as this stands up. She'll go into the lip for the finish and just disappears into the foam. That would have been a strong, very strong wave if she finished that maneuver. But nonetheless, it will probably be quite a strong one with those big swoops out the back on a quality wave. 10 minutes and 35 to go. Here's the replay. Straight into a bottom turn, big swoop to start, getting past that second section. And then laying down another big swoop right here after she looked for the finish, but following the lip line, but just getting caught a little bit under the lip line and unfortunately not making the finish on that. Just a note I want to make to our surfers in India, how creating like a tighter radius turn on your carves and finishing the carve a bit higher up on the wave allows you to then make the most of that energy of the wave and keep speed down the line, which is what Isabel was doing on the last wave. A 5.0 on that wave does take her up into the lead. Sara Wakita, however, following close behind, only needing 2.5 to take the lead. And now our surfer in white setting up a bottom turn here. This one looks a little bit like a smaller insider, but it does stand up. And she does ride out of that last maneuver, which was quite critical. So Jirapat also not out of conversation here, needs a 5.35. Even if she doesn't get the 5.35, she will reduce the requirements for her advancements. Sara Wakita, however, in second position, already sitting on a 6.17. So if she gets a backup, which she looks like she will right now, and that one does run away a little. We are into the post-heat interview with the winner of the previous heat, and Giada.
All right, so how were the waves out there?
Wave really fun.
And how are you feeling for passing the heat?
Yeah, I'm happy to catch the good wave, and I'm happy to make it.
And I know there's many people watching at home. What would you like to say to everyone?
応援ありがとうございます。今日もう一回試合があるので勝ちます。応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, for that post-heat interview with Arisa Ishii. With the O'Neill sponsor. I love the O'Neill style in their sticker. Super old school, super classic. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go. What do you think, TP, about the situation in the water right now?
Yeah, I think the surfer from from India right now, Kamali, still have a chance to to get into the second position because all she needs to do is like using her experience surfing here, get a better open up, lining up wave, and the surfing is there. It's just like I think the opportunity of the wave that she chooses a little bit need to she need to get a better one out of all her exchanges so far with a 2.67 and a 2.23. She need to up that ante a little bit. And then also, I have to say Sarah Wakita's last wave, a 7, it set up the bar for all the girls division today. What kind of surfing they need to do to get that number, because the judges is already rewarding that number, and all the other surfers just need to adapt on how she surf.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a replay of that 7.0 after this wave, because it looks like Easy has a solid looking wave out the back here. It has a bit of a bump on the inside, but let's see how she negotiates it. Setting up the first bottom turn, big swoop, and now again straight into the second swoop, and now the finishing section closes, and this time she will make sure to ride out of there with control. That will be a good backup. She'll get rid of that 3.67 for sure. And she's already sitting in that second position. So she'll be feeling a little bit more confident about that. And maybe, even have a chance at reaching for that first position with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. As we see some nice set waves out the back. Going unridden. Oh, how great it would be to be in the water right now. Because it's absolutely pumping. 6 minutes and 15 to go. We're waiting for that last of Izzy as we see these beautiful sets ripping through the lineup. Here's the replay for Izzy. Couple of replays here. Take me through this one, Tippy.
Yeah, I think she's surfing really smart here. Just making sure that she put like multiple maneuvers there in one wave. It's kind of short, but she able to put 3 of them. That's gonna make things harder for Kamali and also for Jirapat. So Jirapat looking for a 6.57 now, and Kamali looking for a 6.83. But Sarawakita's is pretty comfortable in the first place with a 7 and a 6.17. To get a 7 and a 6, on today's condition is something that it's guarantee on the advancing situation. So yeah, well done surfing there from Sarah.
Yeah, and super precise surfing from our surfer in red, Sarawakita. I mean, she only has only ridden 2 waves, getting a 6.17 on the first, and then upping the score on the second one, a 7.0. Surgical precision on her surfing here in this heat, and comfortably sitting in the lead with priority as we enter the last 5 minutes of this heat. Izzy putting down a 4.5 on her previous one. That'll be a good backup. And now the requirement for second position is a 6.83 for Kamali and a 6.57 for Jirapat. Reaching for the lead will be quite tough, though. The requirement for Izzy is an 8.17. Quite a big number, but the waves are absolutely pumping. So anything is possible for any of our surfers. With 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go, however, Sarawakita sitting with priority, and we'll see what use she makes. Izzy also second priority, so both are heat leaders, having a strong position with both scores and priority. The requirements have been pretty big, so quite a good job from them. 4 minutes to go. Looking at this situation, yeah, Jirapat is probably going to need to break that down into 2 different waves. We never know. Here we see Kamali up and riding again, getting up into the lip, but not quite able to connect with that one as she liked, showing a little bit of frustration. And she'll go hunting for some under priority. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Sarawakita getting some solid scores on the scoreboard. Really precise in terms of her wave selection and, converting those waves into big scores. And Izzy following close behind. She missed that finishing on the 5.0. That would have gone pretty high, probably, and given her a bit more of a chance on that lead. The 4.5 was a good backup, Putting down 3 maneuvers on a shorter ride, a little bit smaller insider. So good textbook surfing, also from Izzy. And a little bit of work to do from Kamali and Jirapat. The waves, the ocean is going a little flat as we sit between sets. Two minutes and 40. Yeah, Izzy was here also in the Asian Championships last year, and she did quite a good job. I remember also when she came in for practice before this event, a lot of the guys were watching her from the beach, and they were like, "Damn, these girls are gonna blow us out of the water," So really inspiring to see this quality of surfing. This one rolling through, not having much energy on it, so our ladies letting it go down the line. We'll see if there's any opportunities in the coming 2 minutes of this heat.
So yeah, Percy, after this heat, we're gonna go straight into the, the men's division of, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the junior division of the men's division. And so it will be a transition from a QS to the junior division. We're gonna have the men's division round of 16, hit number 1, yeah?
Yeah, men's round of 16. Heat
So it's the
1.
QS.
So it is the QS.
It's the QS, yeah.
It is the QS. Straight into the men's after this round of 16. And then we'll finish off the day with the women's pro junior round of 16 as well. 4 heats in each of these categories in the round of 16s. So we managed to get our last round of 32 done this morning with the men's. And here's Izzy again. Nice snap to start, getting into the lip one more time, and pulls that one off. So she's going to be probably letting go of that 4.5, a bit of a bigger face, more critical sections as Kamali has a look here in the closing 30 seconds of this wave, just looking to see if she can, get anything on this one. I mean, you kind of just have to go within the last 30 seconds just to make sure that you've, given it your all in the heat. And she goes up into the lip on that one, but that wave, dredging out on the sandbar, not really giving her a chance out of there. So yeah, here's the replay for Izzy, up into the lip on the first one, and draws out the bottom turn for a big smack on the oncoming section at the end, and she might even, increase the requirements and even have a better hold on that second position as this heat comes to a close. We're gonna go for a short break before we go into the men's round of 16. So stay tuned.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the
Okay, welcome back. This is the men's QS round of 16. Now we have hit number 1. We have Shohei Kato, Taki Kanazawa, Masamune Uno, and Raimu Yamamoto. So round of 16. Things getting more serious now. After this one, we're gonna have a man-on-man of quarterfinals. So this is where things get a bit more serious. Jada, we have Shohei Kato with our opening right. This is a really good surfing there from Shohei, but just stuck there a little bit. But still waiting for that score. It's a 4. Shohei Kato's opening right is a 0.73, and Taki Kanazawa get a better one with a 4.83.
Yeah, so we are already getting deeper into the draw. A huge chunk of competition has been done yesterday and today. We'll be already into the quarterfinals right after this round of the men's round of 16. So big moments ahead. We already have all the women's quarterfinalists locked in. We just had that last heat. Congratulations to Sara Wakita for taking it out, and Isabella Hicks. Up next, though, in the next heat, we have Roy Kanazawa, Kishore Kumar, Iko Watanabe, and Raiha Onu. So things are getting super stacked here. It is going to be big afternoon of surfing. We're going to do 4 heats of this round of 16 and go straight into the women's pro junior. So the women get to surf twice today, especially if they're double dipping. It's going to be a really exciting moment, especially because the women's pro juniors are already into the quarterfinals.
Yes, 21. This heat goes back into 25 minutes. Here we go. This is Taki Kanazawa. Yesterday, a 9.33. Can he get that level back? That was a good one, like a really fast 1-2 right there from Taki Kanazawa. Here we go, live action again. This is Raimu Yamamoto, also a standout yesterday. I think everybody is just, with the condition right now, everybody just ripping and pushing hard, Jada.
Yeah, both Raimu Yamamoto and Taki Kanazawa getting 9s yesterday. So big moments, and it was such great conditions. And as we have approached that mid-tide, the conditions have cleaned up so much again. We do have a bit of texture from the wind, but it's not affecting us too much. Just reaching that 20-minute mark now. We're waiting for the last of white and blue to drop before we give you guys an updated situation. But here's the replays. I really like this wave from Raimu. He didn't really miss a beat. This wave getting a little sleepy, and he just did that one cutback before finishing it off really strong there. So he didn't miss a beat throughout that whole wave. He read it really nicely and had that textbook competitive surfing that we like to see.
Yes, for sure. Raimu's with the opening right there. He's going to be happy because that was a solid wave right there. Here we go. This is Masamune Uno from Japan also. Ooh, just a little bit stuck there. But Masamune with his first wave with a 2.1, he need to go back, make sure that he's getting a better condition and better finishing on that one. It's just sometimes it's. If you do a really good in the beginning of the wave, you also need to make sure that the finishing is there to maximize the score.
All right, so we're gonna throw it down to Percy with Sara Wakita, the winner of the round of 16 heat 4. Take it away.
All right, I am down here for the post-heat interview with Sara Wakita, winner of the last heat. Super precise surfing from you in the last heat. I think you got only 2 waves. And you got a 617 on the first one and a 7 on the next one. Was that your strategy from the start, really, to wait for like the quality waves and get like strong scores on both of them?
I really wanted to catch many waves as possible because I couldn't really catch any on the practice sessions. But I just seen like so many jellyfish out there. I didn't really want to risk it, so I just took on 2 good ones, and I made it. So I'm happy.
Yeah, and that was enough to get the heat win. Tell me a little bit about how you train for surfing. Like, do you surf a lot in Japan, or do you go which kind of places do you go to surf in terms of training? Is it just the events that you go to, or do you also put in some time in different surf spots?
I definitely do go to some surf ships on the off seasons, and But mainly I surf back in Japan, training with my coach, and yeah. But I've been to Lakey Peak for like 2 weeks last maybe March, and yeah, I feel like my surfing grew there a lot. So I'm really happy to yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a really cool scene going down in Lakey Peak. And how was the experience there for you? Did you bring your coach along with you, or how did that go?
No, it was just like an off-season practice. I just went with there with a couple of Japanese friends, and yeah, we had a good time. So it was good.
Sounds really fun, and looking forward to see some more radical waves from you in the next rounds. Do you want to send some messages out to your friends and family back home?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。日本しか乗れなかったんですけど、でもまあその中でこう決めれて、いいサーフィンができたので良かったです。次も。次はもっとこう自分から攻めていい波に乗れるといいなって思ってるので、次も応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you so much for that one, and good luck on the next rounds. Back to you guys in the live commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Sara Okita, one of the best surfers, not only in the Asian QS, in my opinion, but honestly in the world. She is incredibly talented and has been really consistent lately, so great to see her in the next round. These are the replays that we missed while we were gone. A couple really nice turns from Shohei Kato, current heat leader. This one came in at a 6.83, so he's looking really comfortable. His board is looking really lively under his feet. Beautiful turns there. He hasn't really fumbled just yet. This one all the way down to the inside. Strong finishing there from Shohei Kato. So he's been in a bit of a tear lately. He wants to back up that 3.33. We're waiting for one more score for him to come through. Taki Kanazawa in second, 4.83 and a 4.33. Raimu Yamamoto, a 5.67, no real backup just yet. And Masamune Uno with a bit of work to do. This is him now, though, on the screen. A massive blow there. Does it again. Bit more open face carve. I'm loving his style. Really push the tail on that third one. That is exactly the type of surfing that he needs to do to get himself back into this heat.
Yeah, I think when you advance to this round, you have to have like all those tricks and maneuver that you can show off to the judges, like that one. It was a huge first maneuver right there, and with little flare right there, a bit of a tail slide right there. I think Masamune will get some good numbers then, replacing those 3.90 and a 2.110. So we'll see if that's gonna be straight in. His highest score of what he's looking for, a 5.26, and move him into second, because Raimu and Taki and Shohei already get quite a good numbers, and Masamune is going to get a good numbers also.
Absolutely. I would say the only thing really going against him on that one was maybe the size of the waves. There we have a 5.53, so a really good score. I'm sure if he was doing those turns on a solid set like Shohei Kato, he would have definitely gone into the sixes range. So incredible performance from Masamune Uno. We just passed that 15-minute mark, so things are going to start to heat up. Still waiting for one more score of Shohei Kato. He really wants to back up that 6.83 quickly, because he has Masamune Uno and Taki Kanazawa just breathing down his neck. 4.64 and a 4.61 are not big requirements for both those surfers.
Yeah, so what an amazing way of surfing there from Masamune. He doesn't hold back any on any of that maneuver, and that's rewarded with a 5.53. But if you want to keep pushing like what Shohei Kato is doing with a 6.83, I think everybody need to, kind of get like on a better wave, And situation right now, Raimu Yamamoto only looking for 3.76, Taki Kanazawa only looking for 4.61. But the big one is actually, first position with Shohei Kato with 7.67 on his last wave there, Giada. That's also like setting up the standard for these heats. If you wanna get up there, you need to get that over sixes or into that sevens, like what Shohei is doing.
Absolutely. I mean, he has that 767 next to his name, and it's looking so good. He really wants to get into the quarterfinals. On your screen, Taki Kanazawa unfortunately gets a little stuck there, fumbles slightly, but recovers really nicely. This wave not really working with him maybe the way he was hoping for, but really nicely done. I think he surfed it as best he possibly could. His brother will be coming up next, Roy Kanazawa, in Heat 2 of this round of 16 with Kishore Kumar, Iko Watanabe, and Raiha Onu.
Yeah, if you see the replay here from Taki Kanazawa, great wave, just a little bit stumble on those first maneuver, but he finished it pretty strong. So he only looking for a 4.61. So it'll be surprised if he didn't get that number. And yeah, I think everybody is pretty happy to surf this condition. The wave is good, the size is there. So I think coming this far to India, to Mahabalipuram, everybody is really rewarded with a good quality on this QS 2000, and everybody should be happy.
Absolutely, we've had some great conditions throughout these 2 days of contest. I mean, this is some stock standard QS surfing that we'd love to see. I mean, who doesn't want to be competing in these types of conditions? It's a perfect peeling right-hander that you can do, like Shohei Kato showed. You can do like 6-7 turns on it. So it's an incredibly good wave to show performance. We've had 9s already dropped yesterday, and it was only the first day of competition. I'm sure as we get deeper into the draw, it's just going to get so stacked. We're already going man on man after this, so it's going to be great for these surfers to have a little bit of space and have less, don't have to think so much of other athletes, but just can focus on performance. And here we have on your screen, Masamune Uno, huge first blast, wraps it around, giving that variety, gets past this sleepy section, weaves his board, keeping it alive, keeping it moving, not wanting to lose the speed, as this wave is probably going to give him a little bit more to work with on the inside. Let's see what Masamune does. Huge finish there. Love that tail drift. He is on fire. So that's definitely going to be throwing that 3.9 out the window. It is Raimu Yamamoto now out the back, flying down the line. He gets past his section, big open gouge there. Does it again here in front of the rock. Unfortunately, almost goes straight into it. So that was a really close call from Raimu.
That was a split-second decision to, going around the rocks and into cutting it into the rocks. So here we go. This is Masamune's replay. Boom, big maneuver right there. Second maneuver also strong. Just going a little bit on a racetrack there, going behind in front of that rocks right there, and he able to put one more big one on the end here on the finishing. So I think Masamune is pretty happy from his body language, little fish pump there, but Raimu Yamamoto also feel pretty good. So it'll be interesting who gonna go into second, because Raimu doesn't need much. Masamune only needed to replace that 3.9. So here we go. This is the replay of Raimu Yamamoto, Giada.
Yeah, so some great surfing here from Raimu. He had to go down the line for that first section, but here's when things started really heating up. Almost goes into the rock, manages to get around it, so he feels pretty good. That was some nice surfing. It was really tight in the pocket. It was clean. It was neat. So I think the judges are really going to enjoy that. Unfortunately, it wasn't as long as maybe Shohei Kato's other rides, but he's sitting out there with that 7.67 and that 6.83, so he's feeling pretty comfortable with priority as well. Shohei wanting to be into that quarterfinals as soon as possible.
So yeah, 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We have a couple scores to be locked in. We have Masamune on his last wave and Raimu also on his last wave, waiting for the judges to locked in. Here we go. Wow, look at that numbers from Masamune and also Raimu Yamamoto. Last wave of Masamune, get a better one of 6.37. So yeah, Masamune is solidly sitting in second right now, putting Raimu Yamamoto needing a 6.24, and Taki Kanazawa, the dominator from round 1, 2, and now he's the one who's chasing a 7.07. So It's still not finished yet. Like if Taki can get a 9 yesterday, a 7 is a fully achievable there, Giada.
Absolutely. Taki Kanazawa, a bit unfortunate, hasn't really strung this one together, and it must be really starting to get to his nerves, starting to hear Masamune, Raimu, and Shohei dropping some pretty solid scores. Taki just kind of needs to find his opportunity out there, be on the right wave. He has the surfing clearly to be able to do so. So I'm just excited for him to get things rolling here for his round of 16 Heat 1 performance.
Yeah, 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Everybody is on the lineup right now. We have Shohei Kato actually having the first priority. So he can choose any wave that come to him, but looks like he's going to let go that one and let Masamune having a go on this one. So Masamune, with last priority right there. So not offering anything right there. So Masamune doesn't matter because he's not holding any priority. He can just, kind of like, playing mouse and cat. Just if the dogs don't want to eat him, he will eat him. Yeah.
The mouse and cat goes to the dog.
Every animals are involved in surfing.
The elephant walked in too. And
the elephant rocks is there. The mouse and cat, the big dog. Everything is there.
So yeah, Masamune, you're right, with fourth priority. So no foul there. He's just keeping busy. We've seen it a few times before where under priority you catch a couple scores there. So you never really know. He's sitting on that 5.53 that I'm sure he wants to get rid of pretty quickly. Yamamoto, 5.67 and a 5.60. It is both Raimu and Taki with a bit of work to do. A solid requirement from Taki, a 7.07 to be able to get himself back into that advancing position. Here we see Uno taking a quick look at it, but wasn't really sold on that inside section. So we've had some beautiful moments throughout the day out here. This wave just showing how consistent it is. Last year when we were at the ASF, we've had 10 days of competition and it was absolutely cooking the whole time. So I'm excited to see what the rest of this contest window gives us as we get deeper into the draw and things start to really ramp up for us here in Mahabalipuram. We have been so welcomed by the locals here. The food is incredible. The weather is great. There's that gorgeous temple right behind us. As for those of you who are just tuning in with us now, there's actually 6 other temples underwater extending outwards that have been there for, they calculate, maybe around 12,000 years. So incredible culture here. On your screen though, back to live action. Taki Kanazawa going to town on this one, really flaring it up, leaning into it, and finishes it off super strong. Needs to ride out of it to get a good score, and he does.
Wow. He let it happen until the last 4 minutes of the heat. So Taki Kanazawa, he remembered himself. He was the person who got that 9.33. So a 7 with that kind of surfing, it's fully achievable. It's not the biggest sets, but he did put a lot of quality turns there. So would love to see the replay there for Taki Kanazawa. 483, 433, one of them going to get replaced. And he might not need, but he might need one more wave to make sure that, the possibility of him moving into second place is there. So let's wait. Is it going to be a 7.07 or is it going to be a little bit under and he need one more? So 3-4-4, Jada. What an exchange we're going to have here.
Absolutely. It's going to start to really ramp up. This is a replay of our man in red. Took to the air. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of it, though. He is feeling pretty comfortable. He has a solid lead. Masamune Uno, the closest to him, needs an 8.13 to even start thinking about taking first place again. So it's going to be a really, really interesting last 3 minutes. Here we have Taki Kanazawa's replay. Love that layback. Really pushed it hard. So Taki Kanazawa fighting back. His last score came in at a 5.47. So it does chip away at the score, but unfortunately still does need a 6.43.
So yeah, here this is live action from heat number 1, round of 16 of the men's QS. So yeah, Taki Kanazawa 547, not up to what he required, but he need to get out there one more time. Here we go. This is Raimu Yamamoto. Also needs some works going on. That's what happened when you need some score. You're gonna overthink it, push it too much, and you know, sometimes you make mistake by doing, you know, a simple mistake. And yeah, I think the numbers that you require always goes to your mind. Here we go, Raimu Yamamoto also on the inside. 6-4, that's what the requirement. Is this wave gonna offer that numbers? But nope, decide to kick out and 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so at this level of the sport, you can already tell if a wave is going to be giving what you're looking for or not. And this wave from Masamune Uno is looking like he could improve on his 5.53. Nice turn there, gets past Elephant Rock. Let's see what he does on the inside. I love the flair he has on those turns. He really pushes the tail around every time that board connects with the lip. So he is looking like he's in a great position right now, a good mindset. He's pretty relaxed. He came out the gates with that great score, but it's hard to reach Shohei Kato. I'm sure if this was any other heat, Masamune Uno would probably be winning it, actually.
Yeah, that was a great wave there from Masamune. As you can see, there's a million of people behind this rock. So that's the popular beach where all the locals goes, and this is where the surf spots is. So there's a bit of a separation between the rocks. You know, the locals goes there to swim. There's a lifeguard I heard there on duty, so a bit more safer for locals to go swim, because right here on the other side of the rock where the competition area is, it's more like where the fishing village is. So here we go, Shohei Kato just playing around. His first place, but Masamune is waiting for last of that score. Is it going to replace that 5.53? Here we go, another live action here from Taki Kanazawa. A little bit stuck there on his signature layback there, that 9.933 layback. Just having a hard time today, Giada, yeah, because the one before was a really good wave, but he only scored a 5.47. And this one is a bit, you know, there's more variety, but a bit more smaller waves. He's looking for 6.43.
Yeah, absolutely. And just shows how cutthroat this sport is. You could have the best day ever and then lose the moment afterwards. It is not written in stone. Big finishing there for Raimu Yamamoto. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of it. He had to go big. He needs a score. There he goes. You can see a little bit of frustration there from our man in white. We're still waiting for scores for green, white, and blue to come through. Here are the replays. I love this man's style. Giving the variety, he's had some great wave selection throughout the event and even throughout this heat. So he's been looking like he's in a great form and in a great headspace. That was a really, really strong finishing. Now looking back at it again, probably much stronger than what I first initially thought. So Masamune does improve on his scoreline. 6.60 does extend his lead, making life a little harder now for Taki Kanazawa. His last score is going to be his chance. Just looking at what's been coming through now, it looks like he will not be getting the score he needs. So it is Shohei Kato and Masamune going into that next round. We're going to throw out to a quick break before we see you in Heat 2. All right, things are rolling here in the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. We are back into the men's round of 16. On your screen, Roy Kanazawa going ham there. And we already have some scores coming through. This is the round of 16 heat 2. Behind him, Kishore Kumar, our man from India representing, doing a beautiful highline. Let's see what he got here. Nice swooping backhand turn there. Does it again. Lovely wave. Unfortunately goes down there, so wasn't able to really complete it. But
yeah, just a bit off timing on that last turn, which was the one that was going to get a little bit more critical. But yeah, he really does use that high line to effect here. He grew up in Kovalong, and Kovalong is a very, very fast wave, faster than Mahab's. So you're definitely using that high line to effect here to get past those couple of sections. Put a couple of turns down, just losing the finish over there, which would have been a really strong wave to start the heat. We've gotten some scores in already. The last one of Kishore taking the edge in this exchange at 3.77 with those strong carves. Roy Kanazawa, his heat opener at 2.77. And Rata, just a throwaway, is 0.87, so he's in second priority, looking for some more now. This is the replay from Kishore. Look at that high line, getting a lot of speed, and now setting that bottom turned up, and big carve to start. Backing up with the second one, even deeper in the pocket, and that's when he would have started to get critical, but just off timing on that finish over there. But no worries, he can keep his mind calm and composed, and he'll just get out the back. This is just the opening rounds, early days, as we say, and lots of time left on the clock. Here's our surfer in green, having a look at this one. Draws out the back one, pressure on the back foot. Now pivoted on the pocket and just pushed a little too much over there. It's really important to be aware of those double ups that come up, you know, because if there's a double up on top of underneath a section, like and you go all ham on it, it is gonna push you off that wave.
yeah, absolutely. I feel like it has cleaned up quite a bit throughout the day. We had a bit of a bump earlier on when that high tide was affecting this so much. There was like even that side wave coming along, but now as we reach that mid tide, it's cleaned up quite a bit. This is a beautiful window, and what better moment to have it than here in Mahabalipuram. We're so excited to be around. So we will be going straight into the Women's Pro Junior right after this,
which will be the first time that they will be surfing out here in Mahabalipuram. Great conditions for that, but right now we are into Heat 2 for the round of 16 for the men's QS. This heat a little bit slower of a start, you know, just low range scores, 377, 283, 20. And these surfers will be going out the back once more to find some better ones. Here's our surfer in red, Roy.
Oh, that was a massive hack from Roy Kanazawa. Really laid into it. Does it again, unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of it, but I was loving what he was doing. Roy Kanazawa really laid into it, putting all his power. He's a solid guy, you know, so that is some really good surfing.
Yeah, that was a massive drop the wallet from Roy Kanazawa, and we've seen a couple of those in competition already in the juniors, and they definitely do give pretty solid scores for him. So we're looking for a banger from red as we see green taking off. And will he make it out with control? He does, so that's a successful air reverse. And that's just a way to you know, manufacture a score on a smaller wave, going to the progression. Progressive and innovative maneuvers is the second criteria the judges are looking for. We haven't seen that much progressive surfing here, just a couple of air reverses as we see a massive set out the back. And looks like Iko Watanabe up and riding, finds that first section, cuts that turn short in front of red, bang up into the lip for the second maneuver. Big fans of spray from our surfer in white, Iko, as this one stands up behind Elephant Rock, draws that cut back all the way back into the pocket, smashes the lip for another 2 times, and that, guys, is gonna be a massive score. Iko Watanabe opening his heat with a giant. That was probably one of the biggest waves I've seen in competition today. So that low tide, you know, really providing some super clean lines for our surfers to manufacture scores on. And on that one, really selecting. And also he played the patient game, waiting for a good set. We'll get a replay from our ride. This is the air reverse from green, chucking the tail towards the beach and not getting as much progression as he would have to get a bigger score. So the judges will keep a lid on that one, but we're still waiting to see where they go with it. But Eco, on the other hand, a massive set wave as he got around that first section, projected up into the lip, big carve around red, then up into the lip, release, some good rail work out the back, and just kept going on this one down the line.
Oh, it's weird to see Iko in a white. Usually I'm used to seeing him in red jersey every time. But that was an incredible wave from Iko Watanabe, patiently waiting for it, and it finally paid off. So it's going to be a pretty good score. You're right, that was one of the best or biggest waves we've seen ridden throughout the event today. And as we said quite a few times, that low tide just bowling the wave up and giving these surfers so many more sections to be able to work with. Iko making sure he took a real advantage of that situation. So here's the replay from the sky of that last wave of Iko Watanabe. Gets around this first section, really push it there. You could see there was a bit of a moment there with Roy in the way. I love how he flared that second one, pushing the tail around, giving the variety, something that the judges constantly want to see. Behind Kishore Kumar on his backhand, our surfer here from India. Lovely style, not rushing it. Unfortunately, it goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate for Kishore on the finish for that one. I'm curious to see what he did out the back because he put a couple of turns in, but here's the replay. Take off straight down to the bottom for a deep bottom turn, smacks it off the lip, and now I understand why he took off on this one. He saw the opportunity for a big vertical snap. A second one there, and just unfortunate that he didn't finish this one off strong. Maybe I would have projected out with the lip a little bit more just to make sure I stay ahead of that wave in the white water. But great build on scores nonetheless. He'll be building his house 377. The last one definitely with that vertical first snap. I mean, so deep on the bottom turn on the backhand over there, and really getting critical in the pocket. So just the two turns, but he'll definitely get a good score on that as we wait for Eco's last massive score. And it comes in at a 6.5, so not quite what we expected here in the judging booth for that big set wave from Eco, but nonetheless a big score, a 6.5. It is the biggest score of the heat so far, and I guess the judges are just keeping a lid on the scores right now because we have such big names in the event. This is the round of 16 at the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000 as we get a sky view of the Shore Temple right there and the rocks that have been built to protect that temple, and also by chance creating this beautiful point break for us to surf on. So this has been a lot of human engineering here with the temple, starting with the temple thousands of years ago from the ancients of the Pallava dynasty, carving this straight into rock, and then in the modern era, building this protective layer of rocks all around that monument, UNESCO monument, and creating this beautiful right-hand point break. This is that 6.5 from Eco, big turn to start. That is really the money turn for me, getting up into the critical section, releasing the fins. That one's a bit of a jam, and then onto some rail work. So a lot of work done here by Eco, and he really likes to put together, these lengthy rides with lots of maneuvers. We've seen him go into the air yesterday, so he also has the air game, and that was a strong start from Eco. Even with that 6.5, he is sitting in fourth position right now. So the other surfers also have something to say in this heat. Kishore Kumar right now in the lead with the 3.9 and the 3.77. Eco now up and riding again. Big slash to start. And getting up into, just losing it on that one. Yeah, maybe a bit of a funky decision in terms of maneuvers there. Going for that kind of like foam lip climb, and kind of losing stability on that one. But he is sitting on the biggest score of the heat. So he won't be too phased out of that with 13 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you liking the opening rounds of this heat? Oh, we have Kishore up and riding. Take me through this one, Giada.
All right, here is Kishore on his backhand. Good opening first blast. Just sets it up. Unfortunately, this one just running away from him. But Kishore has been on some of the best waves this whole event. So I'm hoping he catches one of those sneaky insider ones that he's been finding secretly. Especially we saw that in the earlier round when he got through. So it's, yeah, I've been loving it. This round of 16, Heat 2, things are really starting to ramp up. The guys are really starting to surf more at their 70, 75%, which is something that kind of excites me. You're going to be seeing a lot of them start to take to the air a little more, start to really dig their rail into that surface of the water. So it's exciting moments ahead, but it is Iko Watanabe right now with that 6'5", looking really good next to his name. Besides that 6'5", we haven't had any real big moments throughout this heat. You know, it's been a little bit of a fumbly one. We've seen a lot of people kind of not be able to complete rides. So hopefully we see a little more of that. But these guys are battling their way for a spot in the quarterfinals, which we just locked in all the women's. We have in Heat 1, Mirai Akira against Anri Matsuno. Live action, that was, I think, Iko Watanabe taken to the air. But then in Heat 2 of the women's quarterfinals, we have Hinata Shimizu and Shino Matsuda. Heat 3 is Arisa Ishii and Isabella Higgs. And Heat 4 is Hinano Shimizu going up against Sara Wakita.
As we catch up with live action, Raiha Ono just getting a big float to start and then getting around that section. Trying to, just milk this wave as much as possible. Just needs a 3.97 to advance, so he could get the score on that one, but it's not really the wave he would have hoped for. I think he did quite a bit for that score. He's sitting on a 3.7 and a 2.83, so needs to improve on the 2.83 and reaching for pretty much a 4 if he wants to advance. But it looks like there's some opportunities out back. It's been a switchy heat, lots of different, quite open as well, with the scores remaining quite low. Here's our surfer in red, Roy Kanazawa. Ooh, just going for a stumble there. That outside rail catching on the way down. Here's the replay, that long drawn out floater, and then managing to get back onto the open faces. That wave slowed down. But it slowed down perhaps a little bit too much, not having much opportunity here on the inside portion as he made it around the rock. And he did finish this one off, so it'll definitely be a score, but we know the judges don't go too high with those floaters. So let's see what our surfer in green got for that one.
Yeah, like we were saying, it's one of those heats where there's been a lot of fumbles, there's been a lot of mistakes, or wouldn't say mistakes, but yeah, falls. It's a bit unusual, especially in a round of 16. You tend to see people really sticking the landing and fighting for that spot. Iko Watanabe hasn't even been able to back up that 6.5 just yet. So besides that, the highest scores of 4.67, and haven't really been able to bust out of the 3s and 2s range besides that. So it's such an interesting heat, and it just shows how sometimes surfing is so cutthroat. You could have the best heat of your life, and the heat after, which is hours later, lose with a 0.5 and a 1. So it is extremely difficult, and we rely a lot on the power of the ocean and everything it provides. And with that, I think we're going to throw it down to Tipi Jabrik and the winner of the last heat. Actually,
surfing here from Shohei Kato. So tell me a little bit about your heats today. You're really dominating, surfing super strong. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, my first heat was a bit too high tide, but now it's getting low, getting better, and then wave was pretty fun. Yeah, and then I got a couple good waves. It's so stoked.
Tell me about that 767. What is in your mind? 767. You see the wave. Tell me a little bit about that wave.
I don't know, just lucky. I got lucky. my game plan was just having fun, like free surfing. So yeah, super grateful.
Tell me a little bit about your boards. What size are you riding today?
I'm riding 5.9.5. The Junji Sonoda's board. Board feels so good.
Yeah, so everybody that's watching in Japan, make sure you check out Shohei's board there. So tell me a little bit about if you want to say anything, your friends, family, your mom is here. You want to say thank you to anybody in Japan, friends and family?
ライブで応援してくださってる皆さん、ありがとうございます。インド来て、もうめちゃくちゃ波良くて、今日のヒートも朝と今のヒートどっちもいい波でやれて、明日あるかわかんないんですけど、もうマンオーマンで次は本当いい波が多分次もあるので、楽しんで頑張りたいと思います。
Yeah, great surfing from Shohei Kato. He will be surfing tomorrow on quarterfinal. Yeah, so good luck to all the surfers and well done, Shohei. Yeah, back to you guys at the booth.
Congratulations, Shohei, and thank you, Tippy. He has booked himself a spot, a one-way ticket to the quarterfinals, and it's going to be really exciting. Here are a couple of the replays that have been going down while we were watching that interview. This is Iko Watanabe backing up that 6.5 and looking like he did a bit of a triple crown there.
Iko just having a bit of fun out there. You know, pressure's not quite ramped up to what he's used to, and so you know, going to the air and you know, just practicing his aerial game for the quarterfinals, as he believes he will be in there. As we see a barrel ride, one of the first barrel rides to cut back classic combo with a big layback hack. What a beautiful ride put together there from our surfer in red. Barrel, cutback, layback, and a couple of slams. Here's Kishore on the finishing of his wave, just throwing that tail around as he knows so well to do. So some really good surfing in the back end of this heat as we wait for some scores. Here's the replay from Blue, straight up into the lip for two big slams, and we know he finished it strong. Here's a carve, and here again, big slam, and really pushing that tail out. So there we go. We see a little bit of what Kishore is able to do on these kinds of waves, and now I understand a little bit why he was, you know, pushing so hard in the nationals, because he wasn't surfing against the nationals. He was surfing in his mind against these guys, as we have Iko up and riding again, two big rail carves, and now pushing hard on the tail, releasing it forward. Yeah, just putting a lot of pressure on that back foot there. Going back to traditional surfing, but maybe also finding a bit of an air section here. And he throws the tail. Ooh, that looked like a rough landing, Giada. But so I hope that he's feeling really like all right on that one. Especially the ankles look like they took quite a bit of load. Yeah, a lot of work needs to go into, you know, make sure that you have healthy joints for this kind of stuff. But Iko looks super fit, getting so low in those bottom turns. Tell me a bit about some of these turns, Giada.
Oh, I'm loving Iko's act right now. He is looking so loose, and he's giving so many different varieties of these turns. So I'm really, really excited to see how this all plays out. You're right. Unfortunately, that did look quite rough on the ankles, but Iko's last wave came in at a 4.9. We're still waiting for that last one to kind of drop. Raiha Onu got a 6.73, so got himself into second place. We're still waiting for the last scores of Kishore Kumar and Roy Kanazawa to come through. So a lot happening in the last 5 minutes of this heat. I have a feeling we might find ourselves in a bit of a buzzer beater moment these next couple of minutes, because it is really starting to ramp up.
That's for sure. It's been such an exciting heat. Started slow and calm and composed, but now everyone's ramping it up. Iko going to the air on one of the waves, just, you know, going only for airs on that one. And on the previous one, back onto some more traditional surfing. Raiha Onu, a 6.73 high score of the heat so far. But we also saw that classic wave put together by Roy Kanazawa with the barrel to cut back to lay back to, you know, two little finishes in the lip, and Kishore Kumar with some crazy backhand whips. So this is just forecasting a little bit what we're gonna be seeing in the quarterfinals. that is what these surfers are fighting for right now. Only 2 of these guys are going to be going into the quarters. So that's what the battle is all about. And currently leading the battle is Iko Watanabe, one of the biggest surfers from Japan, who often represents the country in international events. And he's here down in Mahabalipuram. He already has some experience on this wave from last year at the Asian Championships. Last year they only sent 2 surfers from Japan. Some of their top surfers, so Iko and Kei Kobayashi, but they weren't able to get the result they really wanted to. So this year they decided to send 40 of them, and it looks like quarters is going to be mostly filled with Japanese, as we see Iko up again on a massive air reverse, tail high, sending it to the beach, but not quite making the landing. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Some scores are coming through. That last one of Iko coming in at a 5.67, so he extends the lead. The requirement for Raya Onu is 5.44. His backup is just a 3.70. So he is sitting on the highest score of the heat so far, a 6.73. So definitely has still in the conversation for first here, and definitely has a hold on second. Roy Kanazawa, the last of his was a 5.47. So he is, however, in third position and does need a 4.97. He's already achieved a number like that. So we know he can get the number, but will the seconds let him do it? Only 1 minute and 40 left. Kishore Kumar, the last of our surfer in blue, a 5.23. So just a little bit unfortunate because he had some stumbles at the start of that heat, which means that he doesn't have that good of a backup. And also what kept a lid on his last score was, the size of the wave probably. He put some pretty solid whips on his backhand, but just the sections and the degree of difficulty in terms of the size of the wave, keeping a lid on that score with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Iko Watanabe in the lead, Raya Onu following right behind with the highest score of the heat so far. Only needing a 5.44 to steal the lead from Iko, and Roy Kanazawa and Kishore having a shot at making it to the quarters. Here's Iko looking for an air, and he goes to the flies right in front of that rock, and I don't know what that means, but definitely putting out an innovative claim out there. So not only innovating in the air in his surfing, but also in terms of his claims, and that's Roy Kanazawa there, looking for that 4.97 to progress. What did you think about that claim, Giada?
Yeah,
what was that?
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I'm not even sure I can explain what was happening, but it was funky. It was cool. I liked it. It was different. So Iko just showing that passion, that competitive surfing that we all love. This is Raya Onu currently in second. So he booked. Oh, wait, we're still waiting for 2 scores for Roy Kanazawa and Kishore Kumar to come in. So all 4 surfers are waiting for a score. They all want a piece of that quarterfinal cake. So it will not be an easy task. The judges are going to have to take a really long, hard look at those replays because this is going to be pretty interesting. All right, so a couple scores coming through for Raiho Onu, and it's looking like it probably will improve his scoreline a little bit. So
yeah, he is looking for a 6.0, however, now to take the lead, but also looking to increase the requirement for Roy Kanazawa, who also is waiting for a score. So it's between green and red as they both wait for scores, and we see them trickle through. And the last of Raihu coming in at a 4.37, so it does increase his hold on second position a bit. But the last of Roy wasn't enough, so Raihu getting through, Iko taking the win. And we'll send it off for a little break before we go into Heat 3 for the round of 16. That was an exciting heat, guys. Stay tuned because we have more action coming up after the break.
Keep us children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
Back to live action here at the Short Tempo Classic QS 2000. Here is the replay from our heat opener, from our surfer in a white. Just a throwaway score to start, getting the ball rolling and making sure he has a ride under his belt. Here is green, however, going vert on the first one. That's Sentaro Sakai. And driving down the line right now, this is live action. Just missing the finish on that one. In the waters, Taro Matsuno in white, Riki Tomoshige in blue, Tenchi Iwami in red, and Sentaro Sakai in green. It's going to be an exciting heat, guys. This is heat 3 for the round of 16 for the men's QS. Percy here in the live commentary booth, together with Tipi Jabrik. Welcome back to the booth. Tipi, did you have a good lunch?
Yeah, it was really good. We have some nasi goreng, actually. You know, our local cuisine here in India is also similar like what we have in Indo. So here we go. This is Sentaro Sakai, lightning fast there on his green board and green rashi. This wave is actually a 467. Ooh, that's the reason why it's not go beyond like a better score. But a 467 is a quite good a keeper right now right there. But yeah, the lunch was amazing. We have nasi goreng and little curry and roti, and then the mango panna cotta today is just on spot.
Yeah, definitely. You can get a little bit of every country on your plate here in the restaurant that we're based on, and so really grateful for all the delicious food they have been delivering. Sentaro Sakai, lightning speed on that one. We are into the round of 16s, so you know, getting up into the faster surfers, the more powerful surfers. The more critical surfers here in the playground, in the playing field, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting. It has already been an exciting round so far. You know, some great surfing. We saw some aerial games, some innovative and progressive maneuvers. Obviously, still a lot of our surfers relying on degree of difficulty and commitment to sections, as well as combination of major maneuvers. Flow, as this guy flows through a couple of maneuvers here on the inside, little insider wave just to get the ball rolling. That was Taro Matsuno. We've seen some great rides from him previously. I mean, just a beautiful classic. Deep bottom turn from Taro, you know, really taking a lot of notes here from some of these surfers that have made it to round of 16. As we go into the round of 16, we are going into our surfers which really surf at that, you know, Mach 2 or Mach 3 speed in terms of how fast they are on their boards. And I think, you know, the first time we saw some Japanese surfers out here in Mahabs, we were also surprised how they were able to rip up some tiny waves and generate so much speed on that. What do you think is the key to speed generation on any kind of wave, actually, be it small or bigger?
Yeah, I think the reason of why they go so fast is surf shop. It's not the surf shop. I think it's just like the Japanese have this discipline, like a mindset. You know, they're super disciplined. You know, they have this hardworking like way of living. You know, like if they're doing at something, they want to do it good at it. You know, so I think that's the Japanese way of living. Here we go. This is Tenshi Iwami. You know, he just right on the rock there. So yeah, I think the Japanese have a bit like a stronger mental like competition in their mindset. So maybe whenever they're on the free surfing, they're already thinking about result. So it's not like us free surfing is maybe thinking about let's have a good time, but for them it's almost like if you're a pro surfer, it's almost regimental to always perform in any condition. So I think that's the difference between the Japanese these days, yeah.
Yeah, and this guy here, Tenchi Iwami, I think he is the defending champion from that 2023 QS, I believe. So he did say he was feeling a little bit of pressure, but he does seem super comfortable in the water. And that was just a little heat opener for him, you know, to get rid of the nerves maybe a little, or just get the ball rolling a little bit. 3.67 to start, and he'll be out the back again looking for some better ones. Riki Tomoshige, we've seen some great surfing from that guy in blue, and he is sitting out there with priority right now. Down to 18 minutes and 35 seconds. We are seeing a couple of bumps peel into to the horizon, and you know, such good waves right now on day 2 of competition. It's been super nice to see the spot completely go off. You know, it feels like Mahabalipuram is just welcoming with arms open all these international surfers. You know, it used to be a trading port for the Pallava dynasty. You know, trading with all sorts of different Asian countries, and now again, you know, trading, but this time with waves and scores. And this is competitive surfing, guys. It's you know, we're cutting down into the playing field right now. We've gotten, you know, like most of the Mach 1 surfers are out of competition right now, and we're on to our Mach 2 and Mach 3 surfers. Really massive amounts of speed, massive amounts of criticality and radicality, and this heat, similar to the previous one, starting a little bit slow. But towards the end of the last heat, we saw so much action going down and a lot of different exchanges. But Iko Watanabe definitely took the lead with that one. 17 minutes and 25 seconds to go. This is heat 3 of the round of 16. After this, we'll be going into the juniors for the women's, I believe. It'll be the first time we see them out in the water at Mahabalipuram. Last of blue, Riki Tomoshige at 2:17. He does take the lead. This heat is still wide open. Beautiful, looks like a wave right now for our surfer in white, Taro, with that radical bottom turn, really deep bottom turn, but not quite connecting with that wave over there.
So yeah, this this heat is heat number 3, round of 16. So if you're talking about round of 16, we also understand that these guys have surfed twice today. So you know, they surf early in the morning today, and 2 of the progressive the 2 surfers that progress are surfing in this round, round of 16. And after this one, we will have, you know, the men's QS quarterfinal that might happen tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. If you tune in on the live broadcast of the Shore Temple Classic, maybe you can come down here for the finals day during the weekends. There will be a lot of action happening here. There will be, you know, the finals of all divisions. There might be some, you know, I don't know, a chance for everybody to come here and learn to surf.
Yeah, and the forecast is looking absolutely radical. You know, this swell coming in down from the south is really providing a lot of opportunities for our surfers to score, and we've seen some massive scores in this event so far. I think the bigger scores we saw were those 9s in the juniors yesterday. So looking also forward to see what the women juniors have to say in response to that one. Some beautiful surfing, both in the juniors and, both in the women and the men's. And it does look, I feel like, okay, green is definitely using priority on this one. Saro Sakai, Sentaro Sakai, 2 beautiful wraps up into the lip now. And looking for a finish on that one. There is some texture on the ocean, and I wonder if this is not a little shift in the wind conditions. It is 1:12 p.m. and yesterday at exactly this time is when we had a shift in the wind conditions. But we were able to run all the way through to 3 p.m. yesterday, which does mean that even if the wind conditions shift up a little bit, it'll still provide scoring opportunities for all of our surfers. The first 10 minutes of this heat are over, and we've seen some exchanges, but the score is remaining within that you know, lower average range. Tenshi Iwami now up and riding. Big hook to start, and just the one turn, not quite connecting with the opportunities out in the ocean right now. In this heat, priority is with Riki Tomoshige. We've seen some great rides from him. Right now, just sitting on 257 and 217 in the lead, so really quite a slow heat here. Let's see what happens in the remainder of the 14 minutes that are left. Priorities with Riki, second Taro Matsuno, and Tenshi paddling out for some more. And Sentaro Sakai also waiting for a score from that one. Yeah, let's see what the winds are doing.
I think we're gonna throw to Giada for a post heat interview. Go ahead, Giada.
All right, I'm here with Iko Watanabe. Congratulations, incredible heat. Tell us a little bit about it.
波は結構良かったです。風もオフショアになって結構いい波でサーフィンできました。
Your board looks so good under your feet. So talk a little bit about what you're riding.
このサーフボードを選ぶまでに結構いろんなサーフボード乗ったんですけど、これはオーストラリアのシャーパイサーフボードでシナジーっていうモデルに乗ってて、これが一番このポイントでは結構ちょっとなんかスナッパーに似てる感じの波なので、ちょっとこの板が結構走りました。
I know you have a lot of fans at home. What would you like to say to everyone that's watching?
応援ありがとうございます。家で家族とかスポンサーとか見てくれてるんで、もう楽しませれるように、頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
You know, he able to get around that section. You know, he's so hungry, and then here we go. This is Sentaro Sakai, our current hit leader. Little bit experienced surfer there, Sentaro, not much older than Taro Matsuno there. And then here we go. I think this is the most experienced surfer here, the defending champion from last event in Mahab. So Tenshi Iwami looks like that's the one that you know, that's gonna bring him into you know, taking the lead probably on that one, because he only looking for 4 point something. And yeah, he looks happy. 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Tenshi Iwami just manhandling that wave, really putting down some heavy turns on that one. It wasn't necessarily too steep, so a lot of turns on the face, but nonetheless, you know, pressing hard on that back foot. This was Riki on the backhand attack. A little bit of a smaller wave, didn't really manage to connect with it that good. It's not going to be such a good score, but he's up and riding again. Similar size wave, so I hope he connects with the right sections on this as he comes up to the rock, laying down a big hack swoop out the back, now getting into the lip. Now's the double up, ooh, and just losing the finish on that one. Was Riki Tomoshige waiting for scores for Sentaro Sakai and Tenshi Iwami. Yeah, that big, powerful rail-to-rail surfing from Tenshi, and Sentaro Sakai also some very strong surfing as well. This was our surfer in white, Taro Matsuno. I love his bottom turns. Just I don't even understand the physics of how he's able to get so low on those bottom turns, and I'm definitely taking notes of that because yeah, I just want to progress my own surfing, you know, and one of the reasons I'm here is to be able to watch these absolute legends, and all of them so young as well, you know. Tenshi Iwami, 21, and the other boys probably a bit younger. So yeah, really cool to see just how these next generations are pushing the boundaries of what they can do in the water on a wave. And that's what surfing, especially competitive surfing, shortboard surfing is all about these days. It's really about pushing those boundaries. You know, we've busted through those innovative and progressive maneuvers, and we're seeing some of that here already, you know, in the QS 2000s, you know, which is the smallest kind of WSL competition that you will find. And as it goes up the ranks, you know, QS 4000, QS 6000s, we're seeing these guys, you know, really pushing the limits of what they can do on a surfboard. And surfing is such a special sport, you know. We have these beautiful devices that are shaped to absolute precision. This was our wave from red. Take me through it, TP.
Yeah, with this wave, a 6.57 there from Tenshi Iwami, putting him in the first place. Solid surfing there from Tenshi. Just, don't have that, final finishing on the wave. It's just a bit fading away. Here we go. This is Sentaro Sakai right now sitting in second position. Smooth surfing there from Sentaro. Doesn't need much, because with his precise surfing, every maneuver is just scoring potential right there. And I think here we go, another replay of Sentaro's wave. First maneuver, a bit of a double, what do you call it, like a section of a maneuver right there. And second maneuver is pretty good. And the last one right here, boom. Four maneuver, kind of like similar from, the first one till the fourth one, but that's what the waves is offering him what to do. So I think he's maximizing that wave to the potential, and we'll see if that wave going to change any of his number.
Yeah, not necessarily surfing that one up, but definitely surfing it to its potential and putting 4 good turns on it. And he's only looking to improve on a 4.67, so he might get the nod on that one from the judges. We're still waiting on the scores. Tenshi Iwami getting a 6.57 on that previous one. He did get into the lip on the first maneuver. Here, this is our surfer, Taro Matsuno. Big swoop to start, pushing out on the tail on the second one and up in the lip on the third. So just 3 turns on a I guess like a medium wave, but nonetheless pretty solid. And I think he got rewarded with a 3.77 on that one, so it will be his backup. He is, however, looking for a 6.102 advance. And Sentaro just improved on his situation. Sentaro got a 5.70 best wave of his heat right now. So he goes into the lead. Tenshi Iwami now in second, needing 4.63 to steal back the lead. A bit of a boxing match we are having between green and red. And it's nice to see the bottom seeds, making a claim to that, leading position out there, and it really shows just how equally matched all these surfers are out there in the water, and how it will really come down to wave selection and their choice of maneuvers, their ability to read the wave and really put the right maneuver in the right section, and even try to surf those waves up above the potential that they give. So really exciting heat going on right now. The requirements are still open, so there's an open door for all of our surfers. Tenshi Iwami in second, needing just a 4.63 to take the lead. Taro Matsuno in third, needing a 6.18. And here we have Sentaro Sakai up and riding again, surfer in the lead. Just getting past that rock and doesn't see much scoring potential on that one, so kicks out. I wouldn't be surprised if he just caught that one under priority, and sitting on those 2 mid-5s. Like, yes, he is in the lead, but it's not necessarily a strong lead. He doesn't have a big grip on that first position. So I guess, if he could improve his situation and increase the requirement for Tenshi, which is just a 4.63, that would be a good achievement for him under priority. And what do you like to do, like when you're under priority usually, TP?
Yeah, I think you just stay busy. Yeah? If you don't have the priority, any option that came to you that have the possibility of making score, I think you should take it, especially if you're priority number 4. There's 3 more guys in the front of the line. If the first one is not go, the second one might go. So rather than just waiting for 3 surfers to take all the wave, might as well just go for any wave that nobody wants it. And there's a lot of things happen. Surfers are creating good score under priority.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the situation right now, Sentaro Sakai in the lead. Tenshi Iwami in second with a requirement of a 4.63 to take the lead. Then we have Taro Matsuno and Riki Tomoshige coming up behind. The requirements are both around a 6.18 and a 6.08 for Taro and Riki, respectively. What would you do in, for example, Riki's position now, third priority, 4th on the leaderboard, 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. What kind of a strategy would you do? What would you hope for in the heat? Just tell me a bit about what you think about the situation.
Yeah, I think with Ricky's situation here with 4 minutes to go, he need a 6.08. So it's a bit of a, he need to manufacture his own luck, like he cannot just wait and waiting for those 2 guys giving him the wave. So he need to push deeper, put everybody a little bit out of the, the comfort zone, and then maybe they make mistake, because if you let them doing nothing, that means you're not pushing your luck. You're just like waiting for the time to ticking, and time is not on your side right now because you need a 6.08. That's something that you really need to manufacture.
Yeah, for sure. And, both these guys in white and blue sitting in third and fourth, they do have a chance. They need a 6.18 and a 6.08. And they are really great surfers, and we've seen some solid scores come from them. They are seated a little bit lower than our first surfers in the lead. So, our surfers in the lead also, Tenshi with priority there. Looks like Tenshi is taking that opportunity to, block an opportunity for Sentaro and also maybe look to take back the lead from him. Huge hook to start, and he was kind of testing the waters, what kind of surfing the judges like, and they really like that powerful rail work, so he gave it to them on that first section, and now making it out again onto the open face. Let's see what he does here. Big hack on the finishing, and he's happy with that one. Let's see what the judges say.
That was a great surfing there from Tensi. He have the priority. Sentaro trying to sell it to him, and I don't know. I think when Tensi went up on this one, he sees straight away that this wave have that potential. Boom, right there. What a big spray right there. And another big roundhouse right there. And this one is also strong. Even though there's a little bit like a water lip line, but he still managed to get around all those sections, and this finishing is solid. I would have to say this is going to be a good number for him. Really good surfing.
Yeah, and he only needs a 4.63, so he both blocked an opportunity for Sentaro Sakai from, extending his lead on top of him, and at the same time, probably gets the requirement, the 4.63, to take the lead back from Sentaro. Here's Sentaro now firing off on this one and using priority, giving now priority to Taro Matsuno. Taro Matsuno with priority now does have a chance. He's looking for a 6.18, but our two surfers in the lead also waiting for some scores. Sentaro Sakai, that one not quite coming into his leaderboard. It was just a throwaway score. So a little bit of a mistake from our surfer in green there. Let's see if it will cost him. Let's see if Taro Matsuno and Riki Tomoshige will take advantage of that. That's the huge hack given by Tenshi Iwami on that first section. And just then cutting it back, But even his cutbacks look super radical. And then magically making it through this midsection here of the wave, like for any of the surfers here, like getting past these kind of sections are like, well, how the hell do you do that? But Tenshi really going up into the lip, and the lip is the most powerful part of the wave, and that's how he got past this section and got into that little fin drift for the finish on that one, getting him a 6. Sorry. Is it a 7.33 that we see from that last of Tenshi Iwami? I believe it is, and that, guys, is a massive number and a massive lead now from Tenshi Iwami, putting a huge requirement on Sentaro Sakai, an 8.2 to take back the lead. It looks like Sentaro is going to have to try and defend that second position, but Taro Matsuno does have a chance, so quite a bit of action here in the last minutes of this heat. So Taro Matsuno with 30 seconds on the clock. Let's see if he can pull some magic out of his sleeve. The ocean looks a little bit sleepy. And we can only hope and pray, just like Taro is doing right now, for an opportunity to score down to 10 seconds. Let's see what he can do. Tenshi Iwami making a huge score on that previous wave, and putting Sentaro in second, but Sentaro, luckily no opportunities for Taro Matsuno as we close that heat down. Huge achievement for Tenshi Iwami, putting some big scores on the line, and that's just a forecast of what you're gonna see in the quarterfinals as we go to the break. Stay tuned as we'll have more action after this one.
Wind has picked up slightly, but conditions are still cooking here in the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. This is the round of 16, Heat 4. We're going straight into the women's junior quarterfinal after this, but right now in the water is Ryuichi Inoue, Kanoa Hijai, Yuma Nagasawa, and Ren Okano. So these 4 surfers are going to be battling it out and hoping to book themselves a spot into the quarterfinals, most likely to be running tomorrow. So we've gone super deep into the draw. This is only day 2 of this QS 2000. And like I said earlier, we will be seeing Miraya Keda, Mattia Holmberg, and Anorin from Thailand in the first heat of the Pro Junior Women's quarterfinal. So exciting moments. I'm just pulling up who already booked themselves a spot in the men's quarterfinals. We have Heat 1, Shohei Kato and Raiha Onu. In Heat 2, Masamune Uno and Iko Watanabe. Heat 3 is Tenshu Iwami and Sentaro Sakai is in Heat 4. So the 2 surfers passing this heat will be the 2 surfers going up against those guys. The women's already have their quarterfinals booked as well, so it's gonna get so interesting. We're really deep into the draw. Kanoa on his backhand, good looking wave here. He gets around that section. This wave gonna stand up for him. He jabs it there, upside down, getting past Elephant Rock and slams that one finished. What a great start for our surfer from Korea. Came off a good result in that wave pool event we recently had. This is a replay. Talk us through it, Tippy.
Yeah, I really like the way Kanoa surfed, he surfed without any mistake, even though that positioning before doing that maneuver is intentionally, you needed to do that to be on the, the power pocket of the wave, because if you the condition right now is a bit tricky. If you let the wave trying to navigate you without having you controlling where you want to go. So I think Kanoa is really smart surfing there, and I'm pretty sure that the number is going to be a good number for his opening right there. So yeah, still 20 minutes to go. We haven't seen any away from Ren Okano or Yuma Nagasawa. Yuma Nagasawa and also Kanoa Hijai, there's 2 goofy footers that been really, I have to say, putting a good performance here on their backside, Jadaya.
Absolutely, and Kanoa just showing that he's not only good at the wave pool event, he can really perform in this right-hander. Last year when we had that ASF, he really performed. I think he even got into finals day. So he is such a solid surfer, really young, just flew over from California. So went to Korea for a day and flew back here. Just shows how much time and effort all these surfers and athletes put into the sport and how tiring it can get to be constantly on the road. But he is looking like he's in great form and that the jet lag isn't bothering him too much. Just past that 20-minute mark, it is Ryuichi Ono in the lead with that 4:17. We're waiting for the last of Kanoa Hijai. There is a change in condition, so I'm pretty sure the judges are taking a good look at this heat and probably have to adjust their scales slightly as it's a little more grovelly, it's a little grindy. The wind picked up so much. Some of the locals down at the beach checking out the action. So it's such a great afternoon. We will go straight into the Women's Pro Junior right after this.
Yeah, so if you ever been to India, you're gonna have a quite a natural view here to have cows on the street, cows on the beach, and it's been like a really good way of sharing the planet with other animals, because yesterday when I went on a tuk-tuk ride, I saw a sticker on the tuk-tuk say be kind to animals. So I think India is showing the harmony of how to live with each other's here. And talking about the wave also here in India, the wave, this is like a 130 right now. It's been like a really great conditions since this morning, and then here we go talking about condition. Looks like there's nothing wrong with the condition for Kanoa Hije on that wave, Giada. Super strong. Maybe one more or not. Yeah, he decide that's enough before the Elephant Rocks, get on his way.
Yeah, that was some great surfing from Kanoa. He's keeping busy. He doesn't want to let any opportunity pass. Love that jam. Does it again there, really tight in the pocket, really throws that tail all the way around, has a solid finishing as well. So that was a 5.5 for his last one. I think this is going to get really close to that score as well. We're going to throw it down to Percy with the winner of the last heat.
All right, I am here with the post-heat interview from the winner of the previous heat, Tenchi Iwami. Another heat win. How does that feel in terms of your, confidence building towards the win? You are the defending champion. So yeah, how do you feel, with the mental game and with the board under your feet and on these conditions?
Last my heat was so slow again. Like my strategy, like same in the morning, like I gotta just 2 waves, but I didn't got a good one in the first few minutes. But yeah, my mental like flat every time. Like that's why I got a like opportunity and I got a score. Just do my job. That's it.
Yeah, super strong game. I guess you didn't really, the strategy didn't work out at the start. You didn't get those strong necessarily waves, but then you found those 2 waves where you were able to, really manhandle those waves and put some really strong surfing. And what I saw was like you changed up your approach a bit, going to those stronger maneuvers. Are you gonna stick to those kind of maneuvers, or what kind of maneuvers are you gonna go for in the next couple of rounds?
I think same. I love like big curve. The hollow section, that was my tricks, like yeah,
like your trademark.
Yeah, my trademark, like big curve, like just give me the high score that curve. I know that, and then I just keep same thing, that one by one.
Yeah, man, makes total sense. I mean, those big cars are racking you up some solid points. So keep it going. I love those maneuvers as well. Just give us, bigger fans of spray, more rail engagement, and it's such a joy to watch you surf. Anything you want to share with your buddies back home, your family back home? Go for it.
応援ありがとうございます。先ほどのヒートもかなり波がスローな中、しっかりと2本決めて勝ち上がることができました。このまま、明日、明後日、一つずつ勝ち進むので、このまま応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Cheers, Tenchi. Have a good one. Yeah. Good rest of the day. And back to you guys up in the commentary booth.
Epic. Thank you so much, Tenchi Iwami, the winner last time. They had the QS around this area, so he's feeling pretty confident. Here we had a couple replays. Yuma Nagasawa drops a 7. This is the ride that we are talking about. Big backhand hacks. Really love the massive span of spray every time that board connects with the lip line. He was liking it. He felt it, and it dropped down to a 7. 4.16 for Ryuichi Unoi, and Kanoa Hije a 6 and a 5.5. So we've got a pretty good heat in our hands. Waves are still cooking. We are getting down to that lower tide, so it's going to be a really exciting afternoon.
So here we go. This is another live action here from Kanoa. As I told you before, Kanoa and Yuma is the 2 backside surfer here that will, have a lot of flair. And Kanoa looks like he's putting a little bit of a flair there, unable to get around that 360. But strong surfing before that, and we'll see the numbers. And Yuma, opening right, 7, strong.
This is the man we're talking about on your screen, Yuma Nagasawa, upside down for that second turn. So backing up a 7, maybe not exactly what he was hoping for, but plenty of time just past that 13-minute mark. This is Mahabalipuram, the QS 2000. We're going straight to the Women's Pro Junior after this. Couple replays being thrown around. This is Kanoa Hije wanting to back up his 6. Nicely done there for Kanoa He's looking like he's in great form. He's not being stopped anytime soon. Throwing a bit of flair around, having fun out there. So great surfing there. We've seen Ryuichi Inoue now catch a wave as well. So we're waiting for scores for all three surfers. Unfortunately, Ren Okano, bit of a no-show, or haven't caught a wave just yet. I just saw his shirt out there. So he's keeping patient. Yuma Nugasawa, though, doing quite the opposite, trying to keep busy, catching wave, keeping that board alive under his feet.
Yes, a bit of a sleepy heat there for Ren Okano. He was quite impressive on his previous heats there. The young Japanese surfer Ren Okano still waiting for his opening ride, blue right there. So Ren is there waiting for a bit peaky, 25 minutes heats, and almost 15 minutes almost passed by, and 12 minutes passed by, and he haven't catch any wave yet. So he need to do some catch up to do, and Yuma Nagasawa with a 3.17, his second ride, putting Ren Okano on a combo. But the reason why he need a combination, because he haven't put any score on his scoreboard. So Ren needs to start scrapping, I think,
Absolutely. We're about to reach that 11-minute mark, and he still hasn't caught a wave. It's so easy for the nerves to start to creep in, and your mind starts to go places you don't really want to be in when you're in a contest setting. So he should maybe start getting a couple scores under his next to his name, get himself with his feet on the wax, and get some surfing done. As the low tide approaches, it starts to get a little slow out there. It's gonna get a little harder for these four-man heats to kind of get as many waves as they're kind of hoping for. But right after this, it goes man on man. So this whole lineup will be just for two people. For those of you who are just now watching and tuning in, after this they go straight into man-and-man quarterfinals. So it's a really exciting moment for this event. This is day 2 of the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. Right behind are the locals. You can see that fisherman boat throwing anchor right outside. A lot of things going down here in Mahabalipuram. There is no shortage of action. If you're not surfing, you could check out the temple right behind us. It's gorgeous temple that is around, they calculate 11,000 or 13,000 years old. There are 6 other temples outside in the water that were built at the same time, which have now been covered fully by the water. Percy says that in around 2004, when the tsunami came, and all the water went out, you could see all the other temples. So it was a great, confirmation of what was happening back then.
Yeah, so if you come here, we did a couple of exploration the other day, Giada, with Suri, my daughter, and then to see how the people create those amazing temples and monuments. They have to carve solid rocks into buildings, into a carving, into a what do you call that, a statue. It's amazing because these days in the modern world there's a 3D printer now to make all those things, but back in the days they have to use their all their knowledge about how to to create the shape of a rocks to become something that represent their culture. There's a lot of a symbol of the god also on the wall, on the pillars and everything. So people back in the days, they really create something that for to last. So people in the modern world right now, we should learn a lot about how people live their life back in the days. We might learn something out of those old I don't know what do you call that, information that still stood around, especially at the Shore Temple there. What an amazing building. We can think about how people live their life back in the days, and we should always appreciate what we have these days. So back with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, we have Kanoa Hije with a 6 and a 5.5. Yuma Nagasawa with a strong, solid first wave of a 7. Backing it up with a 3.17. Ryuichi Inoue also have a quite good number of a 5.07, but looking for a 5.11 to make sure that if he want to go into the advancing situation. But the question now is goes to Ryan Okano. With 7 minutes to go, he needs to catch 2 waves. He needs to get like at least a 10.18 to move into a second spot here. So that have to be divided into 2 waves, because with one single wave of 10 points, a perfect 10 points, you're still not able to move into the next round.
Yeah, so Ren really kind of letting time tick down here. He's being quite picky with the situation. Almost 20 minutes of just sitting out there is not going to be helping his situation out at the end of the day to pass heats. You've got to surf. Kanoa Hije letting Ryuichi with priority go on this wave. Good, solid fin bust there. But it'll be just that one maneuver for our man in white. Looking for a 5.11. I don't think it'll be a score, just thinking back on the other waves from Kanoa and Yuma. So he probably have to do a couple of those turns combined together. So really nicely done from Kanoa Hije. He's just selling that wave off to Ryuichi.
Yeah, but yesterday we saw Kanoa Hije went into like an interference situation. If you see the replay right now, Kanoa need to always be careful about, with his paddling, with his pushing, because Ryuichi looks like he's angle his board going to Kanoa. If they have a contact, Kanoa might be in a trouble situation. So, I think everybody need to also understand about the interference rules also, because when Ryuichi have the priority, he have, the 100% of what do you call it, right of that wave, and nobody actually can even put any effort on making that wave, like kind of like in a situation that Ryuichi think that's a disadvantage for him. So so Ryuichi Inoue on his last wave was only a 3.37. Sorry, that wasn't the last wave. So Ryuichi Inoue last wave is was that a 1.17 last wave?
4.17 for the last of Ryuichi Inoue.
Yeah.
Backed up with that 5.07. So, Ryuichi Inoue, the last one a 1.17. So maybe the judge is deeming it incomplete. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. We'll see Kanoa Ren Okano finally taking off past 5 minutes. 4.5 left on this heat. He does 2 beautiful turns to get things started. Jams it in the pocket there. So this is a pretty good wave for Ren Okano. A little late. He's going to have to battle his way back. I love that finishing, loving that tail drift all the way around. So he finishes that off, has 4 minutes to paddle back out and get himself a backup.
I don't know. You wanna left some room for dessert, but not for scoring potential. You need to be active from a get-go. If you only have 3 minutes and 50 seconds and you will have priority number 4, situation is not impossible, but it'll be a harder task for Ren Okano. So I would love to see Ren's last wave. It will be a good number, because he did really good couple maneuvers there, and that was a good wave actually, Giada. It was a bigger set. He's waiting for almost 20 minutes for the first wave. So 20 minutes. Let's see what's the score for that.
More. He was close to those 22 minutes, because we were way past that 5-minute mark. So definitely a tricky situation for Ren Okano. He kind of put himself there. You were sitting out there with priority for such a long time. Sometimes I feel like that's a form of nerves, just trying to be too picky when these situations arise. So 5.73. So not over just yet. If he could sneak under all the surfers and find himself a little runner, a 4.45 is not a big ask at all.
So situation right now, make Yuma Nagasawa a little bit confused because, he still need to do some defense because Ryuichi Inoue only looking for a 5-1-1. So he both lost. I don't know if they both gonna lost priority there because Ren Okano also can swinging with a 4-4-5. Ryuichi Inoue with a 5-1-1. Nobody is actually that safe right now, Giada, because Ren only looking for a 4-4-5, with his caliber. So looks like Ryuichi Inoue are requesting for a priority changes there. So it did. So Kainoa Hije, first a priority, second is Ryuichi, and Yuma Nagasawa doing that defensive move, lost his priority.
Yeah, interesting. I'm surprised Yuma didn't end up actually pulling the trigger and going for that one. If you're going to be losing priority for a wave like that, you might as well give it a go. He only has a 317 as a backup. So here he goes. He's going to try to get rid of that 317 and solidify his spot. He lost priority, so he's not losing much now. That is already a much better wave, but a really good surfing, but the wave selection, is maybe going against him a little bit. It was quite a small insider. The conditions have changed quite a bit, but that was some incredible surfing from Yuma Nagasawa. He wants to create a bit of space from himself and Ryuichi and Ren. Ren we haven't seen in quite a minute. There we see him paddling back out, so he has a minute left to catch a 4.45 and go into an advancing position to keep his dream alive to get into that quarterfinal tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be a really interesting last 50 seconds here.
Yeah, I think Ren Okano's hope right now there's something going wide into his direction because he's way outside the the lineup takeoff zone. So if there's one opportunity for Ren Okano, it should be right now. They both not have any priority because they're not back on the main primary takeoff zone. So Yuma Nagasawa looks like he's gonna take this wave in 20 seconds to go.
All right, so Ren wanting to create some space against the other two guys. Beautiful air there. Shuts it down. So that's a great wave from Yuma Nagasawa, and that's exactly how you want to be finishing off that heat. 5 seconds left. Kanoa, the current heat leader, falls off on that one. But Yuma, that was a really good ride. So we're going to be waiting. It's going to be Kanoa, Hije, and Yuma Nagasawa going into that next round. We're going to throw out to a quick break before we catch you guys in the Women's Pro Junior. action continues down here at the Shore Temple Classic Pro Junior now. This is the quarterfinal heat one of the women's side. Miraya Keda, Mattia Holmberg, Anorin Engresawang are in this quarterfinal. Coming up next is Anri Matsuno, Hinata Shimizu, Lydia Kato, and Suri Jabrik. So a big change in conditions. We are just gonna be, or we're an hour and a half out from the low tide. So this is gonna be pretty challenging, I would say. The conditions do look much better in person than they do on the camera. We've had a bit of a pickup in the wind. So early days though, 16, just past that 17-minute mark. This is our surfer, Anorin from Thailand. She spends a lot of time in Canggu training with Chilpuk. She is there daily actually and is very excited to be here. This is her first ever WSL event. So a big moment for her.
Big moment for our surfer from Thailand. So impressive to see the kind of level they're pulling from Thailand, you know. I didn't really know there was much surfing there until the Asian Championships when we had some of them come down here, and super impressive. Yeah, they have some beach break, they have some reef. I think it's in that Phuket region over there where they get some of those. Pretty much the same swell that we get here here in India as well. Just the different coast, so they'll probably be having maybe a little bit more of those left-handers. But they still rip on the rights as well. And our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, taking the lead on that one. The first time for this event that we're seeing the juniors for the women's in the water, and super excited to see what they have to show. Yes, the wind conditions have shifted up a little bit, but yesterday we were able to keep the competition on up to 3 p.m. You know, and there were still some. Well, actually, like the two biggest scores of the day, the 903 and the 933, came in the juniors for the men's yesterday in this kind of onshore condition. So there'll still be some solid opportunities to score in this heat. And yeah, the low tide is drawing out. We do have quite a big tide coefficient. The high was a 1.3. I think the low must be around a 0.2 or something like that. So we are getting that tide draw out, and these waves do get quite sucky and dredgy on the low tide. So we'll see how these women negotiate those waves in the water right now. Mirai Ikeda with a 3.5. This is just the heat openers. We're back onto the 20-minute format, but she starts with a 3.5. It's a good heat opener. Looks a little bit slow in these first 5 minutes, but nonetheless, all of our surfers managing to get a score in the score line. Yeah, it's just really important to do that in the beginning minutes of the heat, just to get the ball rolling and make sure there's some momentum in your camp to keep building and building that house to get those scores. Mattia Holmberg as well in the water, Anorin Engsri Sawang as well. So yeah, you were saying that it was her first time in a QS event, so super exciting moment from our surfer in white here, taking off on this one. Let's see if she gets onto the open face, and she does, carves the first one, and that wave just not having much scoring potential on it. 14 minutes.
Yeah, so she's down here for the first time and just collecting experiences, collecting moments. Me and True were mentioning early that these are usually the events that you never forget, the first ones, and it's kind of where you find your people. Me and True actually used to compete in some of the Grom searches and Grom events in Australia because I used to fly over there. It was my first international event, and I flew over there with Volcom and Dylan Longbottom and Sama, his daughter. So it was such an incredible experience. I don't think I'll ever forget it. I was at Snapper Rocks. Keon Martin was there as well, so we were all traveling together. And yeah, it's those things that kind of stick with you for life. So I'm sure this is going to be one of her moments as well. She's down here with her mom. They're both enjoying it, having a great time. And Thailand actually being extremely close. It's only 2.5 hour flight from here. So it was a quick flight over. We had to stop in Bangkok from Denpasar to get over here. And it's an exciting afternoon. She unfortunately bowed out pretty early today in the women's QS, but this is her redemption moment.
And I feel like this might be the first Pro Junior for the women's this year because not many points, when I look at the rankings left. And there's only like 17 names on the list of the rankings for the Pro Junior women. So we're going to be adding some names definitely to that list here in this Pro Junior here in Mahabalipuram at the Short Tempo Classic. Yeah, great. I'm really happy they brought out the Pro Junior here to Mahabs because there's clearly a lot of juniors, not only from India but also from all over Asia that are looking to get some experience in WSL events and build towards some points for their rankings, get some experience in the jersey on these international stages, some exposure, and yeah, hopefully put some scores on the board. Right now, a little bit quiet for the first 10 minutes of the heat. The high score 3.5 from Mireia and Mirai Ikeda, and she's sitting kind of comfortably in second position, holding that priority. So she knows that she has a chance to up her score. Only needs a 0.27 to take back the lead, and. It looks like they're sitting a little further down on that second peak in between the Elephant Rock and the main takeoff point. With that low tide, that first section does tend to close out quite a bit, so we're seeing also a shift in the strategy there from our women in the Pro Juniors here. 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go. This is the first heat for the quarterfinals of the women's. I believe we'll be having 4 of these. It's just a 3-woman heat here so far, and the next one will be a 4-woman heat with Anri, Hinata, Lydia, and Hanasuri. Almost down to the 10-minute mark here, and priority is sitting with Mireia, so she has a chance here. Just that small requirement of a 0.27, definitely a possibility here, as we see on the front of our screen. One of those old school engines that these fishermen use day in and day out to get out into the ocean and get us that fresh catch that we'll be enjoying at the end of the day, And here's our surfer in red now, up and riding, deep bottom turn, puts the board on rail for a beautiful swoop, and a second one there. Now it flattens out a little bit, going to the classical cutbacks as it might stand up here after the rock for a finish. Looks like she still has some opportunities up into the lip, and she lays that one down with success, so that will be a score. Do you think it'll go above the 3.50 she has?
I think so. That was some beautiful surfing there from Mirai Akira. I love how she really took advantage of that first section of the wave, weaved through that part behind the rock, and then finished it strongly. Mirai Akira, still a Pro Junior, just shows the level she has. She has already won a QS 6000 2 years ago and did the back-to-back. She won the Open Women's 6000 as well as the Pro Junior Women's of that same event. So Mirai Akira is a power to be aware of because she is an extremely strong competitor. There we have it. It's 6.67, so jumps straight to the lead, makes life a little harder now for Anorin and Mattia. So Mattia's still sitting on that one, hoping to catch something to, get herself back into this heat. Not a big requirement. She needs a 2.77. So this on your screen is exactly the young lady we were talking about, Mattia Holmberg. Unfortunately, this wave just shutting down on her. You can see the ladies are really far down the line, looking like maybe there isn't so much happening out at the main peak anymore. They all want a position into the semifinals. Sorry, we've already got all the quarterfinals of all the other divisions locked and loaded, ready for tomorrow. So it's going to be an exciting day. Not finals day, but maybe quarterfinals day.
For sure, quarterfinals day, and we've done quite a good job in these first 2 days of the event window. When I was looking at the forecast, definitely the first and second days looked like the strongest days, the most reliable ones, the ones with the most swell. But I believe we might have a little drop tomorrow, but the day after we have that long period swell coming up into secondary, and so it might get pumping again. Here's our surfer in white, big hack off the top, and let's see if she makes it out. She does. That will be her first solid backhand hack in the QS event in the WSL in her life. So, congratulations there for Anorin Engsri Sawang. And we're waiting for that score to come in as Miraya Ikeda looks like she wants to shut down that spot in the first position in the lead as she goes a deep bottom turn, just losing the finish on that one, so a little bit of a mistake there, but she still has plenty of room to play with because she is sitting on the highest score of the heat and of the category so far. We saw a shift in the scale definitely with the change in conditions and the change in category, so that surfing being rewarded with higher scores. Here is Mattia up and riding, big hack on the backhand as well, so that'll be her first maneuver and her first solid score as well. Only needs a 2.77 to advance, but a big requirement for that first position, 8.27. Let's see how our girls in second and third eat away at that score as they're both waiting for scores. And it looks like some scores are coming through, Jetta.
Yeah, so there are some scores. Anorin's last one comes in at a 2.83, so does extend her lead a little bit over Mattia and solidifies her second spot. There we have 2.33 for the last of Mattia. So she is slowly chipping away at her score as well. Needs a 2.41 now. But Anorin will not make her life easy at all. Miraya Keda's last one, a 3.50. Sorry, Miraya Keda unfortunately did go down, so 0.7 for her performance. But she's sitting on that 6.67, so it's going to be really difficult now for Anorin and Mattia to kind of snatch that first place from her.
But it does look like we have a prodigy in the making here. Miraya Ikeda taking down both the QS 6000 and Pro Junior in one of the past events. Super impressive, and really looking forward to what she's able to do on this wave right here as it rolls through the lineup. She sets up that bottom turn. I love how she just goes straight into the bottom turn, that single line surfing, you know, no little pumps in the middle, just putting down that combo one after another. And she's definitely going to improve on the 3.50 and pretty much shut down. I mean, we never know, but she's looking to at least shut down the heat in terms of, you know, the opportunity to get the lead off of her with 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That is quite a strong position to have, sitting on a 6.65 and just having put down a massive combination straight into that bottom turn, getting the rail wet, and with lots of speed she goes into that off the lip over there.
How crazy was that technique from Mirai? You know, she saw that this wave was going to shut down on her, so she halfway through the turn kind of adjusted her line and went straight for that finishing turn. That is some incredible and competitive maturity from Miraya Keda. She's going to be getting rid of that 3.5, and there we have a 6 to back up her 6.67. So Miraya Keda does really extend her lead. This is the one we're talking about. Look at that, really jams her board into the lip of that wave, gets there before the explosion. So beautifully done from Miraya Keda.
Yeah, and most of the score is definitely coming from that second maneuver up in the lip, you know, so pretty much 6 points for one maneuver. So really showing how the judges like that those critical maneuvers, you know, and the commitment to difficult maneuvers in difficult sections. So great job there from our prodigy Mirai Ikeda. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Still a conversation here between Anorin and Mattia. Anorin, however, sitting with priority, does have a chance to up her scores a little bit and increase the requirement for Mattia. Currently, the requirement is a 2.41 to progress, but she's definitely going to be looking to put one of those backhand snaps on another wave, maybe linking a couple together to really up the requirement for that. And 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. You know, even though she's not sitting on massive scores, this is the moment to start thinking about, you know, the priority situation and using that priority to the advantage in terms of defense. Obviously, you can also play defense and attack at the same time. You know, and that's what having priority really allows you to do. You can take the opportunity from the surfer underneath you who's looking for the score that they need, and also increase the requirement on them by surfing whatever wave you choose to go on up and you know, improving on your backup score. Her backup score right now a 1.90, so you know, just one turn will get rid of that 1.90 and might even get her above the 2.83. She might need 2 turns for that. The waves are looking like they slowed down a little bit. Some of the size kind of going out, and You know, the low tide drawing out the water from the surf spot, also closing out that first section. So a little bit less for our women to work with here, but still Mirai putting some massive numbers on the scoreboard, 6.67 and 6.0. Great surfing from our women here, and I'm super excited to see what they have to show in the next 3 heats. This is just heat 1 of the quarterfinals. We are down to the last 4 heats of the day. You know, we saw this yesterday also when the wind changed. The conditions did slow up a little bit, but just a little bit after 1 or 2 heats in, they did pick up once again a little bit. And you know, the wind might have an effect on that, you know, pushing on that swell and encouraging it to make its way down to the beach, as we will go on a post-heat interview very soon, maybe after this wave, as Mirai having another look here as that one stands up, but not quite seeing much opportunity on that one, as we'll go with the post-heat interview from with the winner from the previous heat. Take it away.
Okay, I'm here with last winner, Kanoa Hije. Tell me a little bit about that heat, Kanoa.
I just tried to start off a bit earlier because I know it can get really slow, and so I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, I think you're surfing really smart. You know, a lot of the wave is not like offering, you know, the score that you want, but you make sure that you're putting all the, you know, positioning, even you're riding that wave. So tell me a little bit about what you're riding today.
I'm riding a 5.8 file 50, riding with Mason Opens, and it's a really good combo for this wave, and I'm feeling really good.
So tell me a little bit about, you know, surfing in the quarters tomorrow. Are you going to change any strategy, or what is in your mind for tomorrow?
My strategy is always just going to be the same, try and start early and just see how it goes, look at the conditions, and do my best.
Yeah, surfing really good, Kanoa. You want to say anything to, you know, friends, family, fans out there?
Thank you so much, Brad, for coaching me throughout this event and always teaching me. And 한국에서 항상 응원해주신 모든 분들과 프로스펙스, 오니엘, 시흥시 체육회, 그리고 엄마, 아빠, 동생 너무 감사드립니다.
Kanoa Hije moving into the quarterfinal. Great surfing, Kanoa, and back to you guys, yeah?
Mirai firing again up into the lip on that first maneuver. Again for the second. Let's see if she makes it out onto the open face. And she does. These are the closing seconds of the heat. It looked like Mattia got quite a score, a 3.77, and she advanced into second position. I don't think Anorin will have the time to have a shot at second again. So it looks like Mattia and Mirai taking out that first heat, quarterfinal heat 1. All right, back into live action here at the Short Tempo Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior right now in the water. Heat 2 of the quarterfinals for the women juniors in the water. We have Anri Matsuno and I mean, quite a big name, Anri. I think she represented also in the Olympics as well and had quite a good result over there. I'm not fully certain about this, but that's the stories that we were talking about in the Asian Championships last year. And but she definitely had a good result here last year in the championships. I think she took out the win then, and you know, just showing that domination here by putting down a 7.33 on the first wave. The opening scores for our other surfers: Hinata Shimizu a 3.33, and for Hansuri Jabrik a 1.17. So 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And Lydia Kato, we've seen her surfing already in the women's. Actually, pretty much all of them, except for Anri. I don't think we've seen Anri. Have we? Okay, yeah. So we've seen all of these women, you know, double dipping in the juniors and the QS Open for sure. And you know, that first exchange, Anri taking the lead, Hinata and Suri, you know, just following behind, but and Lydia sitting out with priority now, waiting for her heat opener. Already done with the first 5 minutes of the heat. What do you think about that first exchange? Maybe we can get some replays, especially from that one from Anri, because it looked like a big score.
All right, so Anri already starting things off with that 7.33. Hinata Shimizu a 3.33. So actually taking a second look at these names, this is pretty stacked. I mean, many of these names are QS competitors and heavy hitters as well. I mean, Anri has had some really great results throughout the years. Hinata Shimizu as well. Suri, Jabrik, and Lydia Kato, young but up-and-coming surfers, also incredible. So this is no easy heat. Interesting little fact, Lydia and Suri actually had a heat earlier on in the QS together, so this is their second heat together in the Pro Juniors. We will be finishing off this quarterfinals of the Women's Pro Junior, and then that will be day 2 wrapped up for us. So we will probably be seeing all quarterfinalists tomorrow because they're all locked and loaded. I'm just pull up their names pretty quickly because it's already a pretty solid result. You know, a quarterfinal in a QS 2000 is no small thing.
And it definitely will rank up some points for the rankings. You know, we are going to be adding some names to, especially the juniors women's rankings. As I believe, and I will confirm this definitely tomorrow, whether this is the first, you know, Pro Junior for the women's this year. In the rankings, because I haven't seen any points on the rankings list yet. So we'll have a look at that and bring that information to you later. That's Lydia Kato. That one just running away from her. We're seeing the effects of the low tide, you know, drawing out these waves and making it a little bit harder to get onto the open face. So just a bit of a missed opportunity there. Spending, you know, investing 6.5 minutes towards that wave and getting just a 0.5. That's going to be a little bit frustrating, but I mean, still 13 minutes. A little over 30 minutes to go for Lydia, and she'll be looking to scratch into 1 under priority as we see our surfers out the back. Priority is with our surfer in blue, as it looks like she has a go on that one. Gets around that section, gets into the crumbling part of the wave. 2 hits to start, and now up onto the open face again. That is a bigger hit there. Most of her money is probably going to come from that one, unless she got a turn out the back. I wasn't able to see the first part of that wave from our surfer in blue, Hinata Shimizu. She's already sitting on that 3.33 and only needs a 4.01 to take the lead, but as soon as Anri gets that second wave, that requirement's definitely going to go much higher. Take us through a little bit the names and the quarters that are coming through in the next day of competition.
All right, so probably tomorrow we will be seeing all the quarterfinalists besides the women's pro junior who are going to be in their semis already, we have in Heat 1, Shohei Kato going up against Raiha Onu. In Heat 2 quarterfinals, we have Masamune Uno up against Iko Watanabe. In Heat 3, we have Tenshi Iwami and Yuma Nagasawa. And in Heat 4 is Sentaro Sakai going up against Kanoa Hije. And on the women's side of the draw, we will be seeing in these QS 2000.
I really like that we're going into those man-on-man heats, women-on-women heats in the back end of this competition. We have 3 days for that, so these surfers are going to get so many chances to surf at the Mahabalipuram Point Break. And yeah, take us through the quarters for the women's.
So for the women's side of the draw, we have Miraya Keda in Heat 1 going against Anri Matsuno, who's in this heat right now. In Heat 2, we have Hinata Shimizu going up against Shino Matsuda, who's an Olympian. And Hinata is in this heat right now as well. We have in Heat 3, Arisa Ishii going up against Isabella Higgs. And in Heat 4, Hinano Shimizu going against Sara Wakita. All right, back to live action. This is Lydia Kato trying to find her feet in this heat. Hinato goes to first with that 5.5 and a 3.33 backup. Anri Matsuno, 733, still needs to back it up, only needing a 1 to get herself back into first. I think Lydia is probably going to be definitely going to be improving her scoreline. She's putting a 3.67 next to her name, going to have to back it up pretty quickly since, these are heavy hitters. These are young women who are used to being in big events like QS 6000s and some even Challenger Series. So it's going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, solid to see the next generation of women pro surfers out in the water right now in India at the Short Tempo Classic 2000 Pro Junior. This one is organized by the Surfing Federation of India and the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association together with WSL, of course. Some of our sponsors are the Sports Authority of India, the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, and TT Group, who's been there for a decade now, probably, or even more, supporting the sport here in India, helping it grow, and obviously along with some of the local surf schools and the local venue partners and so on. So thanks to all the sponsors to make this possible and give these women a chance to rank up some points. As we see our surfer in red, Anri Matsuno, putting down a big hack out the back on a closeout, so that low tide really drawing out, and she was able, however, to sneak a little snap into that one. Now we see our heat leader going to the rail with a carved 2 snap combo, sitting on a 5 and a 3.33. She's going to get rid of that 3.33 and increase the requirement for Anri Matsuno, but Anri got that big hack out the back, and she's going to throw that 0.93 away. She only needed a 1 to take the lead, so it looked like we might have a couple of exchanges there. This is a boxing match between Hinata and Anri right now, but Lydia Kato is sitting with priority and needs a 4.6 right now to progress. And I do think that the requirements might start increasing right now, since we're waiting on 2 scores for our 2 heat leaders. 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this Heat 2 for the quarterfinals of the women juniors. As you said, some heavy hitters and, putting down some pretty good big scores. Curious to see where these scores are going to end up in. And Suri, Suri, maybe not finding quite a good rhythm here in this heat. I mean, the conditions are quite challenging. But it looked like she did get a little bit of a wave, as she's also waiting on a score. So let's see what she managed to do. Looks like it might just be a little bit of a throwaway. Went on an opportunity under priority, but not quite able to convert it into a score. Some scores are coming through. The last of Anri, a 5.40. And yeah, we're waiting on the next one from Hinata to come in. The judges deliberating, really taking their time, watching the replays. I heard that Todd, our head judge, is really nice to have there in the judging booth as a mentor. Really guiding them through the whole process. Here's the replay from Henri, and that was a big smack. That one coming in at a 5.40 for the single maneuver as we have our score coming in. Jada for Hinata.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Henri Matsuno. Hinata Shimizu close behind, a 5.33 to back up her score. So these are the waves we're talking about. Beautiful swooping cutback. Does it again a little tighter in the pocket that second time. So that was really nicely done. It is the two Indonesian surfers, Lydia Kato and Suri Jabrik, with a bit of work to do. Haven't really found their feet just yet. So Suri sitting on that 117 and that 0.87, and Lydia on that 367 and that 0.5. So just showing how difficult the conditions are out there. It's not easy. These girls, you know, there has been a big shift in those conditions. The tide is going to be reaching the dead low really soon, and that wind really picked up. So it's all about being able to adapt to these situations and changing your equipment, shifting your mentality maybe to be able to get those scores in. So this is Lydia Kato with priority. She's going to be taking a look at this one, a solid looking wave. Let's see what Lydia does. Nice, beautiful carve to start things off. I love how she really spreads her arms out when she wraps it around. Does it again, gets beside Elephant Rock, and really nice hit there. So this is so much better already for Lydia. Does she get a finishing turn? Unfortunately, does not. But that 0.5 is definitely not going to be up close to her name anymore.
That is for sure. And she is chucking that one in the trash as we'll be waiting for her last score. Yeah, some pretty big requirements already in this heat as we enter the 5-minute mark. Lydia does need a 6.66 to progress. What do you think, Giada? Do you think she has a chance of getting that 6.66 on that previous wave?
I mean, if it's not the 6.6, it's going to be something pretty close because it was very beautiful. It's one of the longest rides we've seen in actually since the women's have started. So I loved, she didn't waste a lot of time in between her turns. She was very elegant and stylish throughout the whole wave. So here, cashing in her priority and smartly done so. This is that beautiful open arm carve that I was talking about. Gets around this section, takes advantage of it, a little tighter in the pocket there, here as well. So I think it was probably not the 6.6, but I think it's going to be something that is going to chip away at her score and put a bit of pressure on Hinata.
The judges definitely taking their time to make sure they analyze those waves as best as they can. We do have the replay experience here, so taking the most of that. What about Suri? What would you do in her position here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go as we have another little replay from our surfer in white, Lydia Kato. That was her 2-turn combo, a little bit tighter in the pocket after that big drawn-out carve. And that was the finishing maneuver, not quite able to find another section there. But nonetheless, putting a score down on the board, and that one comes down at a 4.50, so it's not enough to take second position, but she does reduce the requirement. It is now a 5.83 that she needs, you know, to replace that 3.67. Yeah, take me through what you would do in Suri's position right now.
I think if I was Suri, I would just try serve. Honestly, like, she only has a 1 and a 0.8, and with just under 4 minutes, I think the only thing you could really do is just try catch a couple waves and put your feet on the wax. You don't want to be sitting out there for so long, especially when you only have 20 minutes. That's not a lot of time. So usually in conditions like this where it's kind of messy and bumpy, you don't want to be super picky because you can create your own opportunity out there and, you know, uplift the scores. Here we have Henri Matsuno. Good looking first jab. Does it again, lays back into it. She wants to get rid of that 5.4 and put herself into the semifinals. So really nicely done from Henri Matsuno. So I think the last of Lydia Kato came in a little lower than maybe we would have expected because the approach was quite different. And I think it was a little more gentle, I would say, than Henri and Hinata's approaches to the waves that they've been taking. They've been really critical and they've been super sharp and fast. Lydia's surfing was gorgeous, but I think it was a little more, a little flatter maybe than Henri and Hinata's.
Yeah, Andre really attacking these sections, committing to the critical parts of the wave, and that's what the judges like to see. She's already sitting on a 7.33, looking to get rid of the 5.4, and the judges are having a look at that one and seeing, whether they give her the nod on that one, and it looks... no, they're still deliberating. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Suri does have priority right now, and we'll just hope to see some waves coming through for her in this last one to put some surfing on display. The requirement is quite a massive one, 9.16 to progress. Our surfers from Japan have done quite a good job at securing that first and second position with the requirements being a 5.83 and a 9.16 for both of our surfers. In third and fourth, down to the last 2 minutes of the heat, the ocean does look a little bit flat, but in these kind of messy conditions, a wave can pop out of nowhere, and that's what I kind of liked about surfing in India. Is I used to just I would never look at the forecast. I would just make my way down to the beach and have a go at whatever there is. And sometimes it looks like the worst conditions ever out there, just choppy kind of beach break stuff with barely a peak. And out of nowhere, you'll have 3 waves come together and form one of the best waves that you've surfed the whole week. And so that kind of magic can come out from the ocean. And this is a magical place here, Mahabalipuram, with such beautiful ancient history that is held in this venue. So it is a bit of a magical spot here, and maybe that magic translates down into the lineup as well and the waves on offer. It has slowed down quite a bit since that onshore conditions. Yesterday we did see that it picked up after a little while. The onshore encouraging those waves to come into the shore, but right now it is looking a little bit bleak as we see the surfers of the next heat already out in the water. That would be Rita Suzuki in red, Arisa Ishii in blue, Isabel Higgs in white, and Jasmine Joshi in green. Jasmine Joshi is one of ours, from my surf school back home in Pondicherry. She started surfing about a year and a half ago. And she's super promising. Like, she competed for the first time this year in a little Grom event that the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association did. She doesn't have the Indian passport, so not able to compete in the nationals, but they made some exceptions for her. And here is Hinata on her final wave, and it looks like there's not much opportunity for Lydia and Suri on that one. There was, but it just came a little bit too late, and Lydia having that one as a bit of a joyride. Oh no, not a joyride, sorry. Just a bit of an unfortunate one for those surfers, but we'll go straight into Heat 3 of the quarterfinals after this break. All right, we are on to Heat 3 for the quarterfinals for this Pro Junior for the women's. It is the first time of this competition that we are seeing these juniors compete. I mean, they have a lot of them have competed in the women's, in the women's open, and these young surfers already competing on some international stages, in the Olympics and so on, and even at some bigger events like QS 6000s. So there are some heavy hitters out there for sure, and one of them is Isabel Higgs. She had a really good result here in the Asian Championships last year, starting out with just a 1.67 right now, but and the ocean is being a little bit slow. Like as soon as we hit that onshore, somehow the consistency in the ocean dropped quite a bit. The size in the ocean also dropped quite a bit. But I know Jasmine will be a little bit happy about that, because she had a bit of a hard time on the water yesterday morning. Try to make it out. It is just pretty much her second year of surfing. And she's already out in the QS. That's super nice. So we are seeing both some really experienced veterans on the QS and in big events like the Olympics, but also some new names for the first time surfing in the QS, like a surfer from Thailand in one of the previous heats. And here's our surfer in blue up and riding on her heat opener, getting up into the lip, just going down on the finish over there. Yeah, TP, what kind of strategy would you take in conditions like this? When it's all really quite scrappy. As we see our surfer in green having a go at this one, just not able to scratch into it.
Yeah, condition is a bit tricky right now because the current is really pushing them, and they have to keep paddling into the a takeoff position. But at the end of the day, surfing also have a luck's also a big part of this sport, So, sometimes you cannot, have the wave always come to you. So you need to always paddle around, especially like this. You need to keep repositioning. If as soon as you're out of the, the area where you're gonna maximize all those scores, I think if you take off too deep or you take off too wide, I think those elements can. Affected on your score, that's for sure.
That is for sure, and this is quarterfinal. Heat 3 for the Women's Pro Junior. We're having a replay from that one. From blue up into the lip, just went down on the finish over there, and then we also had that other wave from our surfer in red. Coming in at a 3.0, and Isabel Higgs kind of let that one go for our surfer in red. She had the inside position. It was open priority, but not quite seeing the opportunity on it, so she let red go. Beautiful low center of gravity from our surfer in red, able to put that hack in and get a score on the board. 15 minutes to go. All of our surfers have taken, well, 3 of our surfers have taken a heat opener, and that puts Jasmine Joshi, our amateur here in the water in priority. So let's see what she can do with priority, if she can get a nice one. That's the one from red, really nice low center of gravity, jamming that one in the lip, pivoting off the back foot, and putting a 3.0 on the scoreboard. We're back down to those 20-minute heat formats, so the time is ticking quite a bit faster. Already the first 5 minutes of the heat out of the way. But our surfers here, with some experience in competition, already able to put a score on the board. Right now, the waves look a little bit flat, but I saw something breaking out back on that, submerged temple at the back. So maybe in the next couple of minutes, we'll be seeing a set come through the lineup as we see it breaking out back over there. Yeah, really special venue here at the Mahabalipuram Shore Temple, and that we have right behind us. I mean, and the thing is, it's not just the shore temple. Inland as well, there's so many rock carvings. There's caves carved right into the bedrock. There's entire temples molded out of giant boulders. And, the artisans here, still having that skill, down the streets. Pretty much as soon as you enter a 10-kilometer radius of Mahabalipuram or 5-kilometer radius, you're just going to see loads of artisans working on these giant blocks of rock, carving away at them and making these beautiful carvings that you can put in your garden, or in your resorts or wherever it is you want. My mom got one of them actually here to put in her house, just under her favorite tree in her home, and yeah, it's just such a special thing to take home with you. You know, like it has the skills that have been used to build these come from, you know, literally thousands of years ago, and it's all done by hand, and yeah, super cool to see. And actually, even on the beach right here, we still have one of those carved rocks. And I use it as a landmark in terms of where to position myself. Here's our surfer in blue, up and riding, beautiful bottom turn, drawn out carve, maintaining the nose towards down the line to make sure she has some speed, but just getting out of the way of that elephant rock before that one shuts down. So a little bit of a slow start for this heat, but blue definitely getting a bit of a backup as we see our surfer in green paddling in for that one. Looks like she loses priority on that as we have a bit of a peeler out the back.
Yep, 12 minutes to go. We have Rita Suzuki with a 3.0. Here we go. This is Izzy Higgs with only one score of a 1.67, and decide to kick out on that one. So still open situation for all surfers here. Even like Red, sitting in first position, still not strong with a 3. Oh, situation changed now with Arisa Ishii with a 2.83 and a 1.
All right, and we will send it off to the post-heat interview.
Yeah, so good boat, my favorite boat, yeah.
I'm sure there's many people in Japan watching and supporting you. What would you like to say to everyone?
ライブを見て応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。ラウンドオブ16をいい点数出せて、自分のサーフィンを出せて、勝ち上がることができました。次も、まだ QS もあるので、両方勝ち続けられるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, for that post-heat interview with the winner of the previous heat. That was Henri Matsuno with a 14-point heat total. Right now in the lead is Isabel Higgs with a 3.43, managing to get quite a score on just that single maneuver wave. So looking forward to see what she can do. If she can link a couple of those in and somehow getting priority again right off the bat, right off her previous wave, so that will put it in a stronger position. Quite a strong competitor, Isabel, and she's been putting a lot of time in at the surf spot. I've been seeing her since the end of the last competition we had, which was last weekend, and she came straight in here from Thailand to put in some practice with the crew from Thailand. And Arisa Ishii not out of the conversation here, and that was our surfer in red, Rita Suzuki. Ramping up the horsepowers there in her Suzuki engine, because that looked like a solid maneuver with only, as we enter the 10-minute mark. She is sitting on a 3.0, so that's the second highest score of the day. Only needs a 0.83 to advance. So this heat is completely wide open. Let's see where the judges go with that one. And I'm also curious to see the first half of that wave, because there might have been a bit more action on it. Let's have a look. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Here's the replay for blue. Just setting up that first turn, drawn out. Yeah, that was the one from blue where she kept the nose a little bit down the line. There was a bit of a decision where she could have kind of like given it her all on that one section. It is looking like there's mostly opportunity for one turn, but as soon as these girls are able to link a couple of turns together, the score really ramps up. So yeah, here's that one, and this is where she should have really gone all ham on that maneuver, but it did look like there was another section to hit. It just hit the bank real early with that low tide and just shut down on that one. Green having a go on that one and just jumping into the face as it shuts down on that inside bank. But great try nonetheless from our amateur out there, Jasmine Joshi. Here's our surfer in the lead, Isabel Higgs, with a two-turn combo, and she managed to fit those two maneuvers in such a short space. What do you think, TP? Would you prefer going for one big turn, or would you try to get a combo in?
Yeah, I think combination is always going to be rewarded a bit better because there's not much sets going on right now. So maybe you can like cut half of that big maneuvers into two and then kind of like finish it. Because here we see this is Rita Suzuki, just a little bit stumble on that one, because if you're trying to do a one big one, I think the wave is not offering the size, so the judge is gonna see like I think, you could have like maximized the length of the wave because there's a still potential to do two maneuvers rather than one big one because unless you have a bigger set and you maximize it just with one big one, I think it's going to be a bit different situation. Yeah, so like we see before, Arisa Ishii on that wave in front of the rocks, you said like she could have done one big one. I think that's her opportunity to do one big one. But yeah, I think if you want to get a better score, maybe like try to do two, not two in one, but more like two maneuvers into the scoring potential.
Yeah, and definitely she did get rewarded for being able to fit those two maneuvers in that wave, getting a 4.83 and taking back the lead. Is Isabel Higgs. The requirement is going up a little bit. A 5.26 is what Rita Suzuki needs. But Arisa Ishii right behind, still having an opportunity for that second position with just needing a 2.61. Requirement is going up a little bit for Jasmine, so she's going to have to get busy as this heat is coming into its final quarter of the heat, as we have a little bit of a situation update request from Rita. Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, she got a 3 and a 2.43, so that is why she needs that requirement of a 5.26 to really take the lead. And Arisa also sitting on a mid-range 2, a high 2, a 2.83. She's going to be looking with priority to get rid of that 1.0 as she has a go on this one. Setting up a midline, now going to the bottom turn, big hack out the back, loses stability. Let's see if she can get out onto the open face. Looks like that tempo rock is a little bit on the way, but yeah, that one a little bit too risky, a little bit too close to the elephant rock, and she kicks out of that one. So unfortunate for a surfer in blue, Arisa. That was her opportunity to get rid of the 1.0. She might have another one, but we are down to the last 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock for this quarterfinal heat. Yeah, that midline up into the bottom turn and just slipping off the back foot over there. So made it harder to get back onto the open face and fit another turn in. But that wave was looking quite good, quite a good selected wave. Yeah, the conditions are looking pretty challenging though, with the low tide, the current, the onshore winds, and these women are doing such a great job of still, being able to fit some turns in on these pieces and generate some scores. 4.83 and 3.43 for Isabel Higgs. And she's currently sitting in the lead. The requirement is there. There isn't a requirement, so she is doing a good job, at trying to shut down Rita, who needs a 5.26 to take the lead. Yeah, is sitting on the two highest scores of the heat. So even though they're not giant scores, 4.83 and 3.43, they still are the highest scores of the heat. And as we enter the last 4 minutes of this heat, our two heat leaders are sitting with priority 1 and priority 2. So so they are in a strong position to be able to defend their spots, and with priority, you'll be both able to defend by not letting your athletes in third and fourth get the opportunities they need to score, but also you'll be probably increasing the requirements that are needed. We are here sitting at the Short Temple Classic, and that, guys, is the Short Temple right here behind me. This is a super old carving. It was made in the Pallava dynasty from, I think it was completed in the 7th century, but the Pallava dynasty started in the 2nd century and went up to the 8th or 9th century. So a really, really ancient history here, and there's even some myths about, this temple going even further back into the antiquity, because we have another 6 of these pagodas out in the ocean, drowned by, you know, possibly one of those deluges, those big storms and stories of the ocean, you know, consuming ancient civilizations. So we are down into 3 minutes as Isabel, our heat leader, up and riding again. Take it away, Tippy.
Yeah, Isabel Hicks here sitting in the first position. I think she's surfing really smart here with with the condition right now. She lives in Manly in Australia. Maybe she have a bit more experience surfing this condition with a lot of junior competition that she did back home in Oz. She represents Thailand. Her mom is from Thailand, and surfing super smart there from Easy. A 4.83 and a 3.43, putting her in the first position, and maybe he's gonna better that 3.43 there. And Rita Suzuki with a 2 low score right there, opening a door for Arisa Ishii and also Jasmine Joshi. If she can get like a couple 2s there, Jasmine, she might take the second spot. Here we go, Rita Suzuki getting busy. Need to change that 2.83 into a 2.43 actually into a bigger number. So creating a bit situation for Arisa not to be able to overleap him on the second position.
Yeah, Arisa right now sitting in 3rd position, but she does have priority and 1 minute and 50 seconds to convert that opportunity into a score that will take her into the semis, because that is what these girls are fighting for. They're fighting for the semis and the points that come with them. On the QS rankings, this is one of the first QS Pro Juniors for the women's this season. So, the first set of points that they'll be able to rack up towards their rankings. And Isabel Higgs, right now doing quite a good job at taking the lead. Her last one just a 3.4, so not really increasing the lead on that one, and leaving a bit of an opener for Rita Suzuki, needing a 5.26. Right now waiting on her last score. She was quite happy with her ride, so maybe she thinks that she got the 5.26. We'll see what the judges say about it. Priority has now shifted to our surfers in blue and green, who have a chance in these closing 55 seconds to do something in this heat. And it looks like there might be a couple of little opportunities out the back. They wait patiently, just like us, biting our nails to see if these surfers will get a shot. And it looks like our surfer in blue, Arisa Ishii, fires off on this one, just smoothing into that one. 2-turn combo to start. Let's see if she gets ahead of this as we approach the temporary rock. She gets past that one quite easy and looking for a finish now. Up into the lip for the finish. That is definitely going to be a score, but is it the 4.84 she needs to advance and get an edge on Rita Suzuki? Rita Suzuki getting a 4.67 on her last one, so upping the requirement for Arisa as we close down this heat with the countdown, the last few seconds. And that was it for this heat. We are still waiting for a score. This is the replay from Arisa Ishii. 2-turn combo to start. Then she drives down the line, getting past this rock. And that really stands there, and made a good finish. So well surfed wave there from Arisa, and looking for a 4.84. However, it is the best wave of the heat that she's looking for, so I'm not too sure she'll be able to get it. Arisa getting a 3.70 on that one, and it's not enough. Izzy and Rita taking out this quarterfinals and making it to the semis, as we will go with a short break before we go for the last heat of the day. So stay tuned.
And it is officially the last heat of the day here at Shore Temple Classic. We are into the Pro Junior Women's last quarterfinal. We already have most of our semifinalists locked in, and they're going to be ready to hopefully be performing tomorrow. It is currently 3 p.m. in the afternoon. We've had a massive day of competition. We started off with the men's QS 2000 straight into the women's round of 16, back to the men's QS, and finishing it off with the Pro Junior Women's. So all the quarterfinalists are locked and loaded. After today, though, we will have the first semifinalists already as well. So it is going to be a gorgeous afternoon. Unfortunately, as we've been reaching that low tide, it has started to crumble a little bit more. We're not seeing that Mahabalipuram long, dreamy rides that we're usually used to of what we're seeing in the morning. And the wind has picked up quite a bit. So it is quite difficult, but it's still cooking. There are some great rides to be ridden out there. Tipi Jabrik?
Yes, Giada, this is the final heats of the day. So here we go, up and riding. This is our surfer from Thailand. This is the young surfer from Phuket. So Jirapat, I'm not going to say the last name because I know I'm going to make a mistake. And this is Kamli from India. So she's a local girl from Mahabalipuram, no? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. So KP, Kamli Prakash, if I'm not wrong, yeah.
Yep, so it is Hinano Shimizu with that 3.67 and 2.67 to start things off. Renon Matsuyama 2.17, Jirapat a 1.97, and the last of Kamali yet to lock in. But this is, like we said, the last 15 minutes of action today before we call it quits and start probably bright and early tomorrow. As we've seen, the best conditions always really, really bright and early.
Yes, wow, what a great one maneuver there from Kamali, and then that's rewarded with a 3.5, second highest score of this heat. So Hinano Shimizu with a 3.67, her highest score, and then we also have Kamali with a 3.5, Renon Matsuyama with just a modest 2.17, and also Jirapat with a 1.97. So still early in the days here. We have still 14 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and looks like all these girls need to get more busy because condition is getting lower and lower with the condition a bit more windy. Here we go. This is Renon Matsuyama pushing that tails really hard and unable to stick with that maneuver right there. And I think this is pretty important because after this heat, they will move on into the semifinals tomorrow.
Yep, so the girls already have some semifinalists locked and loaded, ready to go. But we've had a big day of competition on the QS side. It'll already be man-on-man. Big turn there from Hinano Shimizu. Just that one hit, but that was incredibly well done. Let's look at some of the replays. So this is Renon Matsuyama. Also pushes a little too hard, isn't able to really stick it through. But I love that wave from Hinano. She really had a perfect timing to it. Followed that lip line, a lot of spray coming out the back. So well done there, Hinano. But as we were saying, the men's will be going, the QS has already all their quarterfinals locked in. They're going to be going man-on-man. But live action now. Kamali unfortunately gets that outside rail a little stuck there. Wasn't able to really complete that ride. So yeah, 2 scores to lock in.
Yeah, I think the difference between all the Japanese girls today on the competition, I can see and I can tell, like they are more experienced on this kind of a situation and condition, because back home in Japan, sometimes this is the condition of all the competition that they have, so they kind of like have to train this kind of wave. And if you can tell, like the surfers from outside Japan, they kind of like expecting to surf only when the wave is good. As we can see here, is Hinano, like super strong, just one turn right there. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be a big number there, 5.17, just one big maneuver right there. So yeah, maximizing the condition, even though the condition is not, maximized, but the score was really, really good.
Yeah, there we have 517 for that one turn. Hinano Shimizu jumps in the lead. She's looking pretty comfortable, but you're right. It is, the Japanese surfers are quite used to conditions like this, but I also believe it's a matter of hunger. They really want it. They really fight for it. You can really tell in every single heat, they give it their all up until the very last seconds. You can see them really hunting on the inside and really trying to uplift their scores. So while there's a bit of a break, we're going to throw it down to Percy and Isabella Higgs.
All right, Isabel Higgs strikes again here in the Pro Juniors this time. Quarterfinals now into the semis. Managing to scrap together a couple of good scores, the highest scores of the heat actually, in these very challenging conditions. How was it out there and how were you able to get an edge on the other surfers?
I'm not too sure. I was just trying to stay a bit busy because of the conditions were definitely a bit tricky. I was just kept rolling the dice in case I found a decent one, and was lucky enough to. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely lucky enough to get some good scores. I think some of the bigger scores came from combos, and you were able to fit a couple of maneuvers on a very tight section of the wave. Was that an active decision from you to try and put 2 maneuvers into that wave rather than going for one big hack?
A bit and a bit wasn't. I was just kind of surfing and just sort of saying if I get one, and maybe I'd get another one. So yeah.
Isabel Higgs, just letting her surfing do the talking, and it's been working, getting a lot of heat wins here in the event and into the semifinals. Anything you want to say to friends and family back home in Thailand?
I'd just like to say a huge thanks to my coaches, Bo and Duke, always one call away, always helping me, and like to say a huge thanks to my mom, my dad, and all my sponsors for all the support. And ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ช่วยให้กำลังใจให้น้องครับสวัสดีค่ะ Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ And back to you guys in the live commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Izzy Higgs, one of the big performers. She's a young lady, represents Thailand, but spends a lot of time in Australia as well. The perfect training ground, I would say, probably in and around the Asian tour. A lot of them go to Australia to kind of train and get their reps in, and many Japanese even go to high school to learn some English and spend some time there. They have such incredible amenities, I would say, for surfing and being able to reach that professional surfing career. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Australia is, always been, the country that everybody look up to, to become an athlete, because, if you think about the capital surfing in Australia, there's a couple places, there's Gold Coast, there's around Sydney also, there's the northern beaches where everybody, is ripping there. Central Coast is also a big place where a lot of big names come from in Australia, but even like Bells Beach. I think Gold Coast is one of the places where a lot of Japanese go there to go to school and learn, to surf competitively. Since the junior series there's there's a couple of kids from Bali that moved there. Leo Machette also, he'd been there for a couple of years and came back just a different unit.
Yeah, they've just had surfing in their, I would say, culture for a lot longer than maybe most of the other Asian countries around, even in Europe. So it's somewhere that a lot of people, do look up to and kind of follow the steps to be able to reach those goals. Australia has been so dominant in surfing. This girl, though, Kamali, beautiful cutback there to back up that 3.5. She's only sitting on a 0.60. Needs a 1.6 to get back into second.
I think she got it. That one big hack right there. I don't know if that's I think that's a make. Because she's trying to get around to do one more maneuver, but I think that wave just closed out. So I would say that 0.5 will be gone. So still waiting for score to be locked in for Kamali, and then we can update situation. Yes, it is. So Kamali get a score.
All right, though, Renon Matsuyama on a good-looking wave, gets that first turn in, wants a second one, so she will be getting rid of that 217, needs a 3, so things are gonna start ramping up as we reach this 7.5-minute mark of this quarterfinal heat 4. These ladies want to meet up with the other semi-finalists who have already qualified earlier on this afternoon. So, yeah, they want to be meeting the girls who have already qualified earlier on this afternoon. This is our current heat leader, finishes it off pretty strong. Nice surfing from our woman in blue. Hinano Shimizu has done the rounds quite a bit. This is a replay, so nice first jab there. Does a second one, gets past that elephant rock and finishes it off really strongly. So probably going to be getting rid of that 3.67.
6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Hinano Shimizu looking solid here, the young Japanese surfer. And then also we see here, this is Jirapat, Earn Jirapat from Thailand. Yeah, she's looking for, a couple scores. If she get around this section, she might do some finishing maneuver. Yeah, she did. So Jirapat only looking for a 263, 261 right now. And here we go. Kamali, she might. Ooh, she didn't do anything right there because yeah, with 6 minutes to go, Kamali is sitting in second position right now with Jirapat looking for score and Renon Matsuyama. This is gonna be an interesting numbers for Renon because she's looking for 3.11, and there it is, a 4.30 for Renon Matsuyama, moving her into the second position. So as we can see, there's a couple action going on here with the crew on the competition area. Looks like somebody gonna take us to the Red Bull area there.
Bit of an MTV moment.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of the kids that live around here, probably in Pondicherry area, surfing in that area. Oh, looks like the party is ready for tonight. Some DJs getting ready for some tunes tonight, Giada.
Oh, we're on, Tippy. This is gonna be so much fun. There's that Red Bull car taking us around. What an epic moment. There is going to be a welcoming party tonight here at the Sea Breeze Resort. So if you're around, it's going to be really exciting, good food, good vibes. All the athletes are probably going to be down here as well. We're in the final 5 minutes of this heat. There we have Percy, our co-commentator, having a look around what's happening as well. So fun moments.
Yes, some Red Bull moment. Ooh, some drone action also. Wow. There's a lot of things going on here on day 2, Imagine what's going to happen on day 3.
There's so much happening right now. Things are ramping up. Hopefully we see it also in the water as well. Conditions.
4 minutes and 30 seconds. A little bit of a 25 second to go. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go now. So we have Kamali looking for a 3.41. Sorry, 3.44 actually for Kamali to move into second position. Yeah, looks like everybody's setting up some the venue tonight for the dinner party tonight here, hosted by the event organizer at the Shore Temple Classic.
So these ladies are battling it out to be joining in Heat 1 semifinals of the Pro Junior Women's Mirai Ikeda, Mattia Holmberg, Anri Matsuno, and Hinata Shimizu. And in Heat 2 is Isabel Higgs and Rita Suzuki. So a nice ride there from Hinano Shimizu. She got another 5.17 in that exchange that we had recently. We're waiting for one more score of Jirapat to come through. This is the one of blue. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be deemed complete. Will not be affecting her scoreline. But it is Kamali and Jirapat with a bit of work to do. A 3.44 and a 3.81 are their requirements to keep the stream alive and stay in this contest.
Yeah, this event been super strong for the Japanese contingent here, Giada. Most of the Japanese are moving on into the next round. We do have 2 Do we have any non-Japanese surfers on the men's QS? Or I think did Kishore? No, Kishore didn't make it also. So we'll see who is making it into the quarterfinals for tomorrow. So we know Izzy Hicks from Thailand is moving into the semifinals of the junior division. So yeah, we'll check who will be advancing on this one, because we have a local surfer from India, Kamali, only needing a small score.
Yep, you're right. Kamali not needing a big score to be able to advance. A 344 is her requirement. But in the... Besides Izzy Higgs, yes, I'm pretty sure it is an all-Japanese affair. For the QS side of things...
Kishore is in the quarterfinal tomorrow. He made it into the quarterfinal.
Ah, for the juniors.
For the men's QS.
That's juniors. 4-man quarters is usually juniors.
Okay, sorry.
For the QS men's, we are going already on man-to-man. So tomorrow is going to be a large lineup for two surfers. Really nice hit there for Renon Matsuyama. Going to be probably getting rid of that .263. Unfortunately, goes down there. So a pretty unfortunate 1 minute, 20 seconds left of this heat.
So yes, on the men's QS, there's going to be all Japanese quarterfinal. And then also for the women's QS quarterfinal, we're going to have a lot of Japanese. And the only lone non-Japanese will be Izzy Hicks from Thailand, actually, on the QS. And then on this junior, we still have Kishore Kumar on the event in the semi-final tomorrow.
So there on your screen is Kamali's support team, hoping she gets the score she needs. She only needs a 3.78, just slightly above a previous score she got. So she just has to do the same, just a little stronger, maybe do 2 of the turns that she did for that 3.5. 25 seconds left. It is all eyes on Jirapat and Kamali. Will they get the scores they need? They have first and second priority.
So yeah, with 11 countries, 11 to 12 countries joining this event. So we still have Korean surfers with Kanoa Hije still in the contending of this event. And also we have Rendra Atard from Indonesia on the juniors. So still a couple numbers of international surfers in this event. So that's it. Hinano Shimizu and Renon Matsuyama take first and second, Giada.
Yep, so they will be joining the other ladies in the semifinals. Congratulations to everyone that competed today. And we are going to be shutting this one down. We've had a huge day of competitions. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning here in Mahabalipuram for the Shore Temple Classic.